Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. On grind. I'm moving in. On grind. Right on the way to the top. 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 On grind. I'm going in. On grind. I'm gonna win. Flip the letter, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. On grind. I'm moving in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. On grind. I'm going in. Got me like on grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. On grind. I'm moving in. On grind. Right on the way to the top. 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 On grind. I'm going in. On grind. I'm gonna win. Flip landing, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top.
Alright, welcome back guys to the main stage of Legends Ascent South Asia. This is Kakao with me, Madness, who has casted all of these matches, so he would have a better idea of the teams around here. But I'm really excited to get started right now. I've been waiting for this for the last 2 months for the main stage to start. 9 teams have qualified and we will be diving into the double round robin pretty soon, Madness. Just any thoughts about the whole tournament that has been so far, and yeah, just give us something to talk about here.
Yeah, I think the whole situation of the qualifier is a very good one, right? Qualifier 1, you get 3 teams out. Qualifier 2, you get another 3 teams out. So it allows new teams to pop up, new faces to pop up, new teams to get their matches streamed. A lot of they get a lot of encouragement as well if that goes on between them. Even today's matchup, like you'll be seeing one of the teams who's the last team to essentially qualify, and I had talked to them before, and they were like registered last minute for the qualifier. So that just shows you how much like this format is putting new faces up on over. I think we're gonna have pretty good side, but it is a very heavy team against a weaker side, I would say, generally over here, at least in the first two games of today. So maybe you have to watch out for that, and hopefully maybe the underdogs write their story here. But yeah, guys, as Kakao was saying, this is the round robin stage where 9 teams will be participating. It's all about every match counts, because every match is going to give you the points in that leaderboard, because only the top 4 teams will be moving forward to that very essential huge prize pool over here, Gaurav.
Yeah, let's take a look at it as well. 10th lakh prize pool in totality and a spot at the LCP wildcard playoffs. I think that is worth playing for and worth fighting for anyway. You get a slot, you face the best teams in the Asian region. I think that's going to be something to look after as well, especially one of these teams that will qualify. An Indian team especially, right? So I think that's just going to be fantastic to watch them compete against the best teams around. And yeah, I mean, this is all to play for right here, and this is what we have been waiting for a few months as well. There you go, the dates to remember. Qualifier 1 did happen April 27 to May 11th. That was between Team Asterisk previously, and versus Kakao Gaming went to all 5 games. Qualifier 2 and 3 followed up as well, and now we are in the league stage, as you can see, June 13th till July 28th, and we will have playoffs immediately after, starting from July 25th and going on till August 3rd. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun to watch as well. And speaking about today's matchup as well, Madness, it's going to be Kakao Gaming. And as you said, report Precog Gaming, that was the last team to qualify for the league stage. And I think that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a fun matchup going over there. Like I said, last team that did qualify, but just a bit before that, just look at this. This is what we were talking about for so long. The 9-team round robin league starts today. It's going over a month. Basically, we're going to be holding it every single weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, for the next upcoming month or so coming. Or the top 4 teams of that in the leaderboard will enter a double elimination playoffs. And whoever gets the top dog gets that LCP wildcard playoff spot as well. Reminder to everyone who is joining in, even old players, this is full fearless draft. No champions repeated in game 1 can be repeated in game 2 at all. So this is also dives in to a lot of champion pools and makes the whole draft system much more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, if you were following just today as well, right? Genji versus HLE went to all 5 games in a fearless format. So that's the sort of excitement that it brings as well. Watching Zoe come out, I think it's just fantastic. The fearless draft makes teams work even harder. The champ pools, as well. So I think fearless is the best addition that I have seen so far in league in the last 10-15 years, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were reaching a stalemate, stale kind of situation in the league scene where pretty much every single same champions were being run draft after draft, and this makes a huge change into it. Players who have a champion pool, depth, get to show off those champions as well, and that shows a lot for them going on between them. And it's just a very, much more interesting scenario that pops up over here, especially against a team like Kakao Gaming versus Precog, as you said. So that is a huge factor that's going to be affecting a lot of teams. And like Kakao, a team that does occasionally like to do their lane swaps, role swaps. So that also plays into how they draft and how much these teams will be looking at each other.
Yeah, I mean, we have talked about all of these teams here. They are going to be coming up and playing pretty soon. If we had to pick like the first, top 2-3 teams, I think Kakao would be in it, and they are going to play first as well today. And tomorrow, I believe SADUL will play as well. Previously, Team Asterisk, now they have changed the name and, of course, joined a really good organization that comes out of India. So I think that's going to be fun to watch as well. These 2 teams should be the favorites to reach at least the finals, I would say, but they are comfortably top 3, top 4 teams in the region.
Yeah, definitely. Pretty much every single tournament that me and you casted before, they're the people who end up reaching the finals. They are the people that go on against them. So, yes, it's going to be a banger of a series over here. Hopefully, Kakao, maybe on the easier side this time. Maybe, the favorites going into this matchup. But hopefully, we get to see RPG pull out some, stunners from them. They are a pretty well-rounded team. They're a team from Bangladesh as well. Team of friends who just gathered together, joined the tournament for fun, ended up all the way over here. So, they're definitely going to carry that momentum moving forward. And let's hope to see, them put a good matchup against, the titans that are Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, 100%. And
Yeah, and then you can see today's schedule. First, we have two BO3s for you guys essentially over here. The second one will be around 8:39, something like that. The first BO3 is going to be Kakao Gaming versus Report Precog Gaming. Very interesting name over there. We hopefully get to explain it a bit later between you. But then the second BO3 is going to be Phoenix Ascension versus Poro Patrol. So both matchups today feature a Bangladeshi team because Report Precog Gaming and Poro Patrol are from Bangladesh, while Phoenix Ascension from Sri Lanka, while Kakao Gaming mostly from the side of India. So we have a whole bunch of nations basically playing over in today's matchup, and it's going to be interesting to see how they match up against each other because it's just a bit of different styles coming into it. Even the side of RPG likes to do sometimes their lane swaps and role swaps. So hopefully you get to see the draft interestingly going forward and amongst themselves and how it goes out there. But yeah, again, another reminder, guys, please make sure to follow us on all our social media. We have the links in the description box below. We have an interesting Rift Rivals event coming up in Discord, which is basically bidding wars all over again. So I know that was a favorite for a lot of players. So I get to see maybe familiar faces in the scene, coming back for those fun events as well. So make sure you don't miss out on that, and make sure you're up to date. So a reminder for people who aren't here, we're going to be bringing you league action back to back every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 best of 3s pretty much every single day, all the way to July 20th. So if you were getting a bit bored of league MSI not coming up, we have a lot of South Asian League of Legends action coming up for you. So that's definitely you have to keep in mind. As we were saying, Asterix, now known as SU12, are the ones who went against Kakao all 5 games. But the third place in that qualifier one was Phoenix Ascension, who will be playing in later on today. So we have a lot of the top dogs already starting off the competition, and hopefully maybe I'll start on a stronger note because every matchup counts, every point counts, and you're gonna have to fight for it, especially in cutthroat scene like League of Legends. And hopefully we get to see them perform on a better scale. Report Precog did say they were working on some of the mistakes they had during the qualifiers because it wasn't the best of showing from them, but they did manage to get through. So hopefully they worked out all the tweaks and coming back as a stronger team. And yeah, let's just see how they face up at the draft and how these teams actually are going to meet, because I'm pretty sure everyone is used to Kakao Gaming and Asterix SU12 being the dominant faces. So hopefully we get to see some newer people propping up, maybe getting a game or two against them as well. And if I'm not wrong, today I think Dead Corporal from the side of Kakao Gaming will be playing support. So this is pretty much completing his entire rotation around the lanes in Kakao Gaming, because he's played top, he's played jungle, he's played mid, he's played ADC, and now finally we get to see him on the support role. So the master of all trades, basically, jack of none, because he is a dominant face that comes in. So yes, that's your teams up today: Kakao Gaming versus Report Precog Gaming. I know pretty much a lot of you guys know all the faces in Kakao, so hopefully you do also appreciate the people playing from the side of Report Precog Gaming, because this is pretty sure the biggest stage they have played on till now. And hopefully they get to represent the region, Bangladesh, at a higher stage like this. And it is not going to be an easy battle, especially against giants like Kakao Gaming. And hopefully they give it their all, try to take it all the way, all 3 series, because I don't see this going 2 series for Report Precog, but hopefully they can match up as to how they want to go. But without any further ado, guys, we're going to head into the draft. Kakao Gaming already taking away the Dam Kench, and Report Precog Gaming taking away the Aatrox from the side of Copy, Nautilus ban from the side of Kakao, very standard niche kind of ban coming in, because you don't want either one playing this. And I'm really going to be interested to see what Dead Corporal is going to be playing the support role, because we haven't seen him, at least in a tournament format, play support. So it's going to be a very interesting selection to see how he's going to be performing for his team on that support role. The Maokai ban comes out, the Kled ban comes out. That's pretty much a standard against Copy. I don't think anybody who's played against this man in a best of 3 series or even a best of 1 has allowed that Kled to go through. And then that pretty much the Victor last ban from the side of Report RPG, because Victor, pretty good blind pick. But now here comes the Pantheon pick. That's a very nice first pick, because it's so flexible into so many ways. Can be support, can be mid, can be jungle, can be top. It's just about how much you want to play. Pretty much just not the ADC role. So excellent pick coming in from Kakao Gaming right here. Let's see what RPG want to answer it back with. The side of Kakao, their captain is Dead Corporal. On the side of RPG, it's going to be the guy and smiling right now on your screen, Skiller 9BD. He's captain of RPG. It's going to be Shyvana locked up for Precognition. And if you're wondering why Precognition is like the day, because they all banded together just to make fun of Precog and just made the entire team's name report Precog Gaming. So that's a very interesting side tidbit of how it goes. Love to gonna be picking up the Ezreal, such a mobile champion, so safe to play around and very easy to how you get your kiting out, and in the hands of a good ADC, especially in the hands of an excellent ADC like Love 2, will be performing wonders. And it's going to be the Hue blind pick for W in the mid lane for Kakao Gaming. And we did see Clownshot play his Anivia once before, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing over here. So now I think Kakao maybe going to be punishing some ADCs, taking it away from the hands of RPG, because they don't want the Braum with the Lucian, a pretty deadly combo. They don't want to have any of that sort in the hands of them. Or let's see if they're just going to underestimate them a bit and leave a couple of things open there. Maybe target maybe the higher priority members. Gnar, second phase of banning has started. Gnar will get not to be seen this game because Copy was another favorite of his. Even the Jax, I'm not surprised that the Jax gets bound as well. The Senna ban comes in after the slight Senna nerfs that have come, due to the soul stacking that is, going around. They didn't want the Senna with the Braum. Obviously, a lot of slowing CC potential comp over there in the bot side, so that gets banned out from there. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna maybe anticipate the Jax ban coming out from them, but no, it's gonna be the Mordekaiser ban against Copy, and we still yet to see where this Pantheon will be going at this point. While Kakao are still pondering their last ban, it's going to be the Tristana against a Black Venom in the bot side. So like I was saying, Kakao will be targeting a lot of ADC bans in their side. So they, pictured, we don't want the Senna, we don't want the Trist going over to Black Venom instead of RPG. Second phase of picking has begun. It's going to be RPG for their pick. You already see what their jungler mids are. I'm pretty sure, I'm going to be certain that the Pantheon might be going to jungle side, but that's what I was talking about. The Lucian Braum combo. Lucian left open. Lucian gets locked in. Lucian doing fantastically in the current meta against most ADC in the bot side. A bit of a bully in himself. So with that Braum added passive getting stacked up, will be doing a fantastic job for himself. And yeah, Jax left open. Jax taken by the side of Copy. Instantly gets picked up for him. And with that hover of the Rakan, so we're getting to see maybe Dead Corporal hovering the Rakan for himself with the Ezreal bot side. Maybe a Carmen pickup would have been good, but yeah, CC was a bit lacking until then, so maybe they want to run the Rakan with that. I really want to see how Dead Corporal is going to be doing on the support, because yes, and again guys, this is the first time he's going to be playing, at least for this team over here, but no, sudden switch up to the Elise hover and the Elise lock in. They really want to dominate the lane bot side. Might have a bit of hard time against the Lucian and a Braum Lucian. Easy dodge the coons with his E, gets that back up as well. And now it's up to the side of RPG to pick a counter for the top lane in the hands of their captain, Killer 9BD. And we already know it's going to be the Jax he's facing up. So what kind of matchups can we be seeing over here? Oh my god, I can already hear the push music coming in. Mundo, Dr. Mundo gets locked in for RPG, for Killer 9BD in that top side. So Alois, I think we have a lot to thank for you for this pick becoming so much more frequent right now. And that push music might just get started after Warmugs. But yes, this is your draft lock-in. A lot of slowing and CCing from the side of RPG as well as Kakao, but I'm honestly favoring a bit more in Kakao's build-up, because the amount of poke that they can dish out with the Hue, with the Ezreal, will be a lot, and you have to be careful of Precog. But Precog have a combo where you pretty much lock down someone, especially even Kakao engages heavy from their side as well. But Precog also have the anti-engage with the Nivea wall, with the Braum ultimate, with you want to people up. Want to see how Precognition does on his Shyvana pickup that he goes away. It was first pick for him, and it wasn't something that Kakao was looking to ban against him either. So they mostly prioritized bot side second phase of banning, and Precog for their side, they have pretty much 4 top bans coming against Copy. So they just want to whittle down Copy's pool. Remember, you guys, this is a fearless draft. Any of these champions you're seeing right now not going to be there for game 2. So this also plays into the strategies people want to go into when they're drafting around certain champions, at least game 1 wise. So has to be careful about how they want to go about their time going around here. But yeah, this is it locked in. Even in the chat, guys, please make sure to support your teams. Either vote Kakao Gaming, report Precog Gaming, and tell me which side do you guys think the draft is looking better on, at least on paper, before we head into the Rift? Because these are some spicy picks coming in, especially the Elise pickup. I really want to see how DC plays this, because DC is not unknown to the champion, at least because he is a jungler as well, has pretty much played every single role. So he's going to be landing some good cocoons. If love to capitalize on that as well. Can be spelling hard time for the side of RPG, and Pantheon's going to be looking, Vortex going to be looking for gang potentials as well. Copy's always done fantastic on his Jax pick. I don't think we have to fret about this man, especially in team fights and how he wants to go around. But this is what's locked in for you guys. I think even Precog does go, the AP Shyvana build as well. So pretty well-rounded AD AP side for both teams as well. But that's how the draft looks. Please make sure to cast your votes over there. Show support to your favorite teams as well. They will be looking for time to time, especially in the breaks between games, and they'll be looking to see who's supporting them and who's not, and what's the general opinion or senses right now for our teams over here. Remind you guys, Kakao qualified as second place in qualifier 1, while RPG were unfortunately the last people to actually make it through to this tournament, whereas the third place in qualifier 3. So Kakao Gaming had pretty much a big break since then and now as well, and hopefully kept up their practice and how they want to play it up. But I think they're lacking a couple of players, because I don't see another reason why to put Dead Corporal on the support role. That's there, but RPG are full-fledged in the form over here, all 5 main members on the roster, and hopefully we get to see a lot of action coming in for them, because this team from Bangladesh are people, friend group that registered last minute for qualifier 3, made it through, and pretty happy about it, pretty chill. Even when we were talking to them, just grouped up a bunch of friends. So that's the spirit that we started playing video games in, and hopefully they can carry it through in this game as well. Talking a bit more about Kakao in general, because they do like to do the role swaps later on. Maybe not against this team, but especially against Asterix in that 5-game series in qualifier 1. That was a very, very hectic series 5, game 5 essentially over there, where it was looking like Kakao was maybe for once going to turn the tides and end up beating SE2L, that time known as Asterix. And it was looking like maybe it turns up a couple of faulty plays towards the end. Unfortunately, could not lock that in. Ended up as second place, but still a very big contender. Even Kakao was talking about it before. Top 2 teams right now honestly have to be SE2L and Kakao Gaming, and the favorites is as alongside with Phoenix Ascension as well, because obviously third place team over there. The fourth place team is still up for grabs, because it's a lot of here, there, everywhere, because a lot of roster shifts were done between qualifier 1, 2, and 3. Qualifier 1, 2, and 3, and it's pretty good for them coming in, because you get a lot of break. You get to see the teams that are going to come up against you. I don't know if Kakao did their research, because Precog's games were showcased and broadcast, and they have to be careful about it. But I don't think, even when I was talking to them before, they're not worried about any other team except SE2L right now. And I think they have their targets locked in over there. Even the drafting over here, especially with DC as a support, it's like they're in a more chill manner heading over into this game between the side of RPG. And let's just see if they hopefully don't make any mistakes over there. And I'm at least predicting a 2-0 for this side of Kakao Gaming, at least because of what I know of both these teams right now. And let's just hope RPG prove me wrong, take us all the way to that game 3, and maybe make it much more exciting than what it seems, at least on paper, and hopefully try to fight for those points, because guys, this is round robin stage. Any matchup does count. All points locked in will help you out in the leaderboard later. Only top 4 teams move on to the double elimination playoff brackets later. So there's a lot in stake, and this is only the first BO3 of today, guys. We'll have a second BO3 as well between Phoenix Ascension and Poro Patrol. Essentially Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh in that matchup, so that's also very interesting to see, because it's always fun to see when teams from different countries are facing against each other, because the chat gets more active. There's sometimes a little bit more BM, a lot of chatting to the opponent teams inside game as well. But yeah, we'll hopefully be heading over to the Rift anytime soon as well. Both teams locked in draft. You've seen the bands picks phase as well. Fearless draft part of it. Let's just hope to see how they work. I've talked to Precognition about what he thinks about, Atakan as well. And Kakao Gaming definitely had a very good take as well over there because of, say, all blood petals you've taken across the map. The Atakan only gives you slight XP boost as well and doesn't boost you in that sense. So sometimes maybe not the best time to be taking Atakan. So there's a lot of different, macro calling that I like to be seeing from the side of Kakao because they think a bit different than the average normal players right now, at least in this tournament. And hopefully we get to see that put into present. Dead Corporal has a good performance in this portal because, mind you, this guy has played everything for Kakao Gaming. Has played top, has played jungle, has played mid, did even all three, I think, in the last qualifier that he played. And he's played ADC in a previous tournament, but this is the first time we're going to see him in the support role. So hope he does good, especially with the Elise pickup, very deadly. Does fall off later game because basically later stage of game is basically just a cocoon machine, nothing else. And so has to try and accelerate his lane, go for the early ganks as well, and let's just hope to see a good performance from DCR coming over here. But without any further ado, guys, this is going to be the first matchup, first BO3 of Legends Ascent. This is game 1 between Kakao Gaming and RPG. As we can see, the champions head off into the rift, and it looks like Dead Corporal still sitting in place as long as the Mundo. So maybe just taking their sweet time to walking. Mundo's already started to walk well. Dead Corporal has disconnected. Hopefully will be rejoining us anytime soon. But as you can see, pretty standard over here. You can see Clownshot's gone the Arcane Comet instead of Dark Harvest, so he's looking for more poke as well as the Hue. Ezreal has gone the Conqueror. We've seen a lot of times now in between Ezreal going lethal tempo as well. So there's a lot you can do. You can do press attack, lethal tempo, or Conqueror. Depends on how you want to run your lane as well. Dead Corporal running the Electrocute, looking to maybe get procs, but all in all, just a pretty much standard parallel across the map. Vortex going nicely in at 1 minute, 2 seconds, puts that ward down at the Wraith camp of RPG, gets away with it scot-free without any notice whatsoever. Precognition gets a little bit of damage against him for just overstepping his bounds. He was looking to maybe put a ward in, unfortunately couldn't. Just eats a Hue ability to his face instead. Just scuttle around, gets back in time for the red buff to spawn, and yet here's slow start. I would have liked to maybe see RPG maybe get a bit frisky earlier on, especially with the Braum pickup for themselves. Maybe an invade as well would have been good, something on that side. But just choosing to play the more safer route right now. Clownshot taking quite a bit of damage, losing in the trade against W. Mind you, he does have the egg form, so can't go for these aggressive trades as well. Dead Corporal eats a Braum Q to his face for his troubles of just walking up to his lane essentially over here. Copy gets away the Mundo passive. Mundo getting chunked down quite a bit. Killer 9 BT has to be a bit careful about how he wants to play that lane. You can't just walk up to the Jax, especially when his counter strike is up, because that was quite a big trade going completely in the favor of Copy. Running the lethal tempo, so longer the trade, the better he is in those fights as well. He's not doing the grass pick, instead going lethal. So we have to look for that. Dead Corporal gets the Electrocute proc onto the Braum, but pretty much tickles him at this point. Until, get some ability power, they at least won't be doing that much. Instead of maybe rooting people in the place with the Cocoon. Nice side step from Love 2 onto the Q from the Braum. Just makes away. Junglers, talk about junglers. You can see the Pantheon starting bot to top while Shyvana's going top to bottom. And that might be good for her lane because the bot side is getting pushed. Maybe look for a level 3 gank or level 4 gank from the bot side. You can see something like that. Braum Shield gets popped up, but Loveloop just playing it cautiously, just playing with his range, using it to complete perfection against the Lucian essentially over here. But look at where Vortex is standing right here. He's going right next to the Shyvana. Shyvana sees this, has to move away because that's Vortex picking up his buffs and going straight away to the jungle over that side towards the Shyvana, towards the Nivea. Unfortunately, bad timing for Dead Corporal to disconnect. He's come back into the game. But I think that's all that Pantheon wrote about that. He's going to walk away. He's going to lose so much tempo because of this, though. Because he's not even started his own buff. He's trying to walk back in, but Shyvana and Braum are close by, are tightened as well as Clownshot. He's giving up a wave near his own turret while trying to fight this away. Copy with solo bolo against Moon on the top side. Nicely executed the flash just to get away with the, a slither of HP by skin of his teeth and just survives. Copy showing the dominance that his Jax does provide. Nice cocoon lands from Dead Corporal, but not onto the Dead Dragon. It lands onto the Braum. So not much damage being changed, but Copy opens up the killings. Here they're coming in. Black Venom, the Ignite's ticking away when the barrier gets popped by the Lucian. There's the repel from the Elise, gets away to safety. And the Lucian is barrierless. And the Braum is exhausted as well. Clownshot might get his egg form burnt, but no, still stays sound, still stays all good for them. So it's the top side, all lanes being pushed in essentially for the side of Kakao Gaming. Look at Vortex, he's being a menace to the Shyvana. Cloudshot has to come by to just maybe provide some advice. It's not who gets this cap, it's going to be Vortex RH picking that up for himself. So Vortex, after a bit of a kerfuffle at the blue buff, managed to steal away the chickens away from the Shyvana. And that does answer in some camps. He has a lot of camps to pick up for himself. Is a bit behind on tempo, but nice cocoon lands onto the Braum. Braum is trying to run away, but no problem. The flash from Clown Shot prevents him from going Egg Nivea over there. And that's a flash. Easy gank later on from the side of Vortex RH, given that how much aggression he's putting across the map. He's been all sides essentially, just left Copy alone to his own devices against Killer 9BD, but Copy's fine with that. He got a solo kill for himself. Even now talking about gold, almost a 1k gold difference going into the pockets of Kakao Gaming. And just look at CS. Meantime, mid lane, Clown Shot way behind in CS, around 14 CS behind. Bot side still pretty okay, but the Mundo is also falling quite behind Copy, especially with the Sheen picked up by Copy after his first back. He does a lot of damage, especially after the empowered Ws, land on to Mundo. So Mundo having to play the safe side, maybe just farm with his cleavers instead. Lucian out of mana, has to go for a recall, has to go back to base, has to, play in the more safe route. The tier picked up by Ezreal, plus a Ruby Crystal, plus a Longsword, walking back in pretty capitally. So DC, on his maiden run as a support in his team, doing pretty well, landing good clues. Unfortunately, it's been onto the Braum, but still, trades going completely in the favor of Kakao Gaming anytime that you look at it. Topside Copy just keeping on the pressure. Killer 9BD can't even walk up to his lane essentially over here. Copy can pretty much one-shot combo him. And the Mundo has to be careful. He is interestingly running flash instead of maybe the ghost that we usually traditionally see with the Mundo. But now, pings coming in for Drake. Drake already started up by Precognition over here for the side of RPG. Vortex RH is close by. He sees this. Information is coming in. But I don't think his team gets here in time. The Ezreal's pretty far. Elise is pretty far away. But Vortex RH baits away a lot of the time. He comes in. Precognition standing next to the Drake. He smites it for themselves. And here comes the flash cocoon from Dead Corporal, lands onto the jungler of RPG. Now he's running. Here comes the flash from W forward as well. Love to Architects over the side. They've left Braum alone. A little slaughter of the lamb for the wolves of Kakao Gaming. That's going to be the Braum going down with it. But RPG do, very importantly, come out with that Drake in their pocket. So it was, an opportunity cost giving up the Braum essentially for the Drake, but I'm pretty sure they're happy with just losing a support after what looked like a pretty deadly battle. And you got a lot of flashes burn. You got W's flash burn, you got Dead Corporal's flash burn over there, but RH just not, Vortex just not letting the side of RPG even walk into lane very nicely over here, because just look at pressure being applied. He's trying to, instead of taking his own camps, deny more camps for the side of the Shyvana, and it's working out pretty well, because even though he was slower in tempo earlier on, he's not that far behind in terms of camps, only maybe 3 CS behind. So pretty good for him. Bot side, now you get to see a bit in the gap of that CS what I was talking about, which pretty much was extended in every single lane. It's only the Pantheon that's slightly behind in camps over here, but otherwise Kakao Gaming off to a pretty good start. Already that 1k goal I was talking about a bit before has already become 1.8k at this point, and they're only 1 kill away from the feats of warfare. So Kakao Gaming putting on the pressure. They give up an early Drake, but probably gonna answer it back with the grubs later on. Vortex is pretty far away from grub. Shyvana can maybe try and take away one grub before anything else, because she doesn't have prio in lanes, and this might be the best timing she has if she has an inkling of where the Pantheon is, and maybe that's where she wants to go after this trade buff. Maybe just take one grub, get out of there before any pressure comes onto her side. The Ezreal goes by, just clear a bit of lane, try to get some poke down on his opponent members. Now both summoners are up for the bot side of RPG, so they can be playing a bit more on the aggressive side. They can be taking more chances. Look at this. The Shyvana wanted to go over here. Here comes the ultimate from the heavens, from the Pantheon. He comes in over as well. Is taking the grubs. They're going to deny Shyvana anything, but there's a war. Shyvana is level 6. Will be looking to come in. That's what she does. She takes away one grubs. The fight breaks out. Copy is going very low over here. Here comes the Hue ultimate. Precognition is on the lower HP. He's the first one to end up going in the fight. It's a very chaotic fight. Double flashes. Copy and Vortex flash over to that side. But Black Venom's looking to maybe close in on the kills over here. Mundo ends up going down. Black Venom's trying to pick up Copy, but the counter strike comes in. Copy lives with his life, gets a kill for himself. A clown shot with the wall, trying to prevent Dead Corporal from coming forward. But here comes the cocoon, here comes the spiders. Clown shot pretty much dead at this point. But no, he does pick up mana. He does get the stun. But now has to dodge cocoon. He's trying to go left, right. Dead Corporal's not even going to wait for the cocoon. It's just going to maybe stagger the back timer for clown shot over here. He's going to miss a lot in the mid side because of this back timer. And the TV comes in for Killer 9 PD. But it was a bit too late. It was a bit too late for anything that can happen for these guys, because this was just such a hectic fight. Kakao Gaming coming so much more on top. They do pick up 2 of the 3 grubs, and oh boy, it was such a hectic fight over here, Kakao.
Sorry, apologies for the not being here for the draft, guys. But yeah, back into the game. It looks like Kakao already have around 4,000 gold lead for themselves. And just looking at the draft, RPG have drafted some really weird champs that you might not see usually in the Shyvana, the Mundo, the Anivia as well. I think Mundo's pretty strong right now, especially once you get the Warmongs and you can survive the laning phase. But it's not looking good already for the side of RPG.
Yeah, just not looking at all good for them whatsoever. They have lost a lot of members. That was a very risky grub fight, but they was pretty much do or die for them. Here comes Vortex. He's been putting on so much pressure onto Precognition, not allowing him to breathe whatsoever in his own jungle. Now equal in terms camp. But just look at the CS difference across all lanes over here, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. And just looking at the items as well, I would have liked to see the Blade of the Ruin King coming out from the Jags, but now he finds himself so far ahead. I don't think that matters too much. Very close to completing his Trinity Force at around 10-12 minute marks. And as you said, the CS difference, almost all lanes are behind more than 20 CS except for the jungle. But you would expect the Shyvana to farm up a Storm. Even then, she's not, that far ahead. As you can see, 68 to 68 in terms of the CS numbers. But she has picked up the Dragon for her team, and that does make her a bit stronger, a bit more scaling. But I'm not sure if they win the game, even if it goes to the late game, because Kakao Gaming do have the tools to kill the Mundo in the late game, to kill the Anivia twice. And Dead Corporal is just playing out of his mind, might end up getting caught here. The Shyvana's here, the stun will not land, and they're just going to get out of there. The flash gets burned from the side of Elise, but she's going to be pretty happy about how that went.
Definitely, and after so much was committed onto them, but now they can go to the Drake side. Dead Corporal's on the lower side of HP, doesn't have flash. Nice ward being placed by the side of the Braum. Drake getting started up by RPG. This is exactly what happened last time, but W, you're a bit too far from the rest of your team completely. Has to flash away, but this is a nice bait setup. The rest of RPG were going towards one side over there in the fight, and now flash is being burned by the side of RPG. They're trying to get away, but the amount of damage that W is doing, and he was so confident standing there. There goes the egg Nivea as well, and maybe it looks like Copy wants to jump into this. He's gonna be looking to jump in from this side. Maybe it lands with the Q, but no, DC is the one who ends up getting that kill. He's on a rampage on the Elise over here, and DC's maiden voyage on support going phenomenally from the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, and I think this was the only role that we hadn't seen DC in, and now he shows up there as well. 4-0 and 2, 6 kill participation of the 9 that his team has currently, and again looking really good on this role as well. So we are not sure how many role swaps are going to happen with this team, but it looks like everyone can play everywhere. And now Kakao Gaming have a really strong footing in this game. 5,000 gold ahead as Dead Corporal has left the game. I think he should be back pretty soon, no problem there. But having said that, 5,000 gold lead, I think we are in for a very quick game 1 here, Madness. You can see the item differences as well, except for the ADCs. Everyone else is has fallen behind. 1 item completed for the side of Kakao Gaming, all of them. And Dead Corporal will pick up his proto build, I'm pretty sure, once he connects back. And yeah, that spider is not to be messed with right now.
Whatsoever. It was Copy getting the first blood in the solo kill against the Mundo on the top side. They started everything. Here comes the Shyvana. Ults in. Copy really wants to kill onto the Mundo, but no, Mundo flashes away from the counter strike. Maybe didn't have to, but Copy does so much damage. Nice flash forward. Almost got the double kill for himself after that double counter strike stun flash by Poppy. But no, it's going to be the Mundo claiming the trade kill onto the Jax. Almostly very excellently played from Copy. He did the best in the situation that was presented to him. Did a fantastic job over there, and Copy pulling so many people towards him. Still case of 1-for-1 trade, and Kakao will take that any day. Mundo's not even completed his Warmogs yet.
Oh yeah, 100%. But Hue did go down as well, so we are yet to see what happened there. As Vortex is going to flash onto the Anivia.
Ooh.
The Q was quick casted. Anivia flashes as well, but she did not have the egg available. Now the Pantheon is going to die as well. Black Venom is able to pick that up. The Lucian goes 2-2. So essentially a 1-for-1. But sacrificing your jungler for the enemy mid laner is a trade I will take all day, every day. So I think that works in favor of Kakao Gaming as well. As Dead Corporal is still disconnected, and Kakao Gaming, they're just feeling so confident that they have not even paused the game to let him come back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe if Vortex didn't, think you maybe can get away with his life as well. But unfortunately, did the best in this situation. Yeah, as you said, DC is still disconnected. So, Kakao, very confident how they're playing. They will be confident after the kind of lead that they've generated. Equal in terms of Drakes, 2 grubs to the 1 of RPG.
Yeah.
The difference in gold as well, 3k in their favor. There's just so much. So, this aura coming out from Kakao Gaming right now.
100%, but just to, put it into perspective, I guess the most of the lead is on Dead Corporal. He's the guy who has the highest gold shutdown bounty there, 4-0 and 2, as W is going to pick up a solo kill onto Clown Shot. Still does not have the egg, didn't have the flash as well. Overstepped his boundaries, is going to go down. And Hue feeling really good about himself, has the Blackfire Torch completed, so he is a very happy camper right now. Can deal a lot of damage, is going to go back, hopefully pick up the Liandry's, or maybe he goes for the Horizon Focus. We are yet to see what sort of itemization is going to come out of W's side, as the recall will be cancelled by Ghost Nipped right there. Uses the Braum Q to delay the Hue's recall. Shyvana is going to move towards the top side. They're setting up a gank onto the Jax, but I think it's not gonna work, as he's feeling pretty confident, and he's just gonna step back, get out as the Herald is started. And these are the sort of objectives, that RPG can afford to pick up right now, since it's a 4v5.
They're completely utilizing it. I'm pretty sure they've recognized that the Lisa hasn't shown for a long time. No, it's disconnected as well. Pick up the Herald in the meantime, take it for themselves. And look at this. They're going to instantly be calling the Herald to the top side of the map. Copy is a bit far from his team, but his team is walking up over. You can see, here comes the Way, here comes the Pantheon, but here comes the driving Shyvana. It's a huge chunk out of the turret. Here comes the culling from the Lucian, trying to get a bit of the wave as well, but they can't end up getting that tier 1 tower in the top side, and a bit of a waste of that Herald.
Yeah, I think 100% that's a waste of the Herald right there. As towards the top side, the W does not have flash. I think it's going to come up pretty soon, as he's going to get exhausted and ends up dying. Still going to deal a lot of damage. The Pantheon is inside 3 people right there, is going to pick up a kill onto the Lucian. The Braum goes down, as well as the Jax TP had come in. The Shyvana goes down. It might be a 4v4. And I mean, look at that. Kakao just so far ahead that even when the Hue essentially died very early on, they were still able to win this fight because of their global ultimates and the TPs that came down. They're just going to ignore the Mundo. It seems like the TP is going to come in from the side of Anivia. I think that's a mistake. I think the Mundo was doing fine under turret right there. Could have taken a turret towards the bot side of the map. Let's see if the wall is going to connect right here. And there you go. Vortex is going to go down. 100 gold shutdown bounty goes over to Mundo. A very extended fight, ends up being a 3-for-3 if I recall correctly, and that's going to be another turret for the side of RPG.
Yeah, and that's a very delayed fight. RPG come back into the fight after so long, take it away. Even though the wall is slanted, they do still manage to get the pick up onto Vortex. Mind you, Dead Corporal still not in the game, and RPG after the that extended fight topside will be looking to pick up their second Drake. W is looking to maybe come in for a snipe, but I don't think he has the damage, especially with Shyvana having the smite in his pocket. There's going to be Shyvana easily taking this away. Did wait quite a bit to smite that for herself, and now RPG slowly but surely making some gaps, closing the gap between the goal difference between these two teams. And let's hope that Dead Corporal comes back very soon.
Yeah, but they still have not paused. I don't think they want to wait for Dead Corporal to come back. It seems like they're just happy playing this 4 versus 5. Scorpy is going to pick up the top turret for himself. 5-1 and 2, and as we said earlier, get the Rune King completed. That looks like it's going to be done pretty soon, as he is going to chomp away at that second turret. soon as well. Vortex looking for some sort of invade right here towards the red buff. Ghost Nib is actually half HP and he's going to get pushed away. Shyvana is going to use her ultimate. The Lucian is going to join the fight as well as Copy goes down first, but the Lucian is going to die. Hui joins the fight. Look at that, Shyvana, low HP, ends up dying as well. W using his spells really well, but that's going to be a 2 for 2. Again, Love to flashes away from the Anivia ultimate, and W looks like he's going to go down as well. So again, 4v5 right now, and we can see the difference, right? If the Elise is there, I don't think RPG win any fight, but I'm not sure what Kakao Gaming is trying to do. Invading so deep towards the enemy territory, having one man less in their squad right now.
Exactly, you don't have the man advantage, especially because of maybe unforeseen reasons. But you're going so deep in over. W was just chasing like a dog later on the fight. Didn't have any mana to get away from the Mundo as well. Mundo just comes in, chops away with his suitcase, gets that kill for himself. So Kakao Gaming are allowing RPG to get back a bit into this game. And I don't think that's or what else should we do. These are maybe a bit of careless mistakes, and that over aggression signature of Kakao Gaming, but might come back to haunt them later.
I think it very well might. As speaking of haunt, double haunting guys is there on the side of RPG as well. So they're going to scale. The Shyvana, of course, can poke you till death. The Anivia as well has the Malignance completed, has 345 stacks onto the tier, so she's going to make that Seraph's Embrace pretty soon. Leandry's looks like will be the second or third item as well. So the Anivia scales really well into the late game as well. So does the Shyvana. And Mundo, we have seen so many videos of him coming out. The push Mundo that comes out from a few streamers as going to get caught yet again, ends up dying. Pantheon jumps into 4 people. He's gonna die as well, and that will be a very, very easy Artican picked up for the side of RPG. And now it looks like it's getting difficult, but there is a glimmer of hope for the side of Kakao Gaming, as Dead Corporal has joined back in and has reconnected. The Mundo uses his TP onto the tier 2 mid turret to protect it, and the Ezreal might be in trouble here. Love to, let's see if he can get out of this sticky situation, as W is going to get pushed away. Essentially, he was trying to poke, but not going to do much there. Love to, I think he's as good as dead right here. Never mind.
Yeah, but I think he's playing it safe. He is going to escape, going to get the execute off for himself, no problem whatsoever. We did get the thing that DC's back in the game. He has bought his items up as well, but he hasn't moved yet from base, so I don't know what that's all about. Let's hope to see that the big spider starts moving very soon, and that's exactly what he
did buy the items, right? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
So he bought the stock. He has started moving, but in the meantime, his team kind of threw the lead that they had. Right, even though Elise had a majority of the kills on herself, had a lot of gold in her pocket, but Kakao Gaming weren't playing like they were a man down at that point. They end up with such a bad fight before the Atakan. RPG takes the Atakan for free, and this has allowed RPG back into the game. Where the gold lead was at 5k, 6k, it's been narrowed down so much. It's almost around 1.4k now.
Yeah, but having said that, the guy was DC for almost 10 minutes, and his team is still in lead, albeit it's it has gone down significantly, but still. And Dead Corporal has fallen a few levels behind. I don't think that should be surprising to anyone, but a few kills here and there, and I think he should be looking back and coming back into the game just fine. So let's see what sort of difference does it make when he has actually joined in. Remember, at 12 minutes, Kakao Gaming did have a 5,000 goal lead for themselves. Of course, it was a 5v5 back there, as Killer 9BD, sorry, is going to check if he can go head-to-head with the Jax. It doesn't look like he can. Does need the Bramble Vest to reduce the healing, as Dead Corporal falls down so low. W is just going to die right there. Vortex jumps in to help, but I don't think that's going to work. He is going to end up dying as well. Double flashes used from the side of RPG to secure that one, as Dead Corporal goes unstoppable, and Copy has joined the fight. Black Venom is going to go down as well. The Precognition has just tunnel focus onto the dragon that he ends up losing regardless. A triple kill for the side of Love 2, who might end up dying here. He does. The Mundo goes on a rampage, might kill Dead Corporal, never mind. The Repel comes out, and that's going to be ace in a 5 versus 5 finally that we get to see from the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, and the first fight that you see when the Elise is back in is going. It was looking like it was going pretty well for RPG, but Kakao Gaming turning pretty well, and that Jax, undying Jax, pretty much on the backside, coming back time and time again with his counter strike, getting a lot of stuns in. The repels coming in from Dead Corporal love to fancy feet were coming only ends up falling to the Mundo later on in that team fight. But yes, Kakao Gaming now yet again increasing the goal lead, increasing the way they're playing. Full 5-man squad up for them. Maybe have delayed how fast they want to finish the game, but are completely in the driver's seat yet again.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you just have to look at the items and what the Ezreal is packing right now. Has the Shojin, Triforce, Mana Immune stacked up. Has the Onion Boots of Lucidity completed as well. So that's a 3-item Ezreal. And I don't think you're going to catch him unless he, Arcane shifts in. So that's there. And Copy has, again, been phenomenal on this Jax. I don't think you can afford to give him that champion, honestly. His score, I mean, he's just doing so much work in these team fights. Killing Black Venom right there was the pivotal point, and he just comes in, TPs in, and swings the fight in his favor as Dead Corporal takes a lot of chunk. Mundo is going to be just fine, actually. The Warmog procs, and he's going to heal up to full HP. So I don't think it makes a lot of sense to try to poke him down and trade HP with him as Dead Corporal connects another Cocoon right there. The Shyvana ultimate is going to come in. The TP is coming out from the Anivia, so they want to fight this. The ultimate from Lucian gets stopped. Braum is going to tank the full weight. Ultimate shutdown goes on to Clown Shot, killing Dead Corporal right there as Love to Arcane shifts away from the fight. Killer 98D is in the backline, might be able to kill Love to right there. Let's see if he can. Clown Shot is going to come in, but might end up dying. No, the egg form is up, so he is going to be fine. And now we look at the Mundo being this menace onto the backline. But remember, the Jax has not joined this fight. He didn't have TP. I think he's just going to be happy that it's a 2-for-0, but they get the T2 turret. Never mind, it's going to be a third kill, it looks like, as Vortex is going to get caught. Now let's see if RPG can turn it into a Baron as the Braum. Poor Braum cannot stop the Jax alone, and this might be an inhib for the side of Kakao Gaming in a very, very extended fight that has come in right now.
And like you said, Copy was never in the fight. He's taking the tier 2, taking the tier 3. Only the Braum came back to stop him, and Braum can't do much. Now Copy might have overextended. Really wants to get the kill onto the Braum. That's exactly what he wants to do. One more auto, no, unfortunately could not finish the job. Now going into Black Venom instead. Black Venom pulls the barrier, but Copy burns through that. That's the play of the Ruin King coming to it. Look at Monty's healing. Here comes the TP as well from the Ezreal. So here comes Love to want to Arcane shift and maybe try and get a kill instead. But no, Recognition is low HP. His Shyvana ultimate is going to run out. There he goes back into human form, and now he has to run away. But that's a huge extended fight that started on in the mid side of the map, as well as Copy just doing split pushing things that Copy does. Completely survives, ends up taking down Black Venom, who had just spawned, went through his barrier. So yeah, like you said, I don't think you can give this man Jax if he's going to put on performances like this.
Yeah, 100%. And that was a 3v1 while Copy was half health. Almost killed the Braum, definitely killed the Lucian right there. The Mundo would have died as well, but he decided to go back. And that's what I said earlier as well. You need the Bramble Vest to reduce the amount of healing that this Jax is putting on himself. It looked like he was going to heal to full HP while fighting 3 people. I think that's just unfair for the side of RPG. So please get those anti-healing items for yourselves if you're gonna try to win this game. But now again, it's a very comfortable spot as the Shyvana is going to get Cocoon and die right there. I think that should be easy Baron for the side of Kakao Gaming. And now we are looking at the beginning of the end of this game 1, and Kakao Gaming playing this game well, at least half of this game 4 versus 5 still managed to look so good. RPG have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and that was a nice double flash coming in from the Pantheon onto the Shyvana. They nailed down the jungler of RPG. That's a free Baron for themselves. They take the free Baron, they get away, and yeah, like you said, Kakao Gaming played the game, half the game at 4v5, never left the goal lead, by the way. They always had the goal lead, even though it got narrowed for a bit in the meantime. Now it has extended quite a bit yet again, almost 6.5k in their favor. Copy just doing Copy things, taking another tower down, the tier 2 in the top side this time, and Mundo, you might heal up, but you might die at the same time, especially because you have the Blade of the Rune King. Here comes the Wei ultimate, lands onto the Braum. Braum ultimate gets popped. Here comes the Culling as well, but they're not enough damage on the side of RPG. Clownshot doesn't have egg form. The flash forward by Black Venom. He does pick up a double kill for himself, and he survives as well. So nice flash forward with the ADC of RPG. A big turnaround the fight that was looking like it's not going to favor. Here comes Vortex. He's trying to jump onto the Lucian. Narrows the gap between them, gets the stun, lands it onto him. There goes down Black Venom finally in that fight. But Black Venom for a second looked like he was turning the fight in the favor of of RPG.
Yeah, it did look like that, but he's just so far behind, right? Only 2 items completed in looks 30 minutes, so I don't think he has enough damage to kill the tanks. While we look at Copy, who's just melting through this Mundo's HP bar, although the Mundo has 3 items, is around 6,000-7,000 HP, but the Rune King makes that sort of a difference, and we can see double inhibitor already picked up. The Infernal Dragon is going to get picked up as well for the side of Kakao Gaming, and yeah, they do have a lot of wave clear when it comes to the Anivia. But 5-man strong, how do you come back? It's almost a 10,000 gold lead now for the side of Kakao Gaming. They're just going to go back, reset, and come towards this top side of the map and look to go to that game 2 and finish this series very quickly.
They're looking pretty dominant. Mundo has gone for the Blood Mill before the Titanic Hydra as well, so not enough maybe AoE from his side, but Copy, amazing performance coming from him. Vortex never let Precognition, breathe in his own jungle while DC was slow in the game. And here, nice trap setup. It's on a Braum that you're jumping. You're doing a lot of damage, but you're not maybe going to finalize the kill. DC goes over to that side of the wall. Here comes the Ezreal, but DC going very low. Does Zhonya's, but I think he dies as soon as he comes back. That's exactly what he does. He dies to the culling of the Lucian. Now it's going to be Kakao maybe on the back foot, but here comes the big man. Here comes the raid boss, that is the Jax. He's going to dive into everybody with no problem whatsoever. He's going to pop his own Zhonya's. Vortex goes down. The fight is going completely in RPG's favor, but look who's left completely untouched. There's going to be Love to on the wrong side of the map right now. A lot between him and the low targets of RPG being that Braum. And it's a triple kill for Killer 9 BD. And oh my god, a bit of a messy fight for Kakao Gaming over there. It looked maybe it was going to turn when Jax came in, but RPG playing the fight out. They're still not out of game 1 yet.
Yeah, they have not given up yet, and that's pretty impressive to watch as well. As we saw the fight, the Mundo gets the triple kill for himself. But a weird spot to pick up the fight for the side of Kakao Gaming. I think it would have been just better if they just kept on pushing towards the top side of the map. Dead Corporal ends up dying very quickly in that fight, and then you are left alone with the Braum alive, right? So he can provide his tags to his team, and with the Mundo frontline, I think they have a lot of damage now. The Lucian has picked up 1.5 items in the last 3 minutes, so it can, definitely still be thrown from the side of Kakao Gaming, but they're just going to have to be a bit careful in the next team fight, as W is landing his ultimates, but he's not having the best game, as you can see from his score line as well. So a bit more care, and I think this should be fine and should be a game for the side of Kakao.
Yeah, it looked completely like that. I think RPG put on a last stance there, and they did manage to hold their ground, at least in that fight. But maybe a bit of the errors from Kakao in that coming as well that played a crucial part. I think Kakao have to look to end it pretty soon over here. They have got one hit down, maybe get in the next push, maybe try to catch people out that they have been doing the entire game. It's usually the Braum that ends up falling down to the bush, and he looks like he's walking up again, get over to this pink ward, gets his own ward down, but there is a control ward in that bush. You can see who has gone to the top side. Copy is walking his way back in the bot side of the river. Meantime, RPG are just looking like people against backs against the wall right now, because they are just grouped up close to against their base. They don't want to leave the vicinity of their base, boundary line right here. Then you have to be careful that you don't want to get caught out over here. And he does walk away pretty safely. Copy's pulling in the wave as well. What side? He's trying to maybe match the Mundo on this side. Mundo having a hard time against him. Has got good amount of hard steel stacks, but might be a little too late. Essentially, how far ahead Kakao Gaming are. Vortex looking maybe with the side of Love to over here. 4 members of RPG pull towards the top side. Now 3 more coming towards the mid. Mundo's left alone against Copy. Copy's looking to go into him in a 1v1 maybe. Gets a bit of chunk damage, but Mundo doesn't mind. He has the warlocks, but no, he walks back in. I think this is a very dead Mundo over here. Clownshot's going to come in for the hail. Copy flashes over the stun. from the Nivea, and it does look like Copy might end up going down. That's exactly what he does. It's the Lucian picking up a very good amount of shutdown for him, for a man
Yeah.
who's behind on items. He needs to get more gold into himself. Bit of an overstep from the side of the top laner of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think there's any reason for him to fight till the death, essentially. He can kill the Mundo in 1v1. We have seen that. But in these sort of team fights where Mundo can just keep on healing, that becomes a bit of a problem. As I mean, we can already see not a lot of healing reduction has been picked from the side of Kakao. We can see two executioners calling onto the Ezreal and the Pantheon as the Baron has been started right here. A good call coming out. I don't think RPG can afford to get out of their base right now as the Shyvana picks up the bot wave, hoping to complete his death cap before the next team fight comes in.
Yeah, and that was copied down for pretty much every single part of that. Now here comes in the TP from the side of Love 2. He's going to be walking into the lane over here. Here's another TP. He's going to be matched yet again by Copy. He's going to be coming into this fight. Mundo's left alone on the backside. Here comes the Shyvana ultimate from behind the wall. Cloucher is going to put out his ultimate. Here comes the Braum ultimate. It's not enough. It's just not enough for the side of RPG. They fall one by one by dominoes. The egg form is that's all that's left. It's only Egg and Nivea against the world and probably won't be allowed to resurrect, and he is not allowed to resurrect. A double kill coming into the Love 2. His TP coming into progression at the end alongside Copy comes into the fight. They clean it up so well. They don't mind that Drake goes over because that's game going over to Kakao Gaming, at least for game 1 of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, a slightly longer game than Kakao would have preferred, but it's a victory nonetheless, and really well done from their side as Vortex might end up going them, never mind. He's going to survive that. I think RPG should, just take the dragon and try to get out, but they instead decide to fight 5 versus 5, and we all knew how that was going to end for them, and that's exactly what has happened. Kakao Gaming will pick up this game 1 on the back of Copy's exceptional Jax gameplay. I have to say he has been a rock in this team for quite a while now, and he's showing us why the Jax should be banned against him all the time.
Yeah, and I don't think RPG can even be faulted for because in the draft phase, I know you did miss it, but they banned 4 top lane champions against him, and it's still Copy coming out on top over there. I think it's about if they progress more in the Fearless draft now, at least they don't have to face his Jax and they don't have to worried about banning that out as well.
Correct.
But yeah, Copy's Jax did phenomenal. I think the more highlights is that 1v3 near the bot side inhibitor where he does get a 1-for-1 trade with so many people still being on him. Even after DC being away for pretty much half the game, Kakao Gaming still end up winning this match in a pretty still convincing fashion once they all had all 5 members back in the Rift. And RPG have to go back to the drawing board, have to rethink their strategy at least for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, this was the only team fight that they ended up losing, but it had no effect on the outcome of the game. No objectives were up. They were only able to pick up the farm that was given to them, I would say. And here Copy gets a bit overzealous, ends up dying 5 versus 1. I don't think that's one of his better plays, but having said that, the next team fight was just a whitewash from the side of Kakao Gaming. They did pick up the Baron. Here you can see Braum gets caught, but the Shyvana decides to go in to help his teammates. I don't think that was ever going to work. And that was the end of this game 1.
Yeah, that's just not the path you want to take as Shyvana. Maybe just leave whoever's left alone there. Maybe get at least 4 members out so you can defend base. Otherwise, because you've got the dragon at the end of the day, you can just be happy with that. But no, they wanted to go back in for the fight. And Kakao Gaming rightfully punishing them, leading the series 1-0 as we head into game 2, and just a pretty dominant performance coming out for them. And DC on his maiden support role for his team did a pretty good job until he disconnected, and then even when he came back, landing very good cocoons, landing a lot of pressure, even a lot of times when he was bursting down people. Even the top 7, they caught up the Shyvana before the Baron as well. So that's where DC comes in. But just taking a look at the stats of this game over here, it's 33 kills for Kakao to RPG's 26, where RPG picked up quite a few of them when the spider was not on the rift, was disconnected, it's around
Yeah, I
9k
mean,
goal difference in the favor of Kakao Gaming. 3 to 3 drakes, but the third drake for RPG came at the last fight, doesn't count much over there. And the only reason they did pick up much more drakes is because they were 5v4 at most of the times. Kakao Gaming needed 2 barons to end this match, given they had to buy a bit of time. They got 2 void grubs to the 1, where a lot of the fighting did actually start at that first grub fight, where Kakao Gaming took the reins of this match.
yeah, I mean, this was a very one-sided 4v5 game for as long as it lasted. And is it a surprise that this guy gets the MVP? I don't think so. Perfect CSing almost till the end. 2000 damage per minute is absurd. 8-5 and 12 KDA, 19,843 gold for himself. And he is going to be the match MVP for game 1. And as you said, 4 top lane bans, still gets the Jags. I am not sure how that happens, and we'll be keeping an eye on Copy throughout this tournament, because I do think he's top 2, top 3 players in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And especially since the man can also roll swap into the jungle, still plays pretty good over there. So
Yeah.
he is a guy, a good macro as well. I was talking to the team before, he does a lot of the calling as well in the time, especially when he's jungling. So he's a pretty all-rounded player. He drew so much attention to himself, especially when he was split pushing. Even when he wasn't in fight, his team doesn't look that bad, but he gets so many objectives for himself, does it so well. And just can't wait to see, great things coming from him. And maybe we get to see maybe DC putting on another support role performance. But guys, we're going to take a very short break before we go into game 2 and resume all the action. Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends in South Asia. We are in the midst of it. We've already had game one, but reminder to you guys, this is the first BO3 right now, right, of the entire tournament. This sets the precedent of what's yet to come for both teams going on. Kakao Gaming having a pretty dominant performance, did miss out on their support for quite a bit of duration of the game, but still coming out pretty well on top. Any other thoughts about the game, Kaka?
I mean, for a 4v5, I don't think you can plug out any mistakes from Kakao Gaming, I would say. RPG, on the other hand, though, could have done much better. Straight up from the drafting, I would say, giving copy Jax, I don't think that makes too much sense. We have seen a lot of teams banning out that champion, but the guy does have a good enough champ pool now. So I can't really blame them. And yeah, it was an exciting game one, but again, it was down to the disconnect that happened instead of how the teams actually played, because till 12-13 minutes when it was a 5v5 Kakao Gaming, it looked like they would end the game at around 20 minutes, 25 minutes maximum. So for how long it went, I would still say it was a good game, but Kakao Gaming just looks like they are on another level when it comes to these two teams.
Yeah, and that's after RPG targeted copies champion pool quite a bit in the first draft as well. They did, I thought, the last ban not do the mod, do the Jax, but they went for the mod instead against him. And yeah, that's how at least game one went. It is Kakao Gaming leading the series 1-0 right now as we head into the drafting phase. Kakao Gaming yet again on the blue side over here, and we have a bit of change in role. It's going to be Love 2 now going to be the support, Vortex going to be the ADC, and it's going to be Dead Corporal in the jungle.
Yeah, and where have we seen that before, right? Oh, never mind. Kakao Gaming does do that quite a lot as we talk about the banning phase. Now, the Aatrox is going to get banned from the side of Kakao Gaming right here. The Mel and Nautilus banned for Kakao Gaming. They don't want to play against those champions. The Victor will see the ban phase, as well as W does play a lot of Victor. So I think that's a pretty smart ban coming out. And yeah, as you said, the roles have been swapped. The players still remain the same. Unfortunately, we won't get to see Sam today at all, the main AD carry of the team. He's one of those people who can carry the games on his own as well. So, I mean, still a stacked roster, though, it has to be said. As we await the final ban coming out from the side of RPG. And let's see if it's another top ban. Kled, I don't think his copy's ever getting that champion for himself. Kakao Gaming, let's see what their first pick is. Now Love 2 is playing the support role, so I do expect more of these enchanters coming out in the form of Lulu or Milio. As such, as the Dyna is going to get logged in first. That could be jungle, could be mid as well, and Copy does play a mean Yasuo himself. It's his favorite champion, so wouldn't be surprised if that gets logged in the second picking phase as well.
Yeah, and it's gonna be jungle. Diana flex pick locked in, but RPG instantly answer back with the Nocturne pickup. The last time also they did their jungle pickup. The Shyvana didn't pay the same fruitions that Precognition wanted to play on the champion, but maybe let's see if he has a better performance on the Nocturne over here. Let's see what they want to go for their second pick. Gonna take some time. It's gonna be Black Venom on the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa a very good champion right now, very standard in the meta, very well played, very versatile. When she can play around the team fights, go in, go out, depending on how she wants to play it. So pretty good pickup. And now it looks like Vortex is looking to cover Draven. No, it's gonna be the Aphelios hover, but no, it's gonna be the Yasuo lock-in, and maybe that's in the hands of Copy, like you were talking about, Kaka.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see more knockup champions come in, right? The Alistair is still open. They can go towards Kalista if they want to play. I think Vortex does play that champion, as the Azir looks like the last solo pickup that's going to come out, and it's just a very strong champion. Do have a lot of AP right now, so I would like to see something like Galio if Clownshot can play it. Don't really have a lot of trouble in the laning phase, but when it comes down to the whole team fights, Galio is just a better champion. But the Malzahar is going to get logged in instead. Still a good champion. Not the biggest fan of Malzahar. I think Azir can do just fine into that champion. So far, Kakao Gaming have gotten themselves a lot of comfort. And if you remember, Dead Corporal did play a really mean Dyna in the qualifier 1 grand finals against the current champions, and he looked flawless on that champion. So Kakao Gaming getting their favorite champions is never a good sign.
It is almost never a good sign, and I think anytime I've seen DC on the Diana does phenomenally on it. We're talking about the second phase of banning. RPG going to ban out the Alistar, the Morgana, while Kakao going to ban out the Tomkins Leona. They had banned out the Tomkins last time in the first phase of banning for the side of Kakao, but this time just leaving it to the second phase. It's going to be the Thresh that's getting locked in for the support of RPG over here. Let's see what Kakao wants to round out their roster with. Mind you, Brown Lucian not available. Kalista, a very good pickup if they indeed choose to lock this in, given just how well the champion is doing the meta. And you see that a lot of times, even in pro play, Kalista is just getting banned out left, right, and center, and this time not. And Vortex will be locking in that champion for himself. And let's see what Kakao want to lock in for their last pick. It's going to be the Renata coming in the hands of Love2. It's up to see what RPG want to go for their counter for their top side, because right now they pretty much have the idea Yasuo is going top side. So what do you want to play against it, at least for the side of RPG?
Honestly, this has to be a Poppy pickup. Anything else, and I think RPG just lose the game. And if they do end up locking the Cho'Gath, as it looks like they will, I think this is so unfavorable for them. The Poppy would have made just so much difference. You can see 4 champions that have dashes. The Poppy alone could have ended the game herself. But again, not the best pickup in terms of Cho'Gath. And I think Kakao Gaming are not playing around in this one, having picked up all their comfort champions right here, and just a really, really strong setup to enable the Yasuo and the Azir as well. I would be very surprised if Kakao Gaming don't end this game in like 20-25 minutes, let alone lose.
Yeah, I think maybe this time Dead Corporal's electricity won't be playing that much of a part, so it's going to be a much harder time for the side of RPG, especially maybe it's a Poppy pickup would have actually done very well over here, given the amount of dashes, the amount you can stop. But now you have Copy, who has his signature Yasuo. You have W, the Azir, very good stable champion late game, just mayhem coming out for him. Vortex is just going to be kiting out of his mind. Dead Corporal is just going to be going for his initiations. And now you have people more of the comfort roles, right? Because Dead Corporal was maybe not that comfortable as a support, was very comfortable on Elise as a champion, and was doing phenomenally for himself, but was taking a lot of the kills away from his ADC as well. So, but now you have a lot resting on the shoulders of Love2, who has to be the switch over from ADC to the side of the support, allowed Vortex to go from jungle to ADC. So let's see how it goes out for him. But yeah, even how it's looking like Kakao maybe trying to end the series as fast as possible, because they are going no holds bars. They haven't pulled any of their punches so far whatsoever, and maybe this is just a bit of them to try out how they want to do against a team like RPG have their backs against the wall. Mind you guys, this is a best of 3 series. Game 1 already going over to Kakao, so this is do or die for RPG, at least in terms of points in the leaderboard of Legends Ascent.
Yeah, and it's going to count, right? Every game matters here, and Kakao Gaming just looking so strong, coming right off the bat. 4v5 as well, I don't think it was too much problem for them. Still not playing with their full squad, but it just doesn't matter. The team is, the 6-man squad, I should say, is just really strong when it comes to these individual players. And honestly, the best part about this team is everyone can play more than one role, and they can just keep swapping around themselves. So that makes them so unpredictable, and that's their uniqueness as a 6-man squad. I think Sam is the only one who we will see playing ADC most of the times, if not all the time, but the others can just swap around. Love2 has played 2 roles. DC has played all 5. W and Copy can play 3 roles, top side of the map between themselves. So it's just phenomenal watching them, and they can pull up a lot of surprises, as we can already see. I think Yasuo shouldn't be a surprise given it's Copy who's piloting it, but we don't see a lot of Yasuos in our region because of how much of a mastery it needs the champion, to play. But if anyone's going to play it, it's going to be him. And Dead Corporal as well, we have spoken about it. Phenomenal Diana player. W has been spamming a lot of Azir as well in solo queue. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 champions coming out of the void in the Cho'Gath, Malzahar, and Kai'Sa. So let's see if they can pull off the upset in this game and take us to all 3 games, although it looks highly unlikely that might happen. given the state of game one and how it actually went, it would be a huge surprise. But I really hope it goes to game three. Just not very confident about it.
Yeah, like you said, even I'm not that confident. Even before the series started, I had given the prediction maybe 2-0 in Kakao Gaming's favor. It was pretty not that hard to assume, given the states between the teams at least right now and where they have qualified in the qualifiers as well. But yeah, looking at Kakao Gaming side, they are a team that's going to be more team fighting, and they can get their knockups up. They can lock in a lot of members, while it's the side of RPGs, just locking down on maybe a single target instead, with the Nocturnal, with the Malzar coming in as well. So maybe a bit more single-minded in how they want to play, and maybe playing more comfort picks instead of playing champs that do well versed in these kind of comps. Maybe just not that well versed on the top on the Poppy in the top side for the side of Killer 9BD, and so maybe that's why they couldn't bring it out, and maybe just that's why the mistake in the draft, at least from their side. That's all in paper. Let's hope to see maybe RPG put on a good performance over here. Maybe just not lose a lot too earlier on. Hopefully, Copy doesn't go for the solo kill against Killer 9BD like he did last time. He's the one who drew the first blood, and he's the man who has all the momentum and all the confidence right now, given his MVP performance from game one.
Yeah, and especially on his main champion, wouldn't be surprising. So let's see how this one goes. I'm particularly excited about the Kalista, Renata bot lane as well. So these are the champions that we don't really see from our teams, but they get played around like globally so much. You can see Kalista is almost first phase banned in most of these clutch series, and between the better teams, of course, because of how much proficiency you need to play the Kalista. But it's good to see that someone can play it in our region, and let's see how he does on it. Although we have seen Vortex play it before as well, and he has been pretty good on the champion. So it wouldn't be surprising if he is able to, just perform on that champion exceptionally. And all five of these guys, I mean, we are singing their praises right now, I get it, but it's just they are that good, and these are I think, in my opinion, the top two teams, at least they are one of the top two teams in our region.
Yeah, definitely, and that's just the accolades and performances they put on that we are posting so much about them. They have proved time and time again why they deserve this kind of praise, given the kind of team fights they do, the drafting that they do, and especially the best of 5 series that they do against us, SA2L right now, Asterix formerly known as, right? That's why you know that they're so deadly in these kind of team fights, and how they were. And now on champions that they're so good on, like the Yasuo, like the Diana coming in, and the Kalista coming in from Vortex. Like you said, even I myself have not seen that much Kalista being played, at least in South Asian League of Legends, but it's such a good champion, especially in a team fight scenario comp, especially in a 5v5 type of draft, where you have to keep on kiting around, and it's just up to maybe certain players can't play the champion at least that well right now, and it's going to be a breath of fresh air to see Vortex playing this champion the bot side. Renata we have seen quite a bit here and there, but Kalista is going to be pretty much the first throughout all the qualifiers and all the tournaments that's happened, at least since Legends Ends has been announced. So we're going to see what Vortex can do in the champion. And like you said, it's always good to have more each player being able to play more than 2 roles as well, because that just shows you how versatile a team Kakao Gaming is. But guys, without any further ado, we're going to head into game 2 of this best of 3 series between Kakao Gaming and RPG. Kakao Gaming leading the series 1-0 right now, and yet again a bit of parallel across the river. Nobody is overextended, just maybe going to put some delayed wards for vision later.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see anything fancy coming out from either sides as they protect the entrance to their jungles right here. All of them, I think the Kalista will bind Renata pretty soon as well, if that hasn't been done already. I think it has been, so never mind. As Dead Corporal looks for a Q, is going to connect a W with the soldier, is going to miss out on that auto attack. As we can see, the Raptors have been warded from the side of RPG, so they will have an idea of where the Diana is starting. Nocturne is going to face check as Vortex is going to deal a lot of damage to Black Venom. Oh, was not able to proc his E right there.
Oh, no, he did.
Well, he was. Never mind. Yeah, and just look at that half HP bar on full bot lane right now.
Yeah, and the Black Venom just came back into the range and got the E gets procced off onto him as well. And now the Thresh and Kaiser. Pretty rough start to the bot side. Have to be careful of what goes on. I love to maybe not aware that the push is warded, but Thresh, why are you walking up like this? You don't have to walk up like this. Instantly cleansed by Vortex from the hook from the Thresh and the E. Enough to secure the first blood for Kalista, and I honestly don't know what was going through the mind of the Thresh over there.
Yeah, I think that's just horrible, horrible mistake coming out from the side of Ghost. Snipped right there. Gives up the first blood before a minion was even dead in that bot side of the map, and we were questioning the Kalista pick. And actually not questioning, we were just talking about it quite a bit, and we can see why that has happened as Vortex is going to pick up the first blood. 7-8 CS to 0 of the Kaisa. I mean, that is just really sad to watch already towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, and what was looking like a rough start became much more of a rough start in the terms of Kalista picking up the first blood. Black Venom already only 2 bars of HP as well, pretty much 200 HP in her pocket. And yes, to be careful, wave gets pushed in. Kaiser missed out on quite a CS, has to CS a bit underneath the turn. Now you're going to see in the replay, you can see the bush is warded.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know why Thresh was walking for a nice cleanse from Vortex already. The flash also gets popped by the Thresh, but he's still not out of the range of the E, and that's Kalista picking up the kill for herself over there. That's Vortex instantly getting the switch to bot side, instantly picks up the first blood for his team, and that pretty much dictates how the series has been going so far.
Yeah, I mean, it makes no sense when you've already warded the brush to walk up so far up, knowing Vortex does have the cleanse available to himself, so he's able to cleanse that hook away, and just a very easy first blood coming in. And now the invade is going to come in as well for the side of Kakao game.
Yeah, and here look at this. Precognition is going on to Dead Corporal. Dead Corporal is in a pretty good spot, doesn't get hooked, but Precognition has walked a bit too far. DC is going to punish that. Black Venom has to run away. Now Clown Shot is a man far away from his turret. Will the damage come in? He does have his flash if he wants to burn it. W burns his flash but doesn't get the auto off. Each 2 turret shots for his problem over there, and Clownshot does get away, but his flash has also been burned. Flash just a second or a millisecond before W could get his own flash off and gets away to safety. Thresh is looking for a hook over here. Copy. I don't know how he ended up here because he was off screen, but the fear connects. Here comes the Cho'Gath uproot as well. Copy's trying to go over the wall. Does flash away. Oh no, a miss flash from the Cho'Gath, and it's all going disastrously for the side of RPG.
Yeah, I mean, fail flash comes out from the Cho'Gath. I think Copy was trying to proxy the wave, and that's how he ended up there. Having said that, the whole wave gets denied from the side of Cho'Gath as he was too busy trying to catch the Yasuo, and the fail flash was just the cherry on top for the side of Kakao Gaming. And Copy, as Thresh might end up dying here again. This takes a lot of damage. Kalista is yet to go back, so does not have her items right now. And we saw the earlier invade as well. The Nocturne ends up dying to the Diana, and that's all coming because of this bot lane pressure that Kakao Gaming is able to provide the support to his jungler to just make him do whatever he wants to do.
And Copy pretty much got away with murder on the top side, because I'm pretty sure Cho'Gath flashes over, he gets the kill as well. But yeah, Copy just survives on by this skin of his teeth, gets away. Cho'Gath, unfortunately, not looking good right now for Killer 9. This is where a bit of the nerves also come up for the players who have not seen this much of big screen time as well in big competitions, and that's maybe playing parts also into how RPG are playing in this game, especially how Thresh walked up to that ward. No need whatsoever. Cho'Gath, as you said, missed quite a huge wave. Yasuo is doing pretty fine himself, almost up to the Berserker. He's Copy nicely dodging out. He is level 6, might be looking to go in for the kill. Does get the knockup, does get the ult with the wind wall popped as well. He dodges the route up from the Cho'Gath. Now Cho'Gath has to run away. Q3 comes in. Cho'Gath gets knocked up. Nice dash forward by Copy onto the E. Gets another Q off. Oh no! One more auto would have secured the kill onto the big bad monster. But no, Cho'Gath getting away with his life over there, and being thankful that Copy doesn't have flash. But he did not have a... He's going to TP back into lane, but Dragon has already been started up by Kakao Gaming, and they're going to take this one pretty much with no consequences.
Yeah. Not a big loss for the side of Cho'Gath, but you can see the CS difference almost double and more for the side of Copy, as he was almost able to get the Cho'Gath solo right there, and this only gets worse because Copy is going to get his Blade of the Ruin King as he's deciding to fight the Nocturne for some reason. I don't think that's going to work out. Copy might finally end up dying here as the Cho'Gath can pick up the skill. Let's see who's going to get it, but Copy, there you go, ends up dying. Overextended his boundaries right there. I don't think he should have done that, knowing his team was taking Dragon, so it's fairly obvious that Nocturne would be towards the top side of the map. The barrier gets used from the side of Kaisa. A lot of damage still comes down from Vortex on this Kalista, looking really solid so far. And we can see the CS lead as well for every member, bar the Thresh, who ends up dying as we speak about him right there. The ultimate is going to
they're
get
not
used.
done.
Yeah, Kaisa is just
They
able
are trying
to
to
walk
walk
away from
away.
trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kaiser gets out, and in the top side, that was pretty much a deja vu scenario for Copy. When the last time that failed flash happened
Yeah.
to the Cho'Gath, he was that far up extended. This time gets punished, doesn't have his own flash, no need at least at all. He even emotes on his way out, just annoy his opponents a bit. But yeah, he does end up going down at least over there. But yeah, like you said, not that necessary to be that overextended where you're just so far ahead in your lane as well in terms of CS, in terms of how you're playing your lane. But just that's the arrogance and the overzealous that we like to see from this man in the top side from Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, 100%. I think we are quite used to that, and now he has to be careful as well. So you can see the Thresh, the Mals are also moving hands together towards the top side of the map. Copy still does not have flash. The Nocturne is going to look with his paranoia, as well as the Grubs are going to get started by Diana, and these will burn down pretty fast. Just how Diana functions as a champion, is able to pick up these monsters very quickly, and there you go, 2 already picked up, so that will be another stack for their feats. 2 more objectives, I mean 1 more objective to go for the side of Kakao Gaming, and they'll be able to secure the feats for themselves, as Copy is going to trade a bit towards the Cho'Gath. I think he needs a Blade of the Ruin King to start winning out on these small trades. As you can see, the Cho'Gath is stacking up the armor and HP for himself. Not a lot going on the map right now, as all the objectives are down, but the bot difference has been quite significant to start off this game too.
Yeah, and Copy's still going to keep on against. Oh no, the E back into the knockup from the Cho'Gath was not what Copy wanted over there. But yeah, like you're saying, until the Blade of the Ruin, probably not going to win out of much of the fights over here. Then again, he eased back into the knockup, not just waiting for the timing. Copy, very happy right now, just how he's playing. I can make out that this man is playing with a grin on his face, just the amount he's putting the pressure on against the Cho'Gath over here. And now he does hit the Q3, does ultimate over here, but here on the bot side, in the mid side, you can see the Nocturne has gone in as well. The Azir survives with a slither of HP. The Nocturne doesn't have a Q to follow up. He had just used it. Azir gets out, but he has burned his flash. Now it looks like the Thresh is going to be caught out yet again. Red Corporal comes in with his own ultimate, does secure the kill for his team. And that's a Thresh seeing the grey screen for the 3rd time this game.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 deaths for his team. Like, that just Ghost Snip not having the best game of his life so far, I would say. Getting caught out again. Did burn his flash, still ended up going down, so that's never good. As 3 plates will be picked up for the side of Vortex and Love to towards this bot side of the map. They still have all 4 of their summoner spells up, so they are they're just fine doing this. They're not in any sort of trouble, as Nasher's Tooth has been picked up from the side of Dead Corporal on the Diana, so he's looking strong as well. And this might be another death for the poor Thresh. The cleanse comes out, the barrier goes out for Black Venom. The bailout is there, so that's going to be a kill secured again for the side of Vortex. 3-0 and 2, he goes 100% kill participation along with his support. And that might be first turret as well, unless the Thresh is able to stand the sort of onslaught that is coming out from the bot lane, as the Cho'Gath is going to go down towards the top side of the map. The TP comes in from the Malzahd. I don't think it's going to matter too much. W has roamed, does go in, double man knockup, and that's going to be another couple of kills picked up for the side of Kakao Gaming, and this is looking very bleak for the side of RPG. And now we see the enablers that Copy has for himself in the form of Azir, the Kalista ultimate, the Diana ultimate. Just a lot of knockups for him to play his game.
And there was such a beautiful combo coming in for their side, right? You can see over here in your replay. Nice EQ, Shirima shuffle coming in, followed up by Copy with his own ultimate, locked him down into place. This is what they thought about when the draft was getting locked in for their side, especially with the Diana as well. And that's 3-0 in the top side. That was unfortunately the bailout saves the Kallista's life in the bot side of the map as well. So that's all in all a 4-0 for the side of Kakao Gaming. And unfortunately, it's only going to be Nocturne having one kill that he tried to pick up somewhat over across the map. But otherwise, it's not looking good at all for RPG. Copy just putting in the amount of damage. He's not even got a blade of the Ruin King yet. And this is the state that the Cho'Gath finds himself in. Cho'Gath only 2 giant health bells, has a Dornzing, has the cloth armor, but it's just not enough. And this is going to be looking like Kakao Gaming securing their feats of strength with their second Drake of the game. They picked up 2 Drakes, they picked up all 3 Grubs, and they've picked up a whole lot of dominance. And RPG completely on the back foot, even a worse situation compared to game 1.
Yeah, and I don't think RPG has any answers in the draft itself for themselves. It's just a comp that does not work too well. The Kaisa and Nocturne can be a combo, but except for them, I don't think there's too much to play around. And they have to do this. They have to leave the waves, leave their turrets to die, because they can't even step up with how the early game has gone, especially for the bot lane in this match. And we spoke about it. I think a Poppy pickup would have fixed a lot of these draft issues for the side of RPG, but they chose not to pick it up. Maybe not too friendly with that champion, and we can see how badly it's ending up for them in this game too.
Definitely, and now Yasuo yet again 1 level up onto Killer Naimiti, nicely dodging, the knockups. Does channel the Q3, does channel the ultimate. Here comes the Nocturne from far away. What was
Ooh,
that
flash
by Copy? I don't know. That's what he had in mind. But in the meantime, getting answered by the Malzahar kill in the mid lane. 3-man, 4-man tower dive essentially over this. I think Love 2 was even in the picture. Thresh, you have to be very careful how you walk forward. The flash forward by Love 2 secures Thresh in position. Here comes the ultimate from another hourglass. That's going to be the Thresh dying for the 4th time. Very interesting flash by Copy in the top side, if you're going to come back to that. I don't know what he wanted to do. Maybe try to flash out of the knock-up, but maybe just didn't anticipate exactly where that's going on. But these kind of mistakes are okay, especially given the state that your team is in right now and just the amount of dominance they're showing.
Yeah, I think it's just a misclick. I think we can give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. Not having his best game on the champion that he loves so much is the only the champion who has died twice in this game for his team. But having said that, I think it's fine. The rest of the team looking really solid. 4-0 and 2 on the Diana, 3-0-1. The Azir doing work as well, and 3-0 and 4 with the highest kill participation is Vortex. On the Kalista himself, 70% kill participation. So all of these guys have stepped up in this game too, and they just want to get out of this series as soon as possible, showing their best hand, and it looks like it will be a very quick one as the Cho'Gath is going to get pulled back. The knockup is going to miss, but I don't think it's going to matter too much.
Yeah, I'm not seeing many of these knockups actually hit essentially from the Cho'Gath. That's also because the Yasuo has been dodging quite a bit. Copy has been playing nicely on the champion, even has the board completed. But you can see that lanes have been swapped. Copies on the bot side, while Love 2 and Vortex top side over here. Rift Herald's up for the taking if anybody actually wants to go from the side of Kakao, because they're the ones completely in the driver's seat. They're going to start it up as well. Just talking a bit of gold difference, almost at the 2k margin. Sorry, at the 10k margin. They're at around 9k right now. And you can already see Kalista already up in itemization against the Kaisa. Kaisa only has the Kraken Slayer, not even boots completed, while as Kalista has the Borg, has boots, is moving up to the Gunsuse as well. So very, very happy person right now for herself. The Azir, very well fared 3-0-1. And this Malzahar pick has not worked out at all, as well as the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, I mean, it was never going to work with the sort of CC that has come out from the side of Kakao Gaming. So many knockups and the pullback as well. So you can't stand still and hope to connect your ultimate, as the Paranoia is going to come towards the top side of the map. Let's see if the Rupture is going to connect from the side. Or never mind, that Corporal flashes, dashes, connects his ultimate, and that's going to be a dead Cho'Gath. But the killer instinct comes in from the Kaisa. Let's see if she's able to trade something back. The hook is going to miss. The Shurima drift was not the best one from the side of W, as he did not have his ultimate up. I think it would have been just fine if he just stood back and commanded his soldiers to attack, and that hook was just a bait, and that's going to be a 4-for-1 trade towards the top side of the map in what looks like a 2 versus 4 or 5. I want to say that, yeah, that's just the state of the game. You can see the goal difference as well. 12,000 at 17 minutes. And it's only going to increase as Dead Corporal will be able to pick up the T2 turret. And there you go. 14,000 gold lead coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming in this one.
Yeah, and that hook was completely unwarranted. It got him and his fellow teammate killed over there. So, RPG a bit lacking. Go Snipe. The Thresh performance completely lackluster, at least compared to what game 1 was. He wasn't doing that bad of a job.
Yeah, it was a death sentence for his team.
It was a death sentence. I like it because the puns coming in over here. We're trying to make it a bit more fun. Nicely put over there. It was a bit of a death sentence for his own teammate over there. A bit of friendly fire, essentially. But yes, going forward, moving on, you can see Kakao Gaming are going to be able to be picking up their 3rd Drake of the game. Look at Dead Corporal. The man is 8-0-2. He is completely dominating like we had predicted on the lineup. But here comes the first good Malzahar ultimate onto Copy. Copy put into his place. Copy instantly knocked away. But nice 3-man shuffle. But it's just a bit too late for their side. But Kakao Gaming are fighting back without Copy as well. The damage is being put down. Azir has met the Grayscreen. So has the Thresh. So has the Cho'Gath. Flash forward by Vortex. Precognition. The spell shield won't save your life. That's a triple kill for the Kalista. Probably a quadra kill comes in. But no, Dead Corporal's going to be sneaky. He takes that away from the side of Vortex. But maybe just because Vortex almost looked like he was going down as well in that fight. So that's going to be a 4-for-2. In the favor of Kakao Gaming, and Copy was almost instantly out of the fight in the beginning. So essentially, that fight was of 1-for-4 later on, and that just shows you how well Vortex is playing on this Kalista. He's flashing forward, he's going for the flashy plays. Unfortunately, just missed out on the quadra kill. A bit due to DC there.
Yeah, it was a good Shurima shuffle coming in as well. It was just unfortunate that Copy had died so early on in the fight, or it would have been a 3-man knockup as the Rupture is going to get sidestepped, but the slow comes in from the Cho'Gath. Is going to hop away. The flash hook comes in. The cleanse is used. The bailout is there. The shutdown, 1,000 gold bounty goes on to Malzahar, but let's see if they will be able to run away safely. It looks like they can. A really good pickup for the side of RPG, and Clown Shot, who gets his 2nd kill of the game, let alone the biggest shutdown available in the match so far.
Yeah, and it's just looking not at all good for the side of Report. Look at where Copy is. Look at it. Just look at the map where Copy is at right now. He's in there. He is just toying around with him quite a bit. Gets the knockup, flashes to try and get away. He doesn't have a minion to dash towards. He's going to be pretty much locked into place. Gets the kill. Who's going to be picking it up? It's going to be Black Venom who gets that kill. So W uses Shumir Shuffle to get away. Here comes the ultimate from the Nocturne. Finally, he flies from the skies. They finally get a kill on to them. But no, Precog is the one who has to run away. W goes back in, picks up the kill onto the Nocturne before shortly falling down himself. Lot of taking HP pulse. Yet again, another hook lands, but I don't think you want any of this smoke if you are the side of RPG. It's going to be Clown Shot that gets hit by the Renata ultimate. Nobody else hit, but there's a lot of low HP bars. Can love to do much with the bailout. Here comes Dead Corporal, a double kill for himself. Can he get Black Venom before he falls down? But no, he does not. But here comes the star player. It is Vortex who gets the stragglers of this fight. Here comes the ultimate from the Kalista. He picks up Love too, and that's going to be enough for Vortex to secure a double kill for himself. That's an ace for the side of Kakao Gaming. And this is the beginning of the end, at least for this series, if I may say so myself over here, Kakao.
Yeah, I think this might be the end as well if they decide to do so, but never mind. They're going to track back to the Atakan, and as you said, a 5-for-1 ace coming out, 11-1-7, Dead Corporal just showing up on this Diana, and these guys will never run out of champions if they keep playing like this. 0-0 and 14 for Love 2 as well. I think we have to give him a shout out. He has been phenomenal with the bailouts
Oh
and
yeah.
his ultimates as well. Supports are usually not spoken about that much, but it was him who enabled Vortex to get the first blood, and having such a great game, this bot lane together, along with the jungler. So I think it's a very well played game from the side of Love 2 on his primary role, I would want to say, but he did perform really well on the Ezreal as well. So I'm not sure if we can say that, but he's done pretty well, and the Atakan is going to get picked up. And as you said, the beginning of the end for the side of RPG. Look at the goal lead, man. It's 13,000. I don't think that has gone down at all. It just keeps on increasing as the Nocturne is going to get caught out. Vortex might be able to kill him. He's going to flash away. I don't think it matters too much. And there you go. Vortex goes on a killing spree yet again. 0-0 and 15 onto the support. And let's see how KKG decides to close this one out.
I think this is pretty much the end. Precognition's down. He's in the gray screen. Vortex catches up pretty well. He himself is 9-1 and 5. They can't. RPG can't even match this against the inhibitor right here. Joga's trying to run forward. The hooks are not landing that well from the side of the Thresh when they need to, but nice Malzahar out onto Vortex AJ.
Oh,
but look at the
beautiful.
knockouts, look at the damage. The Surima Shuffle gets flashed away by Black Venom, but Black Venom is the only one who's left. Even he is not going to be allowed to survive. It's a triple kill coming in from Dead Corporal, and that is pretty much GG. That's going to be Kakao Gaming winning the series 2-0. But hold this, Precognition's not done. He wants some consolation points, someone brownie points essentially in this situation. The ace icon yet again comes on your screen once the Nocturne yet again meets the gray screen. That's going to be Kakao Gaming taking the series 2-0 in the best of 3 against RPG and locking in their first points in the leaderboard for Legends Ascend.
Yeah, I mean that was more of the game that we expected in game one as well. A very quick series as we look at the last team fight, and Copy gets caught. I don't think it mattered too much. I think Copy could have just I think he could have played the worst game of his life and still would have been able to get out of it pretty easily. So that's the sort of game that we looked at as Dead Corporal was I'm sure he will get the MVP for this game because of his score line and how he played. He was everywhere on the map. And yeah, just a very clean 2-0, I would say, from the side of Kakao Gaming, making their mark, getting those points on board already. And that's how you want to start off a league series. And congratulations to them on getting this first victory.
Yeah, definitely. Kakao Gaming looked like they were the top dogs coming into this matchup. Completely played it like this. This is pretty much how I imagine game one going. Maybe if Elise didn't, DC over the Dead Corporal didn't, get the disconnect. But Copy doing fantastic on the Yasuo. Did overextend quite a bit. Did go had a lot of fun actually. You could see he was pretty much always in the wrong side of the map, just chilling over there. The Malzahar pick did not come to fruition. The Cho'Gath pick definitely did not come to fruition. It looked like maybe Black Venom could do something, but his lane was pretty much cursed from the beginning after, the Thresh early death to the side of Vortex. The Thresh walking up to the bush that he's already warded over there. And a bit of fun coming in for Precognition at the end, getting his, last stand over here, last word, last say in this matter, getting that kill. But yeah, that's Copy going killless in this game, but fantastically well played from Love 2. Like you were saying before, the bailouts just coming in at perfect time, especially in the bot side matchup for the Kalista when she survived, when it looked like Thresh was actually doing something useful in the game, and you maybe thought that maybe it was going to turn it back, but no, nice play comes even with the Diana on the top side later on, much deeper into the game, where Diana ends up getting a double kill, comes back to gets a lot of damage onto Black Venom. And the last two stragglers in that fight ended up killed by the side of Vortex. But very well played to the side of Kakao Gaming. And this is what you actually expect of a team of this caliber. And they just showed you exactly why we think of them as a top 2, top 1 team in the region.
Yeah, I mean, the handshake, the bailout, the hostile takeover, I think everything was on point for the side of Love to win this game. So he won't get the MVP, but he was just so well played. And as you said, Kakao Gaming just doing so well in their respective roles in this one. And this was just a one-sided series.
Yeah, definitely. And just looking a bit at the facts on paper, this much more difference in terms of kills, at least in this game. 29 to the 11, for Kakao Gaming to the 11 of RPG. Goal difference quite a bit. 16k this time for the side of Kakao Gaming. Three drakes they didn't even take to reach the Soul Drake. They've taken pretty
I
much
mean,
every single jungle objective: Rift Herald, Void Grubs,
you
Atakan, and this is the
you
dominance.
look at the sorry to cut you off, but you look at the right side and you see a lot of zeros right there, and that just shows the sort of game that we had. Zero towers, zero elder dragons, dragons, barons, rift herald, I mean, you name it, right? So that's the sort of game that we looked at. Kakao Gaming overwhelming uh, favorites as well. I think it has to be said, as we look at the MVP of this game: 15-1 and 9 KDA for this Diana, 1200 damage per minute in a very short game, 9.3 CS per minute, 15,618 gold for himself. And this is the second time we have seen him playing the Diana in the jungle. And this is something to be looked at for other teams, that maybe they want to ban it out, because this guy just looks flawless when he plays at champion.
Absolutely, and with a team as with such deep champion pools like Kakao Gaming, it's so hard to go for your banning plays the way you want it to go. Because either way you see it, some champion that you don't want will fall into their hands, and that just shows you right here, right? They targeted Copy quite a bit in the first game. He still ends up with his Jax dominance with that. Even here, they're trying to get things away from the rest of the team. DC ends up, Dead Corporal ends up with his Diana, and he does fantastic with it. Moving on so forward, going on over here.
Again, right, even if you ban him out, he'll just play the J4 in the jungle, and now you have wasted 3-4 bans on him. And same goes for most of these players. So again, that is their uniqueness, that is their strength, and it will show up, I'm pretty sure, as the I would say the teams level up and their opponents level up, and we will see those sort of shenanigans coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming. But for now, they don't have to change anything. Play the standard role, play your respective role, and just kill the enemy team.
Are there even any respective roles in the side of Kakao Gaming? Because they switch it up whenever they feel like it, and they do phenomenally even when they do that as well, right? You saw Dead Corporal, the support, comes into the jungle, does good, love to play ADC first game, played support, amazing support coming out from him. So just very, very, well-rounded players coming out from the side, and that's pretty much a huge talking point in their strength. And guys, with that, we will be taking a break, but don't go anywhere, guys, because another best of 3 will be coming up. That will be Phoenix Ascension versus Poro Patrol, and you don't want to miss the action, so don't go anywhere.
Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give you all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like on grind. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends Legends Ascent South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside this time Fireball, pretty much an old face in the scene. You know this guy for a long time as well. Before we get back into talking about Fireball as well, coming back here, let's talk about last game, right? It's 2-0 went in Kakao Gaming's favor there against RPG. RPG in first game still gave a bit head to head, especially when Dead Corporal disconnected for about say 10 to 15 minutes, but in the end they ended up losing game 1, and game 2 went in very fast fashion towards the side of Kakao Gaming. It was very hard for them to nail anything back against them. So that's Kakao Gaming picking up some points on the leaderboard, and RPG gonna have to rethink a bit of their drafting, because their second game drafting didn't make sense whatsoever. Even a lot of people in the chat were saying that why the Malzahar, why not the Orianna with the Nocturne, why a lot of things, and then maybe it's time to move out of comfort picks and move into a more strategized drafting for themselves. And then that's about it over there.
Madness, it's good to be back after a long time. We had a long break, but it's good to be back casting League of Legends, especially with you with the new tournament, Legends Ascend South Asia. You spoke about the first game, so let's move on to the second game. But before that, we'll have a look at the leaderboards. Let's see how the teams are stacking up in this group stage. As you see, 9 teams selected after the grueling qualifiers that we had. Kakao Gaming will be the first ones to be on the board with 1 win, granting them 3 points. And this is going to be a tough battle between all these 9 teams till the very end.
Yeah, and you could see that even RPG have that one loss in their are already in their data sheet, and it's unfortunate for them. They had to go against a team like Kakao in their first game of this tournament, but that was just game 1. We are going to move on to game 2. This is going to be a best of 3 between Phoenix Ascension and Poro Patrol. Phoenix Ascension being your team from Sri Lanka and Poro Patrol being yet another team from Bangladesh. So a bit of Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh rivalry going up over there. And I think you've seen PNX before, Fireball. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, PNX, one of the teams which always had like deep runs in the previous tournaments. They were the ones going till like the semi-finals, sometimes the finals. I'm pretty sure they came out ahead in one tournament as well, one of the mini tournaments that we had. So PNX Ascension, lot of well-known names, especially Q2, the Shy Boy, people like that. They've been in the scene for a very, very long time now, and I have high hopes with PNX Ascension going in. And Poro Patrol, relatively new. I do not recognize much of these guys. I remember T-Rex from the previous tournaments, and they look like they have a promising roster, but they are up against a formidable opponent in their first match itself. So I think this is the perfect opportunity for them to just cement their place in the team. So I'm pretty sure the rest of the 7 teams will be looking up to this game as well to see what Poro Patrol can offer and what way to make a statement against PNX Ascension. It will be saying that we're jumping right into the draft phase, as we have Poro Patrol on the red side. PNX Ascension will be taking the blue side, starting the bans with the Jarvan and Silas taken away from the first picks, and Poro Patrol will take away Nautilus and Malzahar. So Madness, talk to me about the meta, how it's going on right now. What are these teams preferring, as you were there for most of the qualifiers as well? And what was the draft pick looking like?
It was looking pretty standard compared to what you see in most regions. You do have, your chosen picks that you like to go for your comfort picks going on. You do see a lot of aggression early on, aggressive junglers like the Jarvan, Zinja, if they're not banned out, and you're pretty much playing a lot towards the top side of the map because we are seeing most of Atakans even spawning that side of the map as well. So talking a bit more about bans, Akali's not going to see it. Q2 loves playing this champion, so I don't see why not to ban it against him. And the Shy Boy very good on the Jarvan pickup. Kaisa gets banned out. Kaisa, a pretty good staple, pretty decent ADC to play in pretty much anyone's hands who is a good ADC player. You have no problem whatsoever about how you want to orient yourself on that champion. But a Soraka first pick, I don't honestly see this coming through. More likely it's going to be that Nocturne that gets picked up for the jungle of Phoenix Ascension, and we're going to see what else people want to pick out over here. I think Kasa might be filling in today because Kasa usually is not going to be playing that support role. I think that's what he's been opted to do for today. So let's see what Phoenix Ascension can do with this. And by the way, guys, it is Phoenix Ascension on the right side. I think it's a bit of bugs in the UI right now, but yeah, that's it. Phoenix Ascension sitting on your right while Poro Patrol's on your left, and a lot of confident faces coming out from the side of Poro Patrol. They did have a good qualifier. They did make it through in qualifiers as well, but they did struggle quite a bit against when they're reaching the top, cream of the top teams that we have. So maybe a bit harder for them. But Phoenix Ascension locking a very deadly bot lane over there inside of the Ashe and the Braum. Don't you think so, Five?
Yeah. Prelude galore for PNX right there, as Ashe and Braum will get locked in. CC for days. Very strong combination. But then again, I like the Nocturne pick. I'm not so sure about the Aphelios. Let's see. Showing that Aphelios, the mobile AD carry earlier on, gives PNX a lot of options to counter that. And let's see what their picks are going to be. I like the Nocturne, can never go wrong with it. Pretty safe, can jump on the AD carries, especially considering Ashe immobile as well, and can give that AD carry a hard time. Aphelios will be paired up with the Thresh. So Thresh not very common in like the top group scenes, I guess, as like LPL, LCK and all things like that.
Yeah.
Most like more of a one-trick champ that they prefer. And now Zyra is going to get locked in for the jungle role, I'm pretty sure. So kind of a combo coming in right now. Brom engaged, maybe Ash gets a pick and Zyra, lights up the ground with her garden. And first 3 picks, I'm happy with both the sides turning out to be an interesting draft. Going to the second phase of bans now, PNX will be looking to take away the solo laners, and they are not going to be dealing with the Mordekaiser, one of the fan favorites, the team favorites of League of Legends in India. You can hardly have a game without a Mordekaiser in it. So that's not going to be an option available for Poro Patrol right now, as let's see what they reply to that ban with.
Yeah, and talking about that Zyra, Shyboy loves playing this Zyra as a jungle, and yeah, now we see the correct teams, above teams as well. You can see that everything is locked in. Hydra, known in the previous past as playing Darius a bit quite as well, so the ban of the Darius makes complete sense for the side of Poro Patrol. So they're doing a lot of targeted bans over here instead of more meta kind of bans. But like you were talking about the Thresh, usually you don't see it unless it's in the hands of a one trick, and we saw how badly a Thresh can go if you're not playing it right in the last game of the best of 3 series in the game 1, right? It went so bad the Thresh ended up getting the first blood. So you have to be careful when you play the champion. And nice ban coming in from the side of Phoenix Ascension. They don't want the Orianna with the Nocturne, playing a good draft, and this is the strong points of Phoenix Ascension. They draft pretty well, their macros are pretty well, even of maybe not on an individual level, maybe not, no one stands out, but as a team they play really well.
Picks, I think we'll be looking at the solo laners right now. PNX Ascension, what are we thinking? They're running down the clock with that. Ione, I'm assuming, going to the mid lane, a very ballsy pick right there. But then you already see a heavy pick composition being picked up by PNX Ascension. So basically, you're just looking for an Ash Arrow engage and just dumping everything onto that target. This Aphelios really needs to be on his tippy toes, and Thresh really needs to be providing that peel for him to provide any sort of sustainable damage. Poro Patrol will reply with the Mel. I really like that, as you can deflect the Ash Arrow, a lot of Prom engage coming in as well. And Mel's going to be in the mid lane, and it's going to get rounded off with what looks like a set hover by Poro Patrol. And what do you think about Mel? She was like really, really strong when she came out. Everyone was like complaining about the OP-ness of the champion with a lot of updates and patches. So how do you think she is in the current state of the game?
I still think she's a very strong champion. Pretty much in the rankings you see, she gets banned or she gets picked. She even get, I think, a buff 1 or 2 patches ago. So she's in a pretty good spot right now. I don't mind her whatsoever as a pick. But the side of Phoenix Ascension, they're lacking quite a bit in AP. You only have the Zyra is going to be putting that out for yourself, because you've got an AD mid. Q2 does phenomenally on the unit, does hit multiple, R's as well. You want to see what Hydra does on this Renekton against Set, gets away from the shields as well. So he's also going to be having a good time on that side. But yeah, like you're talking about, Phoenix Ascension is more of like a lock on one target comp and, just annihilate them before a proper team fight starts to build out. And that's pretty much going to be their strategy going in. While, Poro Patrol with the Mel, you can get some poke going down. You can, lock up one target with this with the thresholds. You can set ult into multiple members if you pick up the Brom or you pick up the Renekton. So it's going to be how they want to pick their battles essentially across this rift. And time and time again we've seen that Phoenix Ascension are not never shy away from fights. They like to take fights, but they like to take it at their pace. They like to dictate the pace themselves, and they like to play according to good macro calls. And especially with Casa being on the rift, I don't doubt that he's going to be giving a lot of those calls alongside Shyboy.
Definitely. Looking at Phoenix Ascension's team comp as well, they have that big potential with the Ash Arrow as mentioned. They have good engage with the Brom ultimate as well. And for the side of Poro Patrol, essentially, is this going to be the Thresh looking for the hooks, looking for the picks right there? I mean, the Nocturne is going to be there to jump in, but then where does the follow-up come from? The Nocturne's going to jump the back line. Then you have the Set who will be trying to run in or, ultimate his way into the back line to provide that follow-up. Not like a clear-cut way for them to reach this Ashe there, but hoping that the Nocturne can give the Ashe a difficult time for the side of Poro Patrol. All in all, still, I think the first time these two teams are going to be meeting on the Rift. So, first game is going to give us an idea about the level that we are working with right now and how this match is going to play out. The best of 3, reminding you guys. But I think still, Poro Patrol is going to be the underdogs and they have to come out punching, and PNX Ascension, they just need to do what they have been doing all these years, and I think they should be fine.
I think this is where the experience of PNX comes into play, right? They have such a well-rounded draft. You already see the clear-minded what they're going into the draft with, while Poro Patrol is a bit here, there, and you have to think about it. It's more your comfort picks going into your banning and picking over there and how you want to play it around. But yeah, they have to be tough. Like you said, these teams haven't faced each other on the Rift, so it's going to be a good a standard entry into the tournament. I remind you guys, this is the group stage for the tournament. These teams will be playing inside. No one who ever loses today won't essentially lose out. They'll only lose out in terms of points, because you're going to get 3 points for winning, and that's what you want to end up with. It's like Kakao did against RPG, who are already starting off the tournament a bit on the back foot. So RPG also a team for Bangladesh. Hopefully today another Bangladeshi team doesn't go winless as well. Hopefully good standing against PNX, because PNX I arguably are maybe in top 3 as well of this competition, because after Kakao and so Asterix, now known as Soul, I think they have a pretty good standing over here. But guys, don't go anywhere. We'll come back shortly with the action after we take a very short break.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sing for the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. I did it. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm gonna win. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. I did it. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm gonna win. Flip the stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Sorry about the delay, but we are back with League of Legends Ascent South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside Fireball. You saw the draft, you saw the kind of things that were going on over there, and we're shortly heading to Fireball. Any last thoughts about the draft before we head in?
Same. Still, I think Poro Patrol has the underdog feature, and they have the thing, they have to prove themselves coming up against PNX Ascension. Most of them are on their comfort picks as well, and I feel it's going to be a tough battle, but let's see if Poro can prove me wrong as we jump right into the game. This will be the game 1 in the best of 3 series in the league stage, the group stage of Legends Ascent South Asia, and boy am I excited to get things started. Any predictions, Madness, before we jump in?
I'm slightly going to favor the side of Phoenix Ascension, just given the caliber of the team that they have, especially with their drafting they've done. It just shows you the experience they have, at least as a team, the synergy that there's bestowed upon them, especially with Casa, the main guy who's organized everything in the team as well, currently playing in the roster. So it's going to be a lot of calm and cool collected heads going in there. So I'm going to give it maybe a 2-0 in their favor, but that's not saying that Poro Patrol are out of the picture, because they are a team that can fight quite a bit, and hopefully they do take us all the way to game 3. But predictions are not on their side, but definitely we do love an underdog story. We do love to see a team come up from behind, and hopefully they prove me wrong, maybe my own words, and hopefully take us all the way to them getting the 3 points. But till now, that's what it is. It's going to be game 1 of the best of 3 series between Poro Patrol and Phoenix Ascension. Poro Patrol on the blue side, Phoenix Ascension on the red side, as we head off into the rift over here.
Starting looks like pretty standard stuff. Teams are going to spread out, guard their jungle entrances, don't want any invades of any sort. Both the teams, I think, Poro Patrol should not be trying to invade regardless. There's a Prom against them. One of the, if not the best level 1 champion that there might be, along with something like a Nautilus. But yeah, playing it smart. Let's see if they go for any deep vision, as Invoker and Venom are slowly inching their way towards the jungle of PNX. They do get that 1 ward down at the Raptors. Venom will get a small poke onto Q2 as well. Makes some gold for herself. The ward from the side of PNX will be spotted out by the bot lane of Poro Patrol, and that is taken out immediately. So Poro Patrol with a slight advantage of vision in the jungle of PNX right there.
Yeah, and I think a bit of matches, mix and match coming out, because Jazzabar is usually the support, while Derek's is usually the mid laner for the side of Poro Patrol. So I think their support was not available, so they had to, mix and match their roles. Invoker traditionally, their ADC will be going into the jungle instead on that Nocturne. So maybe this is why we saw certain picks coming out on the draft, given what they're maybe used to playing if they're on the off-roll part of it going on. So you see Venom, typically their top laner will be starting out as the Mel in the mid lane against the Yone, already feeling quite a bit of pressure, even though she has quite range and amount of poke for her side. Top side, Hydra trading very aggressively against Jun, and Hydra coming out on top until Jun hit that second punch onto him over there. Q2 gets a lot of chunk damage, but you can see jungle wise, both junglers starting on the bot side of the map, passing towards the top side, and Zyra always going to have a bit more of the tempo.
There are a lot of rosters swapping, like you mentioned. Let's see if that plays a role in the game, as certainly it's not that easy to just completely change the entire lane few minutes before your game. So I hope Venom and T-Rex can handle that accordingly. So far, so good. Nothing's really happening. Teams are just happy on farming, as Hydra did get the push on to the set in the top side. He has the Zyra pathing towards him. He takes a turret hit. With the second hit, it's actually going to be first blood being taken down by Zun. Hydra misplaying severely over there, forgetting about the pull that set has, pulls him into the turret and just gives away first blood for free, essentially.
Yeah, he had flash. He could have maybe got out of the exchange much earlier, but unfortunately, yeah, like you said, just not respecting the set pulling him in over there. He was trying to maybe min-max how he was getting, the trading going down underneath turret, set taking complete advantage, and Jun picking up first blood for Poro Patrol, and this is where the underdog story starts to come in a bit. Hydra oversteps quite significantly, but still going to be up in CS as the wave towards his side can't choose to do it whatsoever. The bot side, Janna and Kasa are pushing forward. Kasa usually likes to traditionally play the mid side, but will be filling in as a support for the team. So a lot of, as you said, role swaps coming in. Let's see how this actually helps out, because as you said, not that easy to role swap in a game like League of Legends if you're not that used to it. Venom has no mana, can't actually trade much against Q2. Q2's E snapback just before maybe Nocturne comes in. But look at this, the Shy Boy and Kasa putting on the moves against Invoker. Nice spell shield coming in from him. Prevents the Q of the Braum from landing fully.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be a mini battle right there for the chickens, as I think Zyra got the most of them. Well, no, they're still standing there. 3 members from the side of Phoenix, they really want to take away this Raptor camp away from Invoker. Now Venom is trying to walk up, flash forward, barely will stop because of the root, forcing the flash back from Mel as well. So flash is being traded there. Kasa using both of his summoner spells onto Venom. Venom just escaping with his flash. At the end, it was the Shy Boy who did get the Raptor camp. So a lot of resources being used for that jungle camp over there. But now that's a flashless Mel in the mid lane, and that's a juicy target.
Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely take the flash of the Mel for the flash of the Braum any day. As you said, now a flashless Mel, if she uses her stun, pretty much has nothing to do if, Shy Boy comes in. But look at this. Nocturne going to counter and go take away the chickens of Zyra, for Zyra putting so much pressure in his own jungle. And Hydra will look to get the kill. The flash.
Not sure about that.
The last auto didn't get it. Shan also has to burn his flash.
He had a really nice trade pattern over there. Even managed to dodge the set W with the slice and dice. It just went behind him. Just the final auto. I think he was hesitating on using his flash. If he used it earlier to secure the kill, or just held on to the flash, forcing the flash from the set, that would have been a win as well. So at the end, they just end up trading flashes, and the set can just teleport back. So net, nothing worth coming in for Hydra over there, as the wave was pretty much in the middle of the lane. But still asserting some dominance, the set will be thinking about that trade in the back of his head now. Like, can't go on toe-to-toe with this guy. Again, he's dealing with the Renekton, one of the stronger champions in the lane earlier on in the game. So, has to be careful over there, as the bot lane is being pretty docile right now. Nothing much going on. They're just happy to keep farming. But the Ashe has developed like a 12 CS lead already out of nothing. I don't think there was a lot of trading or anything going on. Essentially, no jungle intervention at all. Just based on pure laning, we see Janna from PNX getting himself a 2-wave, very significant advantage.
Yeah, and the trade's not going Q2's favor against Venom. Nice, shield coming in against his own Q3 that hit out over there. I'm gonna have to use this to maybe create some distance. That's exactly what he does. But this is what we were talking about earlier on. Jazz's bot, traditionally a support, maybe not going to be faring that well on the ADC role. Is getting pushed in quite a bit. Has to hold his mark. Yep, he did do
Got the
that.
last
Drake,
six under
Drake
the
started
turret.
out. Yeah, he did get the draft right. He's not doing as bad as you would expect. Red team gets the
Yeah.
Drake, and it's otherwise a slow start to the game.
Yeah, Chemtech Dragon, the first one taken down by the side of PNX. So again, keeping an eye on the feats of warfare as well. So they have a point on the objective one. Poro has the kill feat warfare 1 point over there. So 3 for each will be when they get the feat of that specific objective. 2 objectives to get the upgraded boots. As Ash gets a ridiculous recall, a BF sword and a slingshot over there, working nicely towards what I feel is the Yuntal's wild arrows, and Jana feeling really good on that Ash right there. Aphelios, I think,
Yeah, definitely.
still he will be happy with this. He just wants to keep farming. Aphelios is not a champion known to be doing really well early trades in the lane itself. Now, in the mid lane though, hold on, Q2 going really aggressive. Will have the snapback. Good trade against Venom. T-Rex is there for any kind of support if needed. And now I think the teams are poising themselves for the grubs, which again spawn just one time. No more 6 grubs, just the 3. And it looks like PNX are going to be able to take this without much of resistance from the side of Poro Patrol.
Yeah, and here comes the enchanted arrow just flying past the screen. In case Poro Patrol were getting a bit too big for the boots, they're going to walk up over there. And this is exactly what happens if you poke the Mel so much down. She has to get the recall. Didn't have TP up then, so she can't come into the fight. So very smartly, POP choosing to give it over without much of a fight over that. They're getting maybe not going to get the best situation for themselves. So PNX picking up 2 of the first objectives of the map for the jungle. Only need 1 more for the jungle epic monsters quotient of the feats of strength, while it's only been 1 kill, and that being in that misstep from Hydra in the top side, with Shun taking advantage, getting that first blood for himself.
Yeah. So the top in the trading is continuing. Now the set is able to fight back after he got the Tiamat under his belt. Still 1-0 up because of that early misplay coming in by Hydra. Shyboy looking to get a gank going, will be spotted by the ward in the pixel brush if he does come forward. Nocturne's level 7, so the ultimate is online. Might be looking at some targets, but everyone does have their flashes up except the Renekton. Well, Renekton not the easiest target to gank regardless. So Invoker is gonna be farming by that time till he gets an opportunity. But still, both the teams playing very passively, almost like they want to react to things. Phoenix at least got the objectives, were on time for the Drake, were on time for the Grubbies as well. But 10 minutes and just a single kill onto the board. And Poro Patrol ahead in gold because of that first blood money. Other than that, there's like nothing separating these two teams. I would have expected PNX at least to come out firing to make a statement of their own, as they are one of the more experienced teams coming in, but can't blame them for taking a safe approach as well, especially after giving away the first blood so soon.
Exactly. I think that first blood did shake them quite a bit, mentality-wise, that maybe now play a bit more safer. They know that if they play properly, their macro calling is on a very good level that they can take advantage later on, so maybe they're going to aim for that. Cass is going to come over here, hits the Q onto Terex. Terex, you're a bit far from home, but here comes the Nocturne in, flash forward by the Braum to create some safety for his ADC, but instead Invoker's the one who gets caught up. He gets knocked up by the Zyra R, rooted in spot. Invoker ends up going down, and here comes the TP in from Venom. Braum ends up going down as well, so it's a trade of support for jungler, and I think PNX will take that every single day of the week.
Looks like it's not over yet. Very scruffy fight, and I think good plays coming on there by PNX to just put a ward on top of that lantern, not allowing Invoker to escape from there. So 1 for 1, but Poro Patrol do lose their jungler as PNX just lose the Braum. Kill, unfortunately, going to the supports for both the teams, Thresh and the Braum. so support will combat. But as that was happening, Q2 in the mid lane has happily taken down 3 turrets of his own. Lot of gold sitting in his pocket right now, as Mel did go to Rome, and I think he'll be happy with that. His team did not lose out on a lot, just traded kills, as he got a lot of gold for himself.
Yeah, and it's Poro Patrol's game to get the Feats of Warfare because they are only 1 kill away from it. They're trying to lock that down, but Shaibo, I think, in the meantime, is going to start up the Drake. This will lock in the F3 epic monsters for themselves, so it might just come down to turrets later on. Who gets the first turret? Nice route on Q2 in place by Venom. He's going to be dishing out a lot of, poke damage for himself. You can see Nocturne's trying to walk up. He's going to maybe go to his chickens first. That's going to allow the time for PNX to pick up their Drake. It's going to be their second. Again, I believe it's an Ocean Drake that's going to be going over to their pockets. Top side fighting going on. Q2 comes in with the ultimate. He does land it, but does have to snap back. He was taking quite a few turret shots.
Yeah, just I think wanted to have some fun before pressing that recall button. And the dragon did get secured, so the Ocean Dragon, they have completed the feat of objectives right there. So it comes down to kills, and the first turret looks like the mid lane turret for the side of Poro Patrol is the closest one to be taken down, but still it's always difficult to take down mid turret as your first one, as you have 2 places to defend from. Still 13 minutes into the game, 2-1 in favor of Poro Patrol, but they are about 400 to 500 gold down. Game very neck to neck. First purchases coming out for the carries. The collector has been done for the Aphelios, Yuntal Wild Arrows complete for the Ash. The Deathfire, I forgot, from the side of Mel, Blackfire Torch, if I'm correct. And
Yes.
Yone is working towards his Blade of the Ruined King.
Look at Invoker.
Nice
Invoker's
route coming
gonna come
in
in.
from the Aphelios. So I'm not sure about that flash forward, though. Got a little too ahead of himself. The fear from Nocturne would have connected regardless. He was like, this was my kill to begin with. I engaged that. I want this. Just flashing in aggressively to secure that one regardless. But yeah, I mean, as long as they get a kill, but that's still a flash of Aphelios. Now, Shy Boy might get caught here, gets pulled in, will use his ultimate for the knockup, is taking down a lot of damage, down to about half HP, but here comes Hydra, pulling the set away as the Mel will try to run away. The snapback is coming in. Shy Boy. Ooh, the reflect from Mel comes in. Will get the trade in, though, 1-for-1. And I think Shy Boy will be pretty happy because he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He was about to die regardless, but at least he got a kill for his troubles.
Yeah, definitely, he was in a very precarious situation. It looked like he's going to end up, and it's going to be, 1-for-0 for the side of PvP. But Shaiba bought a lot of time with his fancy footwork, with his ultimate as well. That allowed Q2 to come into the mix, that allowed Hydra to come in, take the set away from his shoulders. Q2 chunks, Venom down quite a bit, and ends up Shyboy trading with him 1-for-1 in the exchange over there. But that's going to be the feats of strength picked up by Poro Patrol, as well as Phoenix Ascension having, the 3 epic monsters. So it is going to come down to that first turret to determine who gets the feats of strength. Drift Herald's up on the map. You can see Hydra's hammering away quite a bit on the top side turret. Takes it quite a bit chunked down as well. So mid turrets chunked down quite a bit. Top turrets chunked down quite a bit. While as the turrets from PNX are pretty healthy right now.
In the mid lane, the turret is about to go down dangerously close. Invoker will get Braum stunned with one more auto attack. The exhaust being used to secure that stun as well. Braum ultimate will be used as well. Let's see who they give the kill to. The Shy Boy will take that one. Teleport coming in from Q2, and I think that's a Rift Herald angle for the side of PNX.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty much a free Rift. You can see this Invoker had no business whatsoever walking that much close. He maybe wanted to put down the control, which he did, but he's going to end up giving up his life. A bit of an overkill, essentially, coming out from the side of PNX. But hey, you're securing the kill on the jungler. That's definitely worth it, especially when Rift Herald's up, and they're going to end up picking up Rift Herald. And now here comes the Braum on top onto Sean. The stun. No, the fourth auto is not there. The Braum passive completely not stacked up. Sean gets away with his own ultimate. Hits back with the W. The shield provides. And I don't know why every single time Q2 is coming in with the Q3 onto Venom, because Venom is just instantly shielding it away, and Q2 is always coming up worse in those kind of trades.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way for the Yone to dodge that reflect as well because he'll be in his own animation. Now in the top lane, though, Zun being forced to flash away, his Invoker is coming in trying to rescue, but I'm not sure they want to take this fight against a fully furied up Renekton. As in a 2v1, Renekton will take a kill and a nice engage coming in by Q2. The stun will make sure that he is at least traded right there, and now that this gives Shaiba the opportunity to push in that lane and secure that first turret. Finally, we have fights all across the map in the bot lane as well, and in the top lane again we see a fight being broken down. Aphelios using the flamethrowers, not enough, as T-Rex had given up hope on that fight, had just gone back, putting down the lantern. A bit of miscommunication going on over there. Aphelios finding himself fighting the Ashe the Braum kind of alone in that skirmish. Now all across the map we got kills, and TNX coming out on top as they get their second turret, and they'll be happily on their way as they generate a 3,000 goal lead at 18 minutes, and every single objective that has spawned on the map has been taken by TNX.
Absolutely, and the top side, a bit of misplay against the Renekton. You don't want to go against Hydra when he still has his R available to him, and they found out that the hard win. The bot side, Jazzport and Terex, a bit of miscommunication. You said they're not usually the dual play. They usually don't play as the ADC and support bot side, so maybe that's what leads up also to a bit of the miscommunication, because Lantern was thrown out, Jazzport couldn't pick it up, Terex was far away from the fight at that point, and it's going to be, Jazzport falling down. Drake now being started up by PNX. This would put them on soul point if they manage to pick this up. Venom is trying to put some poke damage from this side. Q2 is trying to go in with his own Q3, but no, nice footwork from Venom. He does dodge it. Drake going low, already at 3k HP right now. You can see the Ashe, the Braum coming in. Jazzport is so far away. It's a steal effort that has to come in, but that also does not. It's going to be PNX picking up that Drake, and they're going to do pretty fine for themselves. Now on Soul Point for Mountain Soul, that Reddit is going to be a beast later. Enchanted Arrow lands onto the metal.
Flash out from the Braum to take down Venom. A lot of resources being used to go in the backline, but they just completely forgot about the backline of their own, as the Ashe will go down and not enough peel coming in. But now here comes Q2 to try to salvage the situation. At the end, it's going to be a 1-for-1. Both the ADCs being traded, and they tunnel visioned onto the Mel so hard they just forgot about this threat of the Nocturne. He can just jump your backline and jump the backline. He did, taking down Ashe with him, and ADC's gonna see the grey screen for a few seconds now.
Yeah, they ended up getting traded instead of the people who actually were getting locked in. Q2. Gonna be passing his ships in the night against Invoker. Invoker spots him out now with that pink ward that is there. So now Q2 will be walking bot more. He was looking maybe in a deadly spot, but no, gets away fine over there. Nice Enchanted Arrow came out to start that fight, but unfortunately it's Janna that ends up giving his life over there. Top side, you can see Renekton's built up quite a significant CS lead against his counterpart in that set. Almost 43 gold in his favor. Sorry, 43 CS in his favor. Bot side, Ashe still 20 CS lead. It's only the middle lanes where it's pretty still even in terms of CS numbers. Even jungle-wise, Shy Boy, quite a few camps up onto the Nocturne, who's fallen quite behind. Has the Rylai's, has the Leanders completed for Shy Boy, so he'll be looking to do quite a bit of damage. Yone with the Borg. Ashe Unital's completed. Looking very interesting, because talk about the items the Ashe has bought currently right now from the side of Fireball.
Has completed the Unital, has the BF sword and another slingshot.
Exactly.
I'm not sure is he trying to build another Unital? I'm not sure what's happening right there. I think the slingshot was, I'm holding that thought because there is a fight going on. Okay, this engaged. I think the slingshot is going to go into the Runans eventually. Runans has a slingshot, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yes, it does. It does. Runas does have slingshot. It has a zeal. That's what we feel up. Yeah.
Yeah, Ash is a champion that builds slingshot. I think he had a 1300 gold back, and I mean, you know, us ADCs, we see 1300 gold and our brains just go booga booga. There's only one thing going on in the mind. We want a big F sword right there.
Yeah, and now Atakan picked up by PNX. As you said, still complete domination in terms of jungle objectives for them side. They are working everything for them. POP still equal in terms of kill wise, almost only one kill behind the side of PNX, but quite a bit behind in gold. 4k gold difference in favor of Phoenix Ascension right now. And they're the ones dictating the pretty much the pace of the entire map, because
Yeah.
just look at the domination that they have, the amount of turrets they've taken. They've taken 3 turrets, Poro Patrol's taken none, all objectives taken by Phoenix Ascension. So it's looking a bit like a flawless in terms of, you know, overall macro from their side.
And from the get-go, holding that thought again in the top lane, we have a 2v2 fight breaking down as well. Promise coming in to make it a 3v3. The arrow barely misses. Hydra will finally give up the chase right there. But yeah, from the get-go of the game, Poro Patrol were looking kind of timid. They were just playing reactively. They did not make any efforts to make those big plays on their own. Like, didn't even try to contest any objectives from the side of PNX. PNX basically having free reign over the entire map, and without taking any sort of like heavy risks, they're just winning off of objectives because they have just no resistance. Wherever they go, they're just getting whatever they want. And look at this. At this point, all of the champions from PNX have better items, better experience, and they're just bullying Poro Patrol away from every single objective, and they're just bleeding gold left, right, and center. Poro Patrol really needs to do a risky play or some sort. I think they'll be waiting for the Baron to spawn a Baron dance. I think that's their way, or take it back into the game, because other than that, it is looking like PNX is going to outplay Poro Patrol, and looks like a slow, grueling defeat for Poro Patrol.
Yeah, and Poro Patrol have to defend this last Drake coming up in terms of this is the soul for PNX if they manage to get this for themselves. Dex is trying to create some vision, but he's also very skeptical about how much further he can go just by himself. Maybe going to put a ward down in the Tribush. That's exactly what he does, but now Kasa is going to sweep that away. Now Vision completely denied. There is one ward from the side of Poro Patrol inside the Dragon Pit right now. Dragon gets started by a plant instead. Shaiba just wants to drag it out as much as they can before they start it. Rector's on the other side of the map, on the top side of the map, has TP to come into the fight. So does Jun. So Jun's going to go match him up instead. It doesn't look like Poro Patrol want to contest it, but they are walking up very but surely over here. You can see any second a fight's going to break down, and I just want to see. Look at Q2, he's on the flag. Look at his positioning. It's very well played from Q2 right now.
When finally Venom will reflect the arrow, and Nocturne just uses the opportunity to jump into the backline. I'm not sure about that, as he is still alive, and a great set ultimate actually landing into the backline. Huge W will take down the entire bot lane of PNX right there. But Hydra is not done yet. He wants revenge. He wants those kills back from his team. So it's going to be a 2-for-2 at the end. The Dragon is going down dangerously low. Again, this is the sole point coming in for PNX. And now here comes Q2. The knockup will get reflected back. The angle was there, but nicely disengaged by the Thresh and the Mel. So at the end of the day, it's going to be a 2-for-2. But more importantly, Dragon Soul, that to a Mountain Soul secured at 25 minutes by PNX, and they're going to be happy campers after that fight.
Yeah, it was looking a bit chaotic, and a nice set ultimate goes into the back and gets a huge W off onto the bot lane side of PNX, gets the Ashe and Braum out of the picture, but after that ends up falling down himself. Invoker's out of the picture. You don't have a smite to contest against the Shy Boy. Shy Boy is going to end up picking up that Drake. As you said, very importantly, they pick up the Mountain Soul for themselves. They're going to have such a strong part of the Renton, of the Braum, and Ashe finally has completed Infinity Edge. Going to leave the slingshot later for the Runins pretty much in their Fantasy, however he wants to play it. Aphelios is slightly behind in itemization as the collector has Infinity Edge, but no part item towards his next one. Just talking about the Shy Boy. 8 stacks in that Dark Seal. Still has the Leandro, still has the Rylai's. Kasa doing a fantastic job as the Braum, clearing as much vision as he can, initiating quite a bit of these fights as well. Janna's close by. Terex, you are a bit far away from your team. You're going to get locked up. He has to flash to get away. Here comes the Nocturne.
again, Invokers, trying too hard to get onto the Ash, but the peel is there, but Venom fighting over the blue buff pit will secure those kills as a massive ultimate connects by the Yone, getting the triple kill for himself. Knife Fancy Feet coming in by the Nocturne will get that movement speed bonus, but boy, what an exchange, as Venom did come in, secure the kill onto the Ash, but Q2 had other plans. 3 for 2 in the favor of PNX Gaming. They are marching down mid lane, trying to get pressure onto the turret over there. But it's nice to see that Poro Patrol are trying to fight somewhat for these objectives. But looks like the base is gonna be cracked open at the mark of 27 minutes, and PNX marching their way through.
I think they just started fighting a bit too late into the game, right? You've allowed Phoenix to dictate the pace of the game for so long. Phoenix don't want to give you over the control of how the tempo is going to be running. Terex went a bit too deep, trying to get ward. It's not that deep actually. He's in the jungle, but he gets caught out. It forces the Nocturne to come in. As you said, Invoker might be trying to look for picks that are essentially not there. An excellent ultimate coming out from the Yone, lands a 4-man essentially that gets a triple kill for him. Invoker, nice fancy feet work, nice movement for him later on, gets away with his life, but Poro Patrol not looking that good. At least in terms of kills, still seems a bit equal, but in terms of goal, it's a huge margin right now. 7k in terms of goal difference for the side of Phoenix Ascension. All jungle objectives for them, and like you said, maybe just a short but slowly death for the side of Poro Patrol in game 1, given that they took so long to maybe try and put up a fight.
Yeah, definitely. Poro Patrol are very much in the backseat. They have to do the Baron dance now, as PNX will be looking to start that one up. Q2 has the teleport, will be in this side lane, putting in the pressure, as Zun has to deal with the Mountain Soul. Yone has the 2 items completed, is working towards what I believe will be the Wit's End, and just gonna keep pushing these waves in. Vision control being put down by the side of PNX in the Baron pit, completely lit up for the red side, and now the pings come in on the way on top of the Baron, and here we go. Poro Patrol nowhere close to the Baron pit right now.
And that's exactly what Phoenix knew, because they saw the Nocturne downstairs and the ward that was just placed by Q2 over there. So they spot out the Nocturne. Instantly the call comes in. Let's do the Baron. The TP coming in a bit too late. Here comes the Nocturne with the ultimate, but he's not going to end up catching it. He's not going to go deep. A bit too late. You're wasting a teleport as well in this exchange. So PNX coming out completely on top, while Q2 ends up even picking up a tier 2 in the bot side.
Poro Patrol showed up on Thursday for a Monday appointment right there on the Baron. It's not going to work out in their favor, as PNX take on complete control, almost 10,000 goal lead coming in, and just a matter of time before they methodically finish the game. Nothing else there left for them to do. I don't see how Poro Patrol is coming back from this. Some big upset needs to happen. I mean, the Elder Flip is still there on the cards right now, but looking at the history of this game with the objectives going on, I don't think Poro Patrol is coming near any objective.
And if you go over there, you have to leave Venom to go match against the ranked, because Set doesn't have TP, but they're swinging Set over there instead. And in terms of look at Invoker, he's going to be walking completely on vision. If the side of Phoenix want to get, here comes the Enchanted Arrow, lands on the Nocturne over here.
The ultimate coming in from the Yone will make sure they get the kill onto the jungler yet again. Invoker for the 5th time this game will go down not having a great time, as PNX and closer towards the finish line. I think they're just waiting for this Elder to spawn. They want to finish it in the perfect way, want to take away every single objective they can without giving up anything of their own. Just a few more seconds before the big boy of the dragon spawns, and gonna get started right now, as Q2 now doing a lot of damage to Venom. Actually, the hook connects finally. Ultimate Q2 finding himself exhausted between 3 members. A shutdown going into the pockets of the Aphelios, but yeah, all of that was a distraction for this to happen now. Elder Dragon taken away, 4 Dragon for the side of PNX, a Mountain Soul, Baron buff, still a few more seconds on top of that, and Poro Patrol. Well, good luck.
The Phoenix, like this much a surgical dismantling of Poro Patrol's side right now in terms of how they've played the map completely. They've been over everywhere they need to be. They sacrifice members in case they want to pick up objectives like this. And now Elder in their pocket, they're looking to pick up the mid inhibitor as well, while Hydra's working on the top side, trying to get that push in as well. Hooks haven't been landing that much for Terex. At least this time when it did land, they managed to, pick up a kill off the back of it. But now they are in two minds about which side to protect. Because this Baron empowered cannon is the one that can just finish the inhibitor for itself. The Baron buff does run out just in time. They have to walk up a bit more for the side of Phoenix to maybe get the inhibitor. Nice dodge on the hook.
Yeah,
the Phoenix are just playing it soon.
You have Elder Dragon. There's no way you're losing this. Okay, finally a hook connects. There is the Ash Arrow finally, but used on the Thresh of all people who had the tenacity from the Aftershock coming in as well. Turret going down now, getting another inhibitor. Oh my god, PNX, just splash in, man. You're not going to lose this. I'm getting
absolutely.
too ahead of myself. Getting the third inhibitor down. And now finally the engage comes in from the side of the Yone. It gets the 2 knockups in. And with the Elder Dragon, we pretty much know which way this fight is gonna go. Clean sweep 5-0 for the side of PNX. The first Nexus turret falls. Second Nexus turret follows. And the Nexus in the game 1 for this best of 3 will be taken down by the side of PNX in very, very convincing fashion.
Like as you said, complete convincing fashion, complete domination, all turrets pretty much taken away, all jungle objectives taken. Just look at this last fight. Nice triple man R from the Q2 as well. You did see the set have his moments, but unfortunately he was the only, bright spot in the side of Poro Patrol over here, especially in that one fight near the Drake where he tried to do his best. He even managed to get the first blood for his team, but unfortunately the rest of BOP just lacking a bit. The role swaps not working out at all. Maybe just not comfortable playing how you want to do. But Phoenix Ascension very, very comfortable in their game strategy coming into the game. Their draft was, we take one apart. Any fight we get, they look for that. Essentially, they try to hire lands. They take their picks. Even their team fighting comes out Q2. Lovely, lovely ults landed by this man. But the Shy Boy is the guy who's been pretty much every single where across the map, provided the ganks, did, a little hooky over there on the top side where it looked like he was pretty much dead for nothing, but ends up going 1-for-1 over there. Casa doing a fantastic job on the Brom locking down. The Brom Ash combo is anyway just deadly, but against a bit of an inexperienced bot lane, maybe a bit more, detrimental to them. And Phoenix Ascension, as you said, taking game 1 in very, very convincing fashion. And Poro Patrol really have to rethink about their strategy going into game 2.
Yeah, I think they have to come up with a strategy. It looks like they didn't have any strategy coming into game 1, as harsh as that sounds. They were just waiting for PNX to do whatever they want. Just, kicking them on the ground, and Poro Patrol really need to step it up. I mean, I get it. It's their first big game on the big stage. And I think those nerves should be out of the way now. You have a game under your belt now. It's time for game 2. They have to really try to bring it back. PNX did have their moments as well where I felt they were not as convincing as they could have been coming up against a rookie team. The first time the players from the side of Poro Patrol, 33 minutes and 10 seconds is what it took. I mean, it was a perfect game from the side of Phoenix. They got every single objective. They didn't lose a single turret for their own, and they made sure they played it by the textbook, if I can say that, as they made sure they were pushing the lanes, not fighting unnecessarily, just going for the objectives, trying to look for picks before objectives, and just fighting for a cause, not just trying to get kills here and there. Proper theoretical League of Legends going on by PNX over there, and that gets them the victory. As I'm pretty sure there'll be happy campers in that Discord chat over there, and they'll be just looking to repeat this game 1.
Yeah, hopefully they will do. I think you can give MVP to pretty much anyone in that game, but it's going to be the Schreiber taking down. Given that how much domination he had across the map, was where he needed to be at all times. Managed to take 2 Drakes pretty much early on for free before the Nocturne could even get the tempo to move on over there. So good macro coming in for him. But yeah, like you said, pretty much dismantling of the side of Poro Patrol. Poro Patrol have to think of picks, maybe not comfort, maybe have a good game plan going into your draft, and maybe draft around the court to that. But guys, before we head into game 2, before we resume any of the action, we're going to take a very, very short break.
welcome back to Legends Ascend South Asia. I'm Fireball, with me is Madness. We're in the game 2 of Poro versus PNX Ascension, and in game 1 PNX Ascension did dismantle Poros very methodically, and it was a tough game for the Poros over there, and hopefully they'll have a better time in the second game, because that was not it in the first one.
Yeah, definitely was not. Whatever they thought was happening, I don't think that's what happened. I'm getting maybe in England, maybe some more role swaps going to come in for this side, because I don't think they were that comfortable later on in the game. Maybe laning still might have been better from them, but maybe later on team fights, they're not adjusted to the spaces they have to acquire depending on the roles that are playing. But yeah, systematic dismantling from the side of Phoenix Gaming. They didn't go that far in earlier on, right? They didn't take too many fights. Even till the 10-minute mark, there was only one kill on the map, and that was on the game. That was in the hands of the set. But later on, as it slowly progressed, objectives going down in favor of Phoenix Ascension, towers going down in favor of Phoenix Ascension, and yet one by one, they just made their way over to the base once they had taken Elder, taken everything. Maybe it could have ended a bit faster, but maybe erred on the side of caution, took their time while trying to go for the end. But at the end of the day, a win is a win, and game 2 hopefully get to see a better showing from the side of Poro Patrol.
I mean, Phoenix essentially had no threats. They could have taken another 30 minutes if they wanted, and the result was not going to change. There was just no active fighting back coming in from the side of Poro Patrol. So I think that's why they just thought, hey, why even leave the 1% chance? Let's just get every single thing that is available for us on the map and finish it off. It is going to be their first victory if they get through this second game as well. So everyone fighting for points. As we remind you, the tournaments is going to be divided into a league stage and then later a knockout stage. Big prize money in hands for the league positions as well. Every single point matters, and I'm pretty sure whenever teams feel that they have to be cautious to secure the win, I'm pretty sure 9 out of 10s they are going to be taking that caution, and why not as well, because so much is there to play for. As we say that, we'll be loading into the second game pretty soon. In the draft, do you see any changes coming in from the sides?
I think Phoenix Ascension is going to stick to what they know, but if Poro Patrol also understands that they are changing their lanes, it depends on how they want. They play a lot of their comfort picks, so maybe Phoenix Ascension maybe sees who's playing where right now and will maybe target it more accordingly to that. Maybe just looking a bit after whatever research they have acquired of their own. So maybe you're going to see maybe a different pick and ban coming out, given that Poro Patrol is like that. But guys, before we head into draft 2, we're going to take yet again another bit of a short break.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. On grind. I'm going in. On grind. Right on the way to the top. 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 On grind. I'm going in. On grind. I'm gonna win. Live the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the Kakao hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. On grind. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I did it. On grind. I'm going in. Got me like on grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
So we
Yes,
are
we are
back
back after the very
again. Heartbreak,
but
Legends Ascent South Asia. And I think we are having some issues in the draft pick, so again, apologies to the viewers for that, as players are having disconnect issues. Should be sorted out by now. We'll be jumping to the draft for the second game in this best of 3 series. Here we go, as PNX Ascension on the blue side, Poro Patrol will be sitting on the red side. My eyes are going to be on the bands for the side of Poro Patrol to see if they do change something from game 1. For now, it looks pretty much the same. Akali being taken away, PNS Ascension replying with the Nautilus and the Malzahar of their own. And Poro Patrol, this is where the thinking starts. Do they change picks from the game 1? Or do they trust themselves and back themselves with this second map on the red side this time to have a better throwing?
Yeah, and you can see it's going to be Poro Patrol now doing their homework. The Akali gets banned out against Q2. The Brand gets banned out against the Shy Boy. So that is a huge factor coming in. The Ivern ban, very interestingly, coming against Poro Patrol from the side of Phoenix Ascension. Maybe that's because now we have a bit of a role change inside of Poro Patrol, because Broken Blade now will be jungle. Jazz's bot, who was playing ADC, will be mid. Invoker back to his traditional ADC role from the jungle, and Venom instead of Shun in the top side this time. So pretty much their usual comp, except Jazzabot and Terex have swapped places over. So very interesting to see how they want to deal with that. But yes, Kai'Sa, very standard pick, was banned out last time by Phoenix Ascension. This time they are going to pick it up with their first pick of the game.
Is that Venom, VXC Venom, the guy who plays Cho'Gath top lane and
No,
stuff
this
like
is not
that?
Toxic Venom.
Okay, yeah. Like Venom top laner, rings a few bells. But PS Ascension locking in Kai'Sa as their first pick. Definitely a solid pick. I think one of the few ADCs you can go in blind with. Does very well in almost all situations. Poro Patrol reply immediately with the ADC pick and the mid lane. I mean, is that mid lane can go support as well? So kind of a flex over there. Taking the Tristana, safe pick, is doing well in the current meta, especially with Lethal Tempo being back and the current items can take a lot of other runes as well. Again, bot lane being locked in already by PNX Ascension. Leona and Kai'Sa, very strong combination. The engage along with the Kai'Sa passive stacking up because of Leona's CCs gonna be very useful. Very aggressive composition being picked up by PNX Ascension. Jarvan for the engages and combination with Leona's Solar Flare. Kai'Sa flying in from back. Very aggressive picks coming in from PNX Ascension right off the bat. I think they're signaling towards a very fast-paced game in this game too.
Yeah, it does look like that. It already looks like such a good comp coming out from Phoenix Ascension right now. The Taric gets locked in for support of Poro Patrol. So Taric and Tristan on the bot side. So now you have some engage going on to you, but we enter the second phase of banning. Let's see if there's any changes compared to first game. Now they want to be targeting a lot of tops and mids instead of Poro Patrol. While as that flex pick of Way does leave some options open for how Phoenix Ascension want to go against it, but the Mordekaiser does get banned. Oh, fan favorite in our region. If it doesn't get banned, it does get picked, and no, this time not going to be allowed to see any as we see how the banning progresses.
Yep, Mordekaiser not gonna see the light of day. Looks like that as Wukong taken away, Monkey King from the side of PNX, and they'll be looking to ban away the solo laners again from the side of Poro Patrol, as the final ban will be the Darius on the top side. Do not want to be dealing with anything like that. Essentially leaving the last ban going towards the jungler, that is going to be Viego. And I think with these Wukong, Ivan, and Viego bans, they have done quite a bit of research on the jungler of Poro Patrol and targeting him quite a bit. 3 jungle bans coming in, as now Poro Patrol will be looking for their jungler and top laner.
Yeah, I think it is good that they are banning a lot of gets, because Broken Blade is a good jungler from what I've heard about this match, and he's going to be locking in the Blind Monk, the Lee Sin, for himself. So this opens up, that pretty much just tells you where everyone is going for their Poro Patrol. It's going to be the Diana that's getting locked in, probably going in the hands
God,
of
I love this team comp
Q2
so much.
in the mid lane. The team comp looks so deadly, honestly, from the side of Phoenix. I have to completely agree with you over there, Fireball. Let's see what they lock in.
Oh
And a very
my
safe
Lord, have
blind
mercy.
pick with this is looking like a premium draft coming in, and Phoenix Ascension just continue to please in the way they draft every single time.
I mean, Poro Patrol, the silver lining is that Taric ultimate, but boy, that ultimate is gonna be working overtime if they have to get through the Leona ultimate, the Jarvan ultimate, the Diana ultimate, and the Nar ultimate coming in. So, completely like team fighting composition with great engage from the Jarvan flag and drag, from the Leona engage, even the Nar from the flanks as well. PNX Ascension, they have hands down won this draft, no questions asked. As I think in the top laner they did go for the Jax, so a side laner kind of a champion. I think they could have explored some options for some sort of a disengage, considering how much PNX Ascension want to come into Poro Patrol, how much they want to jump in. Maybe something like an On. I don't know if that meta is good right now. Like On could have used his ultimate to cause some sort of disruption there as well, or something tanky to provide peel for this Hue. I mean, the Tristana should be able to jump away, but still, there's just so much to deal with from the side of PNX Ascension. There are so many ways in which PNX Ascension can engage. I mean, every single champion except the Kaisa has a way to start up a fight and just brute force skirmish whenever they want. And from game one, we saw they were already fighting for the objectives. They were positioning themselves at least to fight for the objectives. There were no fights given to them by the side of Poro Patrol. But damn, Poro Patrol have their work cut out as PNX Ascension have drafted up a storm here.
Yeah, and it is looking deadly. And Poro Patrol look to be going more on comfort picks instead of like it doesn't seem that synergized draft wise overall. If you look at their comp, the Tristana can rocket jump away from a lot of things, but there's just so many people who are gonna try and dive you. You get away from one thing, you're gonna have to still wait for your Tarek and your Jax to maybe help compete for you. And more importantly, we've not seen Lee Sin for quite some time in our scene, right? Even during the qualifiers and the matches that I did see a Lee Sin even in one of them. So it'll be interesting to see how Broken Blade does on this champion. Does allow for a lot of creative plays at how you want to go for it, but the only one player that you really want to go for is that Kaisa, and she has so much peel in front of her. It's gonna be a tough time for Broken Blade to even reach his target.
Lee Sin is such a hit or miss champion. I mean, when it works, it looks great. But I just feel the amount of effort you need to put in to have a good Lee Sin, you can just have half the effort on some other champion and get the work done. But again, a great Lee Sin is a very scary champion to deal with. But till now, I've really not come across anyone with like the perfect Lee Sin to be pulling out on the main stage of a tournament. Let's see if Broken Blade can prove us wrong. But boy, does he have his work cut out for him. Really does not have a lot of targets that he can go for. Jarvan's going to get tanky. He doesn't want to kick the Jarvan back into his team. He doesn't want to kick the Diana back into his team. He can't do that to the Gnar. I mean, there's just the Kaisa over there. So he needs to come up with something out of the box, use those crazy Lee Sin plays with all those angles to provide the early game impact for his team. As Lee Sin, very, very dependent on the early game, one of the best early game junglers if you know what you're doing. And he'll be hoping to get his team on the board as soon as possible, because if they leave this game like game number one just to slowly slip away from their hands, there's no way they can team fight against that composition. So they really need to have a grip on the game from the get-go and make sure that they don't, let it slip away from them as easily as they did in game number one.
Yeah, essentially what we're saying is they can't let Phoenix Ascension dictate the pace of the game, which they completely did in game one, even after giving up first blood, completely slowing it down from there, and then taking their time to get to their power spikes, getting more gold in their pocket, getting better items in the team fights, just slowly whittling away at the side of Poro Patrol. And like you said, listen, going to have a hard time. Only the Kaiser he can pretty much jump on. So I really want to see him do something early on, so maybe get his lanes accelerated a bit, maybe get Tristana ahead, maybe that can arrange something in team fights. But Phoenix Ascension's team does look like a pretty lock-in with the amount of CC that it does provide for them. You have a lot of wombo combos. You can go for a Gnar ultimate, into the Diana just popping up over there. Just a lot can be done. Kaisa has a lot of, meat shields in front of a lot of peel. So if Kaisa stays safe, they pretty much guarantee most of the team fight. So it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for the side of Poro Patrol, and hopefully they can come out on top and maybe take us to game 3, but it's not looking good currently for them, and they will be facing maybe a bit of a setback mentally given how game 1 went against them.
Momentum is going to be definitely on the side of PNX as well. They're coming off of the back of a perfect game, absolutely losing nothing on the map, and spirits are going to be high on the side of Poro Patrol. They'll be little shaken up by the loss, but I hope that they have recuperated and regrouped well in the group chat as we would expect them to.
Like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades at them swallowing the words, I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the let it, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. I did it. All grind. I'm going in. Got me like all grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the let it, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I gotta cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tough. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm like I'm gonna win. Live the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I gotta cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the let it, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like on grind. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Hi guys, welcome back to Legends Ascent South Asia. Sorry for the not so short delay. We had a complete meltdown of string services, but we are back and we will be loading into the game. We had to remake the lobby, go through the draft, and all of that good stuff in the background. But finally, we are ready to see what happens in game number 2. Again, reminding you guys, we're in the league stages of the tournament. Poro Patrol is playing against PNX Ascension. PNX Ascension are 1-0 up in the series already, and they did it in a very convincing fashion. Does not look like they were bothered that much by Poro Patrol in that game.
And even if they were bothered with this game, the draft that PNX has drafted for themselves is just looking so solid. But without any further ado, guys, we're jumping straight into game 2 of the best of 3 series between PNX and Poro Patrol. PNX leading the series 1-0 right now. Pretty confident, especially with the kind of comp they are running. Poro Patrol running the Lee Sin. I really want to see what Broken Blade's going to do with this champion because he picked it fairly early on in the draft. And let's see how Venom's Jax holds up against Hydra's Gnar.
Until minions spawn.
Definitely Lee Sin. Risky pick, but we'll see how that works out as Venom and Shaiba are just walking side by side. A lot of trades going on. Casa will be brought down to about half HP. Let's see if all of this amounts to anything, or is this going to be some quick recalls. Looks like that, unless T-Rex wants to stop something. But now Casa will spot the ward, will ping it out, will go back to get his HP back and walk back towards that bot lane where his ADC is already waiting in the bush. Standard starts for the junglers. Oh, I guess Lee Sin is starting on the right side, does not really need the blue buff as is he an energy champion. Both the junglers starting on the same side of the map, and the laning phase begins.
Yeah, and it seems pretty standard how it goes. Jazzabot now will be playing the mid. Invoker, who's playing jungle last game, will be playing ADC. And Terex still on his role. Venom went back to his, bread and butter being his top side, while Jun has unfortunately seen the bench. While Broken Blade has been brought into the jungle this time. And already you can see Invoker likes to play aggressively in the bot side. Definitely now that he has a more comfortable role, will be looking on to put on the pressure. Just be careful when Casa goes in. Still level 1. Venom against Hyder. Nice counter strike lands, but he's not going to get another strike. He's running the Conquer on the Jax. Today, earlier on, we saw Copy playing the champion. He was running lethal type. We'll see if this brings variations in the kind of plays that you want to make up. Nicely for by Invoker. Level 2 hit.
Oh, the stun misses.
Oh, it did not hit at all.
The angle was there, nice jump in, but just the ability is not connecting. So they lose that window of opportunity. Tristana really needs those early kills to get going, as she can be really, aggressive if she has some early kills in her pocket, can just start jumping in, getting those resets. Again, late game, she becomes a different sort of a monster. Mid game is where she has to be careful. I feel that's where Kaisa is going to be a better ADC compared to the Tristana. But keeping that in mind, Q2 taking a lot of damage in the mid lane. Broken Blade with the ward hop, not able to finish the Dan off, making her use the flash though, so they get that small victory.
Yeah, definitely. And it's Broken Blade using his own flash to try and get with the ward up distance as well. So flash of the jungler for the flash of the mid laner being exchanged. But all in all, still a bit on the slower side. They are obviously going to keep the pressure against Venom until level 6 at least. Is keeping him on his toes. Q2 gets in aggressive. The Ignite takes away. Jazz's bot comes back with damage. One more auto would have done the job with the turret shot that Q2 end towards the end. But here's Broken Blade with a nice ward hop. And no, the flash is Diana eats the Q to the face. That's the first blood. Yet again, going over to the Port Patrol. This time, it's Diana falls well. The fight going to break out over here. The exhaust being used on the Shy Boy. Derek's going to eat the stun onto the Kaiser. It does land. Kasa going in pretty deep, but nice flag and drag. Gets a 2-man knock-up. Derek has to flash away from it, but the Kaiser's passives are stacking up. They're going to get a double kill. Invoker's going to get forward. Has to jump away with the W reset. They got a kill onto the Shy Boy, but all in all, a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of PNX in the bot side over there.
The target selection was just all over the place for the side of Poro Patrol. Kaisa was left completely untouched. had her lethal tempo charged up, was just auto attacking, got the kill, has the double buffs right now. I think they will be pretty happy. 2 kills onto the Kai'Sa. Single kill picked up by the ADC of Poro Patrol as well. But PNX coming out in front definitely of that trade, as they have a 300 gold lead, and Kai'Sa with these buffs and a good amount of money in her pocket right now.
Yeah, she's going to be pretty happy about that. Going to put in pressure, unlimited mana pretty much at this point. And as you said, target selection pretty much all over the map for the side of Poro Patrol. Kai'Sa left untouched. The Jarvan comes back in with a nice flag and drag, gets a double man knock up. The Kai'Sa, passives get stacking up. The fight just pretty much goes in the favor. Venom having to use the counter strike just to get a couple of minions over here. Hydra might even get a kill. Last auto, no, the flash away from Venom. The Jax gets to barely live with his life. But in the bot side, Invoker just jump forward. Now the stun does land on the Kai'Sa, but here comes the Leona. He does try to relieve. Janna is trying to get away from the fight, but Invoker is going yet again in with the reset he got from his explosive charge. That's going to be the feats of warfare claimed by Poro Patrol and a shutdown going over to Invoker.
Yeah, aggressive jump in, and I think Kai'Sa just overstayed her welcome. They were just so far ahead, had the buffs as well. Should have just looked to quickly push in the wave and get a recall back as soon as they had gotten all those kills. They waited for the enemy laners to come back from the lane. So classic example of don't overstay. They could have been in such a better commanding situation if they just took the recall, got the items, and came back. Now instead, Tristana got another kill, shut down that too, has that big F sword and has the slingshot as well. Kai'Sa on the other hand, just the hardbound axe, and suddenly now Tristana is the one with the better inventory, and the Kai'Sa is gonna have to be careful, even though she got those 2 kills earlier on.
And it's because she got those 2 kills earlier on. When Tristana got the kill onto her, he got the shutdown as well, so it does a lot. Q2 has to be careful. He's going in, does channel his ultimate Broken Blade. A slither of HP. The Ignite was sticking away from him, but Terex allows the Lee Sin to jump over to him, does survive over there, but now it's a very tough spot for him due to the Drake has spawned. So Shy Boy can take this up. Broken Blade has to channel his recall, has to go back. So he's going to flag and drive, go over to the pit, and maybe to Lixigas. But Invoker is going 1v1 against Janna. Janna, you can't go anywhere, sir. And Invoker waited all the way to, get his W back into the top side. Nice Mega Ult against the wall. Venom's going low on HP. He has to wait for his counter strike to come back up. A few more seconds it comes. Auto from Hydra does land, does secure the kill onto the Jax. But after all those exchanges, because Kai'Sa went down to the bot side, unfortunately Shy Boy thinks about giving away the Drake, doesn't actually keep contesting. So a couple of mistakes coming in from both teams.
I mean, I don't know what the Kai'Sa was thinking over there. You just press tab and you see a BF sword on a Tristana. You do not want to be anywhere near that champion, especially if you have your barrier down, you don't have your ultimate as Kai'Sa as well. There is no world in which the Kai'Sa is coming out on top with a heartbound axe. I think it's just pure miscalculation. They just stepped forward to get a few minions, ended up paying for his life, and this is just so sad to see. He had the perfect start, was 2-0 up, had the double buffs, and he has only himself to blame for the way the lane is panning out right now. Now Tristana is in complete control, and Tristana, like I mentioned before, that is one champion you do not want to be giving these early kills to. She's just gonna become so unbearable to deal with, and suddenly Poro Patrol, they're in prime position to make something out of this game, as the early game is going on 9 minutes, 4 kills to 3 in favor of Poro Patrol. They have a 300 gold lead. Hydra uses the Mega Narc just to get a few points of HP damage onto the Jax before it was timing out, but the first dragon was secured by Poro Patrol, the Chemtech dragon, and they officially have their first objective of the series.
Yeah, and it looks like Phoenix want to answer that back with the grubs. It's going to go uncontested whatsoever. But Kaisa, you might be in a very dangerous spot over here. Now he realizes the danger that's coming to him. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. The flash forward with the stun secures that. That's going to be Tristana picking up another kill. No, it's going to be Broken Blade who ends up with that kill. A nice juggle of aggro as well between Terex and Invoker over there. And this Kaisa, after such a nice start, is falling behind so far right now.
I mean, why is the Leona there? There is nothing right for the Hue has the flash up. It didn't look like the Diana was looking to engage. The Hue is just under his turret. I think they did not have the vision on the jungler as well. T-Rex with his Casa with his experience at least should be knowing that he has to walk his ADC back into the lane, especially like considering he just got solo killed in the lane, and I think the Kaiser will be feeling a bit abandoned as the flag and drag into the ultimate in the top lane. A dive coming on from the side of TNX, so they're just giving it back to Poro Patrol opposite sides of the map. Gonna be a trade of kills overall, 1-1 top and bot. 4 kills to 5, 10 minutes in, and already a much more active game compared to game 1 as Q2 will be using his flash to escape from the Lee Sin. Uses the ultimate, is a little low on mana, but the Lee Sin is just gonna use 3 skills and bye-bye Diana.
Yeah, that was Q2 overstaying his welcome there, pretty much near the turret of Jazz's bottom mid lane, correctly punished by Broken Blade. So Broken Blade has a pretty good start of the game. Invoker having an excellent start, way more comfortable in the ADC role that he finds himself over here. Already has the Yuntals completed, going to work himself up to the Berserker Greaves, and Janna has to be careful because Invoker pretty much can just jump in, kill him away. He has the flash up, his ultimate still off CDR, so has to be careful how he wants to play the 1v1 right now between the Tristana and the Kai'Sa. As you said, the Kai'Sa maybe should have been more experienced, given that they understand the Kai'Sa is the one that POP want to punish so much. He had gone for the grubs, and maybe that's why he was delayed to come back over here. But no, unfortunately, his ADC is the one that has to suffer for his mistakes. Finally, Kai'Sa is back into lane. Is level 6, so is the Taric. His ultimate, as you said in the draft, is going to be having to work overtime given the comp that PNX has. And pretty much your thing is protect Mr. President. That's going to be the Tristana this game.
Yeah, definitely has the Yuntals completed already. 11 minutes jumping in right now. Where is the Tarik's turn? Will force the Kai'Sa to flash away. I mean, just look at the damage just from Tristana's bomb taking away, and another dive might be in store. With the Taric ultimate, it's just gonna be so free for them to do. Flashless Kai'Sa, say goodbye. The invincibility comes in, and the tanky Leona will be there to follow. I mean, Leona does get 1 kill back, and I think it's a shutdown. Might as well just give it to the Leona when you're at it. Poro Patrol, really great play coming on from the side of Poro Patrol, and they might be looking at taking down the first turret as well, especially with the Tristana. I think looks fairly easy to do.
Yeah, and she's going to be knocking away completely. Another explosive charge onto the turret. That's pretty much first turret secured, and this is before even the 13 minutes are up on the board, and Janna having a very, very rough start to the game. Finally, he does have his Kraken completed, but once this Tristana gets the base, we'll probably have a BSO plus the Berserker if he's given the amount of kills that he has acquired for himself. It's just a pretty rough start, at least on the top side. PNX in domination, 2-0 Nar against the Jax, a lot of CS difference. Every time he goes Mega, he get a lot of good trades coming. The counter strike just comes in a bit too late to stop anything. Venom struggling quite a bit on the Lamppost champion, while as Broken Blade, this interesting Lee Sin pick paying dividends given how he's going for his ganks mid side. He's going in bot side, nice dives coming in for them, and you did say his shutdown will go over to the Leona, the best person you want to give over a shutdown to essentially over there. And now Drake has been started up, and we're going to see if Shaiba wants to come in over there. He wants to catch on to Invoker here.
I mean, Poro Patrol, I mean, hats off to them coming off of that defeat and showing up big time in this game. PNX, they look just completely lost. I don't know if the delays just threw them off or what, but they do look like a completely different team from game number 1. But they do walk into this dragon and they will actually push away Poro Patrol, as Poro Patrol hesitant to team fight. And rightfully so, I believe the combos were there and the Taric ultimate was not available for the side of Poro Patrol. I think they can give away that one dragon instead of risking the lead that they have generated. Tristana feeling confident, jumping in onto the Leona, melting her down like it's some squishy target. Gets the reset, but the Kaisa will follow. The coming in from the side of Poro Patrol for Invoker was just out of this world, and a huge play coming in by the ADC of Poro Patrol right there.
Yeah, this without Invoker burning flash or cleanse in that kind of a fight. He did get the reset off after the kill because of the Leona over there. Kaisa did do a good job trying to get onto the backside, but no, unfortunately, good enough. The Lee Sin comes in. The stun from the attack would have landed if the Lee Sin kick didn't come in as well. So, yes, as you said, excellent peeling coming in for Poro Patrol, playing to how their comp should be playing with the Tristana, with the lead that she has. As I was saying, Yunta's completed another BF sword as the Berserker as well as Kaisa. Only the Kraken and Berserker is right here. Diana tried to maybe go into Jazzbot, but Jazzbot, nice fear away onto Q2, prevents him from jumping up. Here comes the Leona, but instantly cleansed away from Invoker.
Did not even need the cleanse. I think it was just panic cleanse.
I know, right?
The Leona perfectly. And boy, things are not going in favor of PNX. The only silver lining is this Gnar. Top lane has been very isolated, and Jax half the HP, half the experience, well, HP as well, down from the Gnar, as he is definitely not having a fun time over there. I think Poro Patrol have just told him, hey buddy, hang in there, we're getting things done in the bot side of the map. We'll make sure things get better for you later on.
You're definitely having to play a kind of losing lane, especially the Gnar into him does wonders, especially how far ahead Hydra is, as you said, in terms of XP, in terms of gold, in terms of CS. He's doing a good job. So he's hanging in there while the rest of his lanes are doing pretty good. The mid still pretty much even for the Hue and the Diana. Diana ended up dying twice, but it was the Lee Sin who picked up the kills in those fights, while as Tristana 6-0-2, a monster right now at this stage of the game. And look at the confidence. This man is walking up into the face of Leona without any doubts in his mind. Kasa might get caught out here if he's not careful. Here comes the kill from Lee Sin, matched up, followed up. Here comes Tristana as well, instantly flashed away by the support of Phoenix. The flag and drag does end up missing from the Shy Boy, and again a bit of reset coming in. The Herald is up right now, so maybe it depends on what the fight that goes on. Hydra is mega. Lee Sin, nice W away to the tag, gets in. Hydra does get in, does hit his Mega Gnar, and Terex did have to end up flashing over there.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Even if he got stunned, I don't think he had the resources to completely burst him down. His flash could have been used for a engage later on, but yeah, sure, okay. They will be the one starting up the Rift Herald now, as this might be an opportunity for the side of PNX to contest something, but considering the Gnar bar is not at all loaded, and they're just gonna give this one away. And damn, Poro Patrol bringing on the heat. 17 minutes into the game, twice the amount of kills, 1,000 gold up ahead, have the Herald, have the one Dragon as well, 2 turrets up to 1, and it looks like they're not gonna go down in this series without a fight.
Okay, a nice flash coming in from the Jax. He does get away. If he doesn't flash, he's pretty much dead to Hydra. The Hydra also had to burn his flash. Jax is not respecting just how far he's behind the Gnar, because Gnar can keep his pacing very well, keep out of the range of the counter strike, especially if he's mini Gnar. So Jax just, yeah, when I'm not respecting, but the rest of his team doing pretty fine. 6 out of those 10 kills in the pocket of the Tristana, who's going to be making his way over to the mid lane. Janna, very rough parts of the game going on, especially after such a nice start. As you said, overextension cost him so much during this game, and you can just see it in his his play style right now. He has to play very scared given how far he's behind. He's going for the Ginchu's Rage Blade, but even before that's completed, Tristana already has the Infinity Edge in his pocket. So that's a 2-item Tristana who is not afraid to be aggressive, and Invoker is the guy you have to look out for in these team fights.
Jana has just himself to blame for the monster that Tristana has become. He was the one 2-0 up, mind you. Tristana was just on one kill. And, well, as we stand now, Tristana is 6-0-2, and Jana is stuck on those two early kills that he got. And now the Dragon is up on the map. Let's see if Poro Patrol feel confident to go into this team fight, as Taric Ultimate is available, so they should be fancying their chances to fight for this. Shy Boy will go in. Well, it's the Leon actually getting the Lee Sin caught, and by the skin of his teeth, the Taric Ultimate comes in clutch, completely changing the tides of battle. Broken Blade was playing with death over there. The teleports coming in by the solo laners, and imagine a second here and there, and that would have been a completely different outcome.
And a bit of a miscommunication in the mid side, because Nar had the Jax inside just before the flag and drag came from Shibo. That could have been a chain CC that maybe could have costed Venom his life. But here comes the driver, the blind monk driving car. That's a very precarious situation to be in. But no, he's gonna go for the second turret. The tier 2 is gonna also take some damage, but no, gets smited nicely by the Shy Boy, and unfortunately Broken Blade has to make his escape. But yeah, that fight was just so chaotic, and Broken Blade, yeah, playing with fire over there. Pretty much, I think he had 100 HP, 50 HP left. While that Taric Ultimate did end up, he saved his life over there. But yes, Poro Patrol look like a completely different team compared to game 1, especially against a comp like Phoenix Ascensions.
Yeah, and they have come out to play. 20 minutes into the game, 12 kills to 5, 3,000 gold ahead. They have the objectives as well, and they're just going to be looking towards the Artakan. I believe that's the next major objective present on the map. If you're Phoenix Ascension, what are you thinking right now? You see your Nar is quite far ahead. He's the only one who has a significant advantage over the opponents. So there should be some opening that should be coming from his side. Needs to get that big flank with the Nar bar up, get the Mega Nar ultimate, and then rest of the team follows. But Invoker is just being so slippery. They just can't get a hold of him. So Leon ultimate being used right there, and nothing comes out of it. That is just never gonna work, right? The Leona ultimate animation is just so long.
It takes so long. It's so much time for Invoker, to just W out of that, gets away to safety. I don't think that's the person you should be looking for at that point. And maybe don't start it with your ultimate, because instantly he'll get out. In case, by some grace of God, he does get caught, he still has his cleanse in his pocket, so he'll be fine no matter what in these situations. And you do have a lot of CC. Why not go for maybe a Jarvan fly and drag over the wall to maybe catch out Invoker? That's pretty much the only way you're going to lock him down, unless maybe the Nar, flank as well. So you lock a lot of gold is funneled on them. So if you do lock him down in the fights, it could be a lot. But talking about that Hydra, the guy who's been ahead for phases for so long is the one maybe getting caught out. Nice R against the wall, does stun up the Lee Sin, does stun up the Jax, but he's going to be pushed away. He doesn't have a turret to get to, but does have enough speed, and the duo of the top and jungle of Poro Patrol give up on any hopes. And because the jungle was spotted over there, Artakan getting started up by Phoenix Ascension. Maybe some relief to what seems like a disastrous game for them.
Yeah, I think they should be able to get this one forward. I think the way to get this Tristana is gonna be the Diana. Diana is the one that can cancel Tristana's jump as well with her own ultimate, and Nar can cancel the jump as well. So I think Diana is the one who should be looking to jump onto the Tristana, but that just means you have your carry in the backline. It's just so hard for them to deal with the Tristana, as a lot of resources being used for the Hue. At the end, it's going to be a trade of mid laners over there. Let's see if Poro Patrol want to go for much more than that. They will get the second kill onto the jungler. Now Casa is feeling the heat of the cannon of this Yordle. Will be going down. Nice kill steal coming in there by Broken Blade, holding the Q till the very last second. That scoundrel. But I think Invoker's not going to mind. He has 8 kills of his own. And meanwhile, Jana did get the mid lane turret. Will be looking to get the execute for the fast recall back. So, but still, Paw
Yep.
Patrol, oh my god. Poro Patrol still doing pretty fine for themselves. Gold lead, believe it or not, still relatively close for 23 minutes, 24 minutes, 2000 gold, 1,500 gold, not that much of a difference. So PNX definitely not completely out of it. It's just that they don't have any single one right now that they can rely on for these team fights.
Yeah, and it's because they've been getting the turrets as well, right? They got the turret goals in their pocket that amounts to something for them. They don't mind that at all. But yeah, they have to take a bit slowly. At least this time, Poro Patrol not letting Phoenix Ascension dictate the pace of the game, especially with the Invoker with that gigantic lead for himself. Kasa might be getting caught out of a broken ball next the queue, and he does. Kasa yet again seeing this gray screen for the fifth time. Unfortunately, Kasa with a nice, the experience that he has just not playing to the potential player of his level has.
Yeah, getting caught out so many times. 5 deaths already on something like a Leona is just not acceptable at this level. As potential third dragon being taken by the side of Poro Patrol, one step closer to that soul. And Baron's gonna be up on the map in about 5 seconds. I think that is gonna be the next point of interest for these teams. Look at that scoreboard, man. Bounties all across. There's just so far ahead individually. I think most of the gold difference is just being made up by this Nar in the top lane. If you get this Nar out of the picture, PNX is just really, really weak right now.
And you can see members are coming in for the Baron, but Baron thinking now below the HP. But here comes the Q2, but he's going to instantly get melted. The Dragon does activate just in time, but here comes the rest of the members. You don't have much in the firepower of Phoenix Ascension whatsoever. A double kill coming in for Tristana. The Baron picked up for Poro Patrol, and they're going to march away pretty much. This is looking like done and dusty for Port Patrol. They are hungry to take us all the way to a game 3, and they heard our words about rethinking how they want to play. And I think the addition of Broken Blade as well as Invoker as the ADC right now has completely changed how this team plays.
Yep, marching towards the gates of victory. They get the inhibitor and will decide to back off after that. Got the mid lane inhibitor, opened the gates. Now, significant gold lead, 7,000 at 26 minutes, and I don't know, PNX just looking completely lost. We remember how we spoke highly about them in the draft. They had picked such a good team composition for them, but like they never got to the team fighting stage. That Baron fight was the last team fight that I can think of. Before that, it was just 2v2 or 2v3 skirmishes. Which Poro Patrol came on top of because of good gameplay and mistakes from the side of PNX as well. And small mistakes compounding over time have just completely negated PNX's team fight composition. And look at the item disparity. You just look at the scoreboard. There's like 3-4 items completed from the side of Poro Patrol to just 2 items. 2.5 items for the side of PNX, and boy, they're going to be struggling.
And they are definitely struggling. As you said, they didn't let it get to the point where team fights can happen. They already let Invoker get so far ahead before that. Q2 is just waiting in this bush to maybe catch out Jazz's bot. Instantly goes in, but Invoker is close by. Jazz's bot does not end up going down just about yet. He does get locked in with the Leona ultimate, but nobody is touching him. Here comes the Kaiser all the way from downtown, ends up picking up the kill. Invoker now going relatively low, ends up going down in the fight. Kaiser does get kicked away, does end up finished. But there are a lot of tanky members over here who ends up falling down. Kasa can pretty much walk his way out of this. The stun does land from Terex, but I think they're in the safe distance of the turret. Not much can done. Broken Blade does want to go back in, instantly W's out, misses the sword of Kasa and his fight. Broken Blade playing with fire, it does keep on going in and coming back out, but I think that's pretty much POP just calling the end of that. But that was Invoker who walked, sorry, not Invoker, Jazz's bot who walked up pretty close to the Q2 that started that entire exchange, and for once, maybe a bit going in favor of PNX. At least it was a 2-for-2 this time.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this big fat shutdown going in the pockets of the Leona. Kaiser did get a small shutdown for herself as well, but the major one, the one on Invoker, ended up falling into the hands of the support of PNX, but they did end up making some gold back off of that, 2000 gold back towards their side. But still, the situation looking very bad for the side of PNX. That fight will give them a bit of confidence, though. Invoker needs to be careful. Dies with his flash up should be illegal for ADCs, at least at this stage of the game. And needs to take care of himself. He needs to realize the way is not that strong. I mean, he has two completed items, but he's not one-shotting anyone right now. So Tristana is the major source of damage coming in, and he needs to keep himself safe to see this victory through.
Yeah, definitely, this is where Phoenix Ascension maybe come in. If they maybe catch Invoker making a mistake and capitalize on it, they could end up maybe trying to do better in these team fights. But yeah, that's the second time Kasa has taken a huge bounty for himself. He took the bounty of Broken Blade earlier, and this time he takes it of Invoker. There's a lot of gold getting funneled on the wrong targets for the side of Phoenix, or members for them. So they have to be careful how they want to. But Kasa might be getting caught out yet again over here. He's very tanky. But Invoker does shred through you, my man, and that's exactly what he does. And that's Kasa getting caught out just before the Drake fight. And Shyboy's already been spotted topside, so this is pretty much a free Drake for the side of Poro Patrol.
I mean, yeah, I think they're hoping for a Drake exchange for a top turret inhibitor. Let's see if they try to go for the inhibitor. If they get the inhibitor, they still be worth. But they ended up getting two turrets in the top lane, but they gave up the soul, and that to the Cloud Soul, one of the stronger ones in the game. And I don't know if that's worth it, but I think there's no way they could have fought for the soul regardless. So just trying to minimize their losses, got the two turrets on top, but Poro Patrol responding with the tier 2 turret in the bot side of their own, got the soul as well, and waiting for the Baron Nasher to respawn as the mid lane will keep getting pushed in by these super minions.
And that's Invoker, a complete item ahead on his counterpart, the Kaiser. Kaiser has 3 items. Invoker already working towards his Bloodthirster right now, so he is a very, very fed man, right? And if he doesn't get caught in team fights, it's hard to do anything. And Kasa has to be aware. Sometimes when he's walking up, maybe even get vision that people might be putting traps for him. So he has to be very cautious on the way he walks. He can't get caught out like this time and time again. Shyboy has to keep his distance. Broken Blade coming in very fast. This is the Cloud Soul coming into effect. The Q does not land for him. The Song Group not there. Hydra and Shyboy are just trying to kite their way to glory, but the kick onto Shyboy pretty much signals his demise. He's going to survive for a bit longer, but how much more, especially with the lethal tempo from Tristana coming out. That's going to be picking up the Shyboy, the jungler of Phoenix Ascension before the Baron, and that's Poro Patrol this time dominating a lot in terms of jungle raids. Not a clean sheet, but they are working completely well as a team, locking down the jungler and picking up a free Baron for themselves. And maybe Kasa dying for it yet again. The 8th time this game. Kasa, you cannot walk up like this.
I mean, he's not learning from his mistakes. The Baron was gone already. Bot lane from the side of PNX, a combined 5 and 17. And oh my god, that is a horrible showing for the side of PNX as Poro Patrol are back onto winning ways. With the Baron buff, we'll get the mid lane inhibitor. Let's see if they actually try to go for more, as the recalls have come in. They have just the cannon minion remaining, waiting for the next wave to come, I feel. But they need the side lane pressure for this Baron push to work out. So they're just waiting for the way to push in that bot lane so they can have a two-pronged attack, as I think they should have left a member back in the mid lane at least to keep those minions Baroned up. But they are looking for a fight in the jungle as PNX walking dangerously into enemy territory. Messy fight being split apart by this terrain in the bot side. We do see Invoker taking down the Leona, and now the Gnar in the background trying to jump on the background as much as he can. Shutdown coming onto the Jax by the Kaiser, but will be taken down in reverse as Tristana getting too far ahead of herself, jumping on top of the Diana, playing with it. But regardless of that, very messy fight is gonna be an ace coming on from the side of PNX. It's gonna be game number 3 in this best of 3 series as Poro Petrol bring it back and defy all odds after that first game. And boy, what a series on hand.
Absolutely, and you can see just how well they played it towards it. Even a bit of a messy fight towards the end, but other than that, most of the team fights definitely going completely in Poro Patrol's favor. I think Invoker just got overzealous and over aggressive towards it. Just jumps in wherever he's seeing. Basically, that's why he ends up meeting his demise in the last fight. But just did an excellent job. Pretty much every single member, except maybe the Jax, who had to pretty much play on the back foot overall. Casa, pretty bad game coming out from a man of his caliber. Did not expect him to be getting caught out this much, especially during crucial times before jungle objectives, right after jungle objectives. The Nard, the only bright spot for the side of Phoenix Ascension over here. This is where the messy fight starts here. The direct stuns doesn't land, but look at this. The Shy Boy gets double stunned up. Casa is left alone. There are 3 people just hitting away at Casa while the rest of POP are still holding their grounds just because of the Taric ultimate. And now you can see Invoker is just going in deeper. He's going to try and get the kill onto Hydra. You can see on this side, the Shy Boy comes in, hits the Cataclysm, gets the kill, flashes out. He's the one who's left standing. Q2 pretty much in no man's land because he doesn't have anything else over there. Will be going down very shortly to amount of damage being dealt. Broken Blade had a really good game on the Lee Sin, mind you. We may be doubting this pick. We said it's hit or miss sometimes this pick, and this game definitely a hit coming in from the jungler of Poro Patrol.
Yeah, definitely playing a big part in that game, but boy, Tristana showing up big time. Invoker back to his ADC role, just showing everyone what he's capable of. And Poro Patrol dragged it to a game number 3, a finale for this very exciting week 1, day 1 game coming on. So 33 minutes, essentially the same time it took PNX to beat Poro Patrol in the first game. And Poro Patrol completely dominating PNX. I mean, 31 kills to 10 kills. They did trade up a lot of turrets, but most of them were on the top side of the map. They had nice control over the objectives coming in as well. And I mean, credits due where credits due. Poro Patrol really showing up big time in this one.
I think the goal difference would have been wider if it wasn't for the Nar essentially over there, as you were talking about earlier. But 7k gold in their pocket. They pick up the mountains. The Cloud Soul pretty strong. They get the speeds going in. They took 2 Barons to end the game as well. And this time, at least, not one side of any team got all objectives. This time it was here and there. But Poro Patrol, excellent performance coming out for them. They had a couple of mistakes, but very few and thin between everywhere. And Invoker, pretty much masterclass coming out for him. And I think PNX now have to rethink a bit about how they view Poro Patrol given the kind of role swaps coming in. This is going to be your MVP over here, Firewall.
Yeah, well deserved 15-2 and 10 after going a little bit behind in the early game as well. Kaisa getting the 2 early kills, but Invoker kept his cool and turned it around completely. Strong combination coming in from the Tristana, Taric. He was the one actually jumping in onto the Leona, fearless, completely just going in and did really, really well in that regard. And he made sure that he dragged his team to victory. And there we are, guys, in this best of 3, currently standing at 1-1. The Poro Patrol versus PNX Ascension. We will take a small break and we will be back soon for game number 3 to see who comes up on top in this best of 3 series, fighting for those 3 points to be on the leaderboard. And these early points matter a lot in the long term. And,
Yeah, definitely something. Guys, welcome back to League of Legends Legends in Salvation. It's been a pretty long day. This is our second BO3. The first one went, 2-0, nice and easy. But this one, Poro Patrol putting up a huge fight back in game 2, taking us all the way to game 3. And honestly, looking at the way the drafts were going, we were heavily favoring, the side of Phoenix Ascension. But Poro Patrol, Invoker and Broken Blade playing a bit out of their minds, and Phoenix Ascension lacking a couple of macros that usually is their strong suit. So definitely Poro Patrol taking complete advantage and taking us all the way to that crucial game 3 over here. And if I had to give a prediction to your side, Fireball, which team do you predict may be taking the game 3?
See, the victory from the side of PNX was very slow. I mean, it was convincing, but there were no fireworks in that. They were like just slowly taking the game away from Poro Patrol. But Poro Patrol just came in all guns blazing, man. They were just jumping in every opportunity they got. The Tristana holding nothing back. It just felt like Poro Patrol is the team with the more experienced players, while Phoenix Ascension had the one coming in for the first time and not the other way around. And coming off of that victory, I think Poro Patrol should be feeling very, very confident, even after a pretty botched draft phase. They managed to give that kind of a performance. I feel Poro Patrol, against all odds, have the upper hand right now.
I think it was also Jana lacking a bit in the bot side, after getting that 2-0, as we talked about time and time again, not getting the back and getting punished coming into lane. Casa was a bit absent-minded pretty much throughout the entire game too, and that did show in, how Phoenix Ascension were approaching objectives, how they were going for fights. And Invoker, my god, that man became a beast once he got that 4-0 mark and just didn't let up. Got a solo kill even onto the Kaiser beforehand, was jumping in and hopping out of fights. Very few mistakes coming out from him whatsoever. And Broken Blade, very well played in the mid side of the matchup, came for a lot of repeat ganks, got twice onto I think Q2 as well. So well played from him, well played for what role swaps they have done for Poro Patrol, and it's yet to be seen what this team will be doing, in game 3 and what kind of picks they want to call. I think this time maybe Phoenix Ascension maybe have to rethink a bit of the draft, because they did have a slow building draft, but they did not let it reach that point, right? They did have a good team comps, but they were giving, as you said, a lot of 1v1s, a lot of 2v2s, and Poro Patrol were taking that to the bank, locking in that money and locking in their, slot into game 3 over here.
Definitely. So we'll be jumping into the draft phase of the third game. PNX Ascension back onto the blue side. Poro Patrol will be on the red side now. Pretty much same bans coming all across the board. And first pick locked in by Jinx. And Poro Patrol will be actually on the blue side. It's going to be PNX Ascension on the red side. Smolder locked in. How do you feel about that? Smolder will be very well into a 30-minute game. So considering both the games went on till 30 minutes, I think Smolder should be a great pick if a third game is going to be something similar.
I know somewhere, Potato Monster is smiling out of his mind right now. The sun has been played, the Smolder's coming in, so he's pretty happy. But I've seen Invoker on, this Jinx before. It's not always paid dividends. Twice I've seen him in the qualifiers. Twice he ended up losing the game where he picks the Jinx, because his team doesn't play till that part. You are seeing games are going to that later stage of the part, right? But we never played around according to it, and that's just something that maybe now comes in, because you have two good late game carries in the form of the Jinx and form of that Smolder, and this time the Maokai was left open from the parts of the banning phase from Phoenix Ascension, so instantly picked up by Poro Patrol. And let to see what they want to add in the jungle. It's going to be the Wukong that was last time banned by Phoenix Ascension.
And definitely they did get the Wukong in their hands right now, as might be a comfort pick for Broken Blade, who was banned out the last time. Shy Boy replies by picking up the Echo. Now, Madness, what's the meta like? Is Echo locked in for the jungle, or can he still go mid?
I think it's more of a mid pickup now. We don't see that many Echo jungles yet. The meta used to be that, but let's see. As you said, it's a bit flexible how they want to play it out. But I don't think I've seen a lot of a lot of Shy Boy, jungling with Echo. So maybe you have to see if he goes for more standard, lock in kind of targets with the Zyra, with how he wants to play it out with the J4. But up to see, his brand is still open for the day, so I'm maybe assuming a brand might come in for, but it would be lacking a lot of frontline for the side of Phoenix Ascension right now, given the current build. But no, they want to ban out the Galio because Terex has been known to play a pretty mean Galio as well. Because Maokai can also still be flex. Lulu banned out against the Jinx in case the Maokai is that flex pickup for them. The Darius unfortunately not going to be able to be going into Hydra's hand, and let's see what the last ban Purple will want to go for. It's going to be the Gwen coming in over here. So I really want to see, because already Purple Patrol have a pretty good CC heavy comp with that Wukong, with the Maokai, good ultimates in both sides. Wukong can lock it up, Maokai can lock it up, and Phoenix Ascension need maybe a bit more of frontline and maybe CC.
Let's see what the solo laners are gonna look like. The jungler will be the Kindred, so it's gonna be Echo in the mid lane. A lot of carry sort of champions already picked in. Rakan for the engage over there for PNX Ascension. Poro Patrol, I love the Maokai, I love the Wukong coming in already, Bruisers. And the tankiness coming in from Maokai as well. The point and click engage, the pick ultimate, the zoning ultimate for the disengages and the engages. Pick potential coming in from the Malzahar as well. Just press the outplayed button to get a free kill for yourself. Poro Patrol bringing out these spicy picks, and I'm in for it.
Especially with the Shen. The Shen, blind pick top. Shen does phenomenal, can play behind in lane, but does so good in these team fights. And Shen is very, very strong in the current meta, especially the Titania Hydra build into maybe Navori Slicker build as well. Does do well. So I really want to see how Venom does on this champion. And it looks so well rounded from Poro Patrol. Complete maybe 180 of how they were drafting in the previous two games. And it looks like more like Phoenix Ascension or on the, here, there, and everywhere kind of draft that they're going for right now.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see what Phoenix Ascension finish it off with. It's going to be the Camille. So Camille into Shen is going to be an interesting matchup to look at. But again, Poro Patrol have that shield that can keep Invoker safe in times of need. And Broken Blade, hold up. Oh, yeah, there we go. The swaps are coming in. I mean, I saw the Malzahar on the support position for quite some time and was getting worried there for a few seconds. But yeah, teams are locked in. Shen, Wukong, Malzahar, Jinx, and the Maokai. I mean, they have the engage with the Wukong, they have the engage with the Shen taunts. The Maokai is very good. They have a lot of pick potential with the Maokai and with the Malzahar as well. I like Poro Patrol's composition. I mean, if they keep the Jinx safe, he's going to have some hyper carry moments there as well. For the side of Phoenix Ascension, you have one of the best engages in the game with the Rakan flying in from halfway across the screen. And the Kindred with the ultimate is going to change the entire geography of team fights. Can just, one ultimate can make all the difference in those big team fights, along with Camille ultimate holding the members down. I think both the teams have done a decent enough job where they have mixed some sort of a composition along with the comfort picks mixed in there with the champions, and it's all to play for. 3 points on the line in the group stage of Legends Ascent South Asia. Is it going to be PNX Ascension going up 2-1, or is it going to be Poro Patrol essentially completing the mini reverse sweep from 1-0 down to 2-1? We're going to be taking 2 minutes to jump into the game. So in those 2 minutes, I would like you guys to head on to the Discord server that we have. It's going to be League of Legends in SA, and same tag is going to be there for all the other social media handles as well. Make sure you join in the community. We have a lot of events going on, and we do have an interactive society built in there. So make sure you stay there for updates, as we will be loading into the Summer's Rift pretty soon for the decisive game. How are we feeling, Madness? What are your predictions?
I'm feeling very strong for the side of Poro Patrol. I really like their draft coming into this game. Like, I really like how they've drafted it. Maybe the Malzahar pick maybe a bit iffy here or there, but otherwise, other 4 champions locked in look really, really commendable right now. And I really want to see how Venom does with the Shen, because Shen very strong, doesn't mind falling behind in lane. Like, because the Jax needs to get behind later on, but the Shen can fall behind, still do a lot later. Hydra will be looking for a split potential. We're going to see Q2 on the Echo. So we're going to see Q2 maybe trying to go for flashy plays, but it does seem like a maybe lack of maybe front line for the side of Phoenix Ascension, because you have the Camille, but you have the Rakan. Camille's probably going to be on her side doing her split pushing. So when you're walking into team fights, you have to be careful for the side of Phoenix Ascension. Other than that, I'm still going to slightly favor the side of Poro Patrol in terms of drafting at least, and hopefully third time's the charm for Invoker on this Jinx, and hopefully he has a good performance. But Anju, you were talking about the Discord events. Another Discord event I want to remind you guys is the Rift Rivals. We're going to be having that event coming out. Registrations have not finished. It's pretty much like bidding wars on the Rift. We've done it for ARAM quite a couple of weeks ago, but now it's going to be for the Rift. So that's something you really want to hit up, something you really want to register for. You don't want to miss out. A lot of players. It's going to be a mixed batch. Top elo players, low elo players. Everyone just looking for a fun time, and the winning team ends up getting 5 epic skins. So that's something always to look forward to. But yeah, in terms of draft, which side are you preferring over here, Fireball?
I mean, that's what, in terms of draft, I can't really point at a single winner. I feel both of these teams have picked their comfort, and it's just all going to come down to the execution. I mean, we just saw in the last game, draft does not really matter all that much. It was just looking like Phoenix Ascension's draft from the get-go. I mean, they had a monster team fighting composition, but that just didn't work out, did it? So let's see how it plays out on the Rift in game number 3, as Poro Patrol definitely should be having more confidence coming off of a really good victory, and in which they were really proactive as well. They completely destroyed Phoenix Ascension team fighting wise, and the Tristana, I mean, Invoker should be feeling really good as well. He has another champion who can repeat the same thing, the Jinx, if Jinx gets ahead. There's just really not much that you can do with those rockets coming in, the AoE damage coming in. She's just running around the entire map. So let's see if Invoker can keep it up, or is PNX Ascension gonna shut him down and make sure they pick up those 3 points?
I think also, Phoenix Ascension have to maybe start taking back a bit more tempo, because earlier on, once Poro Patrol opened the lead, they just kept on expanding, snowballing it out, and Phoenix Ascension have to stop the bleeding at certain points, especially if this happens, and maybe not go for early fights, because it doesn't seem to be the strength of Phoenix Ascension. Game 1 took so long, right, to maybe get even a second kill. It's only 1 kill for 10 minutes, and that's where Phoenix Ascension is shown, slowly bleeding out Poro Patrol and coming to victory. So that seems to be their bread and butter and what they want to look for. So I really want to see Phoenix Ascension slowing it down a bit, especially when you have a smaller, let him get his stacks up, let him become a beast in later on fights. At the same time, maybe slow the progress down of Invoker, because later on, before games I've seen when Invoker does play the Jinx, if he doesn't even get his itemizations, he is not going to be that much of a factor in the fights, because he unfortunately doesn't get played around that much. But this time, his comp is drafted pretty much around him the way you have it. You have the Shen for protection, you have the Maokai for protection, you have the Wukong for protection, you have so much engage on your side. So maybe this time we get to see Invoker, as I said, third time's the charm. Maybe we get to see him put on a monster performance, an MVP like performance like he had with his Tristana. But Tristana, a bit of a lane bully as well, right? Jinx still more on the slower aspects of it, so you have to adjust your playstyle accordingly, because towards the end of the fights later on, Invoker was just hopping in and out of fights, had no problem whatsoever. But without further ado, guys, we're gonna head in to game 3 of the best of 3 series between Poro Patrol and Phoenix Ascension.
Game number 3, all to play for 3 points on the line. Level 1 starts seem to be pretty standard as well. Teams are spreading out, guarding their respective entrances, and we might see those early wards being put in to get some vision on, as the blue team just puts down a ward in the mid lane push to spot some invades or such. But no invades in any of the games so far. Looks like it's going to be a similar story in this game as well. And I'm excited to see the Smolder if he gets the time to truly scale up, get those stacks up, and become a monster. And you have the Kindred for the mid game to s- guide the Smolder through to the late game. So Kindred
Yep.
can take the brunt of DPS in the mid game. He can act as the primary AD carry till the Smolder gets going. Smolder does pretty well early game though. Against the things should be fine, and having a Rakan by his side should make him feel a lot more comfortable.
And yeah, also added, the Kindred, when Kindred is ever on the Rift, the Marks. So Marks play a huge point in the way the fights are dictated. Sometimes you can see like earlier, deeper positioning from the Kindred. So let's just see how Shyboy plays it. Because I think when Shyboy played this champion before, he fell a bit because he was going for Mark sometimes and was getting punished for it. So I want to see how he plays according. This time, both junglers starting on the bot side of the map. In the top side, Hydra and Venom trading pretty aggressively. Nice second queue from Hydra there, and Invoker using a bit of the range as well, trying to get some poke down onto Janna and winning out on the trades and having fun. More interesting, Echo starting the Dark Steel in the middle. Any thoughts on that, Pyro?
Yeah, feeling very confident about picking the Dark Seal, not going for the mana and the HP that Doran's ring provide. I think getting it for the refillable potion by, as he will get that Invoker, will handling these skill shots and rockets on point, bullying the Smolder as they are pushed back into their turret and looking to just pick up as much CS as they can. But really good auto spacing coming in by Invoker right there. Really impressed.
Yeah, and keeping pretty good. The Invoker seems so much more comfortable, back home in the ADC role. Had a fantastic performance. The guys who missed game two, he was the MVP on the Tristana, was a monster on it. So well played from him over there. But you can see that Hydra wants to maybe put a deep ward over there. He's walking over towards where the Wukong is, spots him out, puts down his ward. Now Kindred exactly knows where the jungler is of Port Patrol, can play according to that. Maybe let's see a few marks on the screen before maybe some action diverts from where traditional fights actually happen. Janna has to be careful of the spacing. Exactly. Just fly away just in time before maybe Terex jumped on.
Yeah, level 3 engage was there now. It will be here right now. Jana forced to flash away from the Chompers. He has to be careful about the range of the Maokai. He needs to be constantly playing on the opposite side as they are just not able to walk up to get any CS as well. Invoker completely dictating the pace of this bot lane and is just right under his control. They will need the Shy Boy to come in here and intervene, otherwise they're gonna start suffering. I mean, he's already 10 CS down in the top lane though. Venom flashing away, but not enough. First blood picked up by Hydra, and this time PNX Gaming with the first blood.
Yeah, other two games it was Port Patrol picking up first blood, so it's very interesting here. But look who's close by. Here's Broken Play. They want to come in. Nice flash forward by Terex. He does lock in Janna. Janna's going to end up going down. Nice juggle of the aggro. Flash out from Broken Blade. Now Kasa's left alone. Maybe they're going to go back in. It's about how they want to juggle the aggro. But no, Kasa does play it nicely. He does end up getting a double kill for himself. So maybe a bit more force from the side of Port Patrol that allows Phoenix Ascension very crucially to pick up the feats of warfare. So that'll help them in their journey for the feats of strength later on. And that's also due to how Hydra played that superbly in the top side. Nice sweeping leg coming in from him after Venom had flashed away, secured him his kill. And Hydra keeping in the dominance. Venom always going to be a bit on the back foot. Invoker has to flash away one more auto, and it is secured by the Shy Boy. Invoker's just overstaying his welcome
Why
a
was
bit
he still
after.
there? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. After a bit of that failed dive in the bot side, and a lot of action coming in the first 5 minutes over here, Fireball.
I mean, the dive was good. I think Rakan got the 2 kills, so it's not the end of the world. But more importantly, Invoker did not get any kills for himself. So, unfortunately, on the back, he will just have that Berserker Greaves and not the BF sword, which he would have liked to build towards the Yuntals. But still, even after that dive, I think Invoker should have just backed away. I know the lane was in a bad spot. Nice steal coming in here by Broken Blade will, I think, worth for a Infernal Dragon. come in and take that one away from the noses of PNX. But yeah, coming back to the bot lane, Invoker, I think bit of a tilt stay to farm towards the 1300 gold to get that PF sword. You can see that he was really close as he got the 1100 by in base, but still staying there costed him a lot more than the 200 gold that he would have gotten by staying.
Yeah, and I think a bit of overstay by the side of Phoenix Ascension, in the sense that they could have dragged out the Drake. A team that experienced not dragging out the Drake allowed Broken Blade to go for this deal, and definitely worth it. The Wukong for an Infernal for yourself, and Broken Blade coming out on top out of that, and yeah, bot side was a bit of hodgepodge later on. The dive did not go that well in the favor. Yeah, like you said, Rakan picks up the double kills. Invoker overstaying ends up going down. He doesn't get a kill. Like you said, doesn't have the 1300 that he needs for the PF. Unfortunately, he has to come back to lane with Berserker Greaves. So that slows it down. But importantly, that dive did allow the feats of warfare to go over to the side of Phoenix Ascension. Maybe that was not something they accounted for. Maybe a bit of an overstep in that, given league is evolving, these things do tend to matter later on, especially when feats of strength come into the picture. So a bit very precautious, but we're seeing a lot more fighting happening compared to at least game 1, right? And game 2 has started off with pretty much a bang, and Hydra getting a solo kill onto Venom. A bit misplay against him, right? He should have maybe flashed, when the Camille came in with his, ropes came in, maybe flashed that knockup that comes from that. He might have lived completely, and maybe had to force the flash out of the Camille instead. Instead, he ends up giving up his life, and that also ends up being one of the factors. Smolder's come back to lane with a pickaxe for his troubles, and the Dark Seal for the Echo not playing the detriment that he wants. He's gone back this time and picked up a Doran's Blade for himself. He's going in onto Jezebel. It's pretty much a kill. I'm pretty sure after this, pause in the screen, this is definitely a kill on him, pressing the R button, going back to there, picking up a couple of plates for himself. So, very well played from the mid lane. He did not press the R.
Decides to hold his R, will use it now, but got greedy. He could have just pressed the ultimate, go back into his lane. Got greedy. He had no vision. The jungler came in, and what could have been a 1-4-0 essentially turned into a trade in the bot lane. Though Janna getting caught out. Yet again, flashless. Jinx, one reset is all she needs. Gonna use the speed to run away. Let's see if she decides to come back in with the rockets, as T-Rex will be continuing the supportal combat. And Invoker not fancying his chances with 10 HP to his name, but still will be happy. They get the kill, but the kill unfortunately goes on to T-Rex yet again. So 3 kills coming in the bot side and none of them going to the Jinx. That's a feels bad man right there. But Smolder is suffering 55 CS to 39, not being able to freeze the lane as well. Just gonna keep bleeding. Casa doing as much as he can, and that's a good support right there.
Yeah, man, playing this life just to hold the wave. Definitely a good support, a mark of a good support. Maybe Casa will not be that less minded later on. He picked up 2 of the kills for Phoenix Ascension, but look at this. Venom is in tough spot, doesn't have flash, gets locked in the Camille cage. That's not a Shen that's getting out anytime soon. Nicely, the kill goes over to Shy Boy. He's 2-0-1. He's having a pretty good start to the game, and now the ping's coming down onto the grubs that will be starting in some time right now. The grubs have spawned. Shy Boy has complete prio, and that's going to be maybe 3 full grubs going over to the side of Phoenix Ascension.
8 minutes into the game, 7 kills to 4 for the side of PNX, 1,500 gold advantage already. So a lot of action going on, not similar to the second game. A lot of fights everywhere. The taunt will miss barely. Hydra will just walk away after getting the shield from the auto attack. Invoker and Janna now. Invoker needs to realize he's fighting in the entire minion wave of PNX. Not counting for the minions over there. Janna gets the shut down this time. Invoker overstaying his welcome. In the Herald Pit, we have a team fight going on. The Shy Boy ultimate used to keep them alive. They do escape with their lives though, and they did end up getting the Rift Grubbies for themselves as well. So definitely a big win across the map for PNX.
Yeah, and the same mistake that Jana did in game 2 is what Invoker's doing over here. Not really, as you said, fighting in the taking so much damage just from the minions itself. The mother comes in from Smolder. That's a lot of damage that comes out, and he gets a pretty good shutdown for himself. Even on this back, the Jinx has to pick up a slingshot and a longsword. Didn't even get that much gold. The BS sword not going to be there. The damage still a bit lacking from Invoker. He is up in terms of CS at least, as is Q2, and he's looking to maybe get another kill onto the Malzahar, but he does get ulted underneath the turret. The Malzahar has locked him into position, forces the R out of the Echo, this time not being at all greedy with it. This time he had to use it, but Broken Blade going in onto the Shy Boy. Shy Boy is flowing down, has the red buff procs coming in, has to clone over the wall. The Camille does get the hit, gets the knock up over there, does lock in the kill, but unfortunately, in the meantime, what happened in the middle lane? How did Kasa end up dying? He did get the kill on to Malzahar, but Malzahar will take that trade any day, getting a kill for himself.
Definitely. 10 minutes into the game now, 10 kills to 5 for the side of PNX, and now these ADCs are continuously fighting each other one-on-one now. Invoker with the stacked Rune will take the lead over there. Q2 playing with fire in the mid lane, meanwhile, as he escaped with like 5 HP in that fight. Venom is taking a lot of abuse in this top lane. He's just not able to lane against this Camille. Already 30 CS down, and that guy is getting bullied left, right, and center. And a repeat from game 2 essentially, as was the story with Nar and the Jax. Let's see if Hydra can capitalize. Another solo kill on the top lane. Gonna miss so much CS again. In the bottom lane, we might be seeing a fight. The Maokai ultimate will lock down the Rakan in place, but Rakan uses the W to get away. A lot of resources being used there to get the kill onto the Rakan. Now T-Rex going down, trade kills 1-for-1 support for support. Flash forward E from the Echo connects onto Invoker. Will get the kill onto the ADC. Malzahar does have his ultimate available. Let's see if he can do anything with that, but he goes down as well. There's a fight just going on everywhere. No one sticking with each other. Jana was basically left for to fend for himself, and he somehow came out on top against the Wukong using his barrier. And what a messy fight. At the end of the day, it was like 4-for-1 in favor of PNX.
Yeah, and in that fight, Invoker, as you said, was also left behind, and Q2 just completely neutralized him. That jumped onto him. The flash forward from T-Rex, a bit maybe overestimating what he could do over there, but no, Janna gets out, even gets the flash out of the Maokai. That could be later on detrimental to the lane, and this time PNX in a pretty commanding lead, in a pretty bloody fight that have been going on everywhere. As you said, 4-1 in favor of Phoenix Demon. They'll take that any day. And now look at this. They even have picked up the Drake in that fight. Kasa, you have to be careful how you want to walk up against the Jinx over here, buddy. You're taking quite a bit of chunk damage. The Super Mega Death Rocket's available, so I don't know why we are not using it. We could have maybe got the kill onto the Smolder. Instead, they have to run for their lives. GX, why are you going back in? Oh, it's because Venom has come with the ultimate. But Venom, you are going a bit too deep. You do flash forward. Here comes the Super Mega Death Rocket, but there's too much of a meat shield in front. Instead, Invoker locked up in the cage. Terex hits up with his life, but the Venom who had ulted in does end up going down. Broken Blade's gone to the fight, but Shy Boy pops his ultimate at a very crucial moment. It's going to be Broken Blade going down for that. Only member that does survive after all this is T-Rex, and maybe he does not survive it either. And that's going to be Janna going on a rampage. That's going to be PNX picking up the second third of the game for themselves, and PNX have a huge goal lead already, Fireball, almost 10k.
Oh yeah, everything just going PNX's way, and they're executing their team comp really well, using the kindred ultimates and using the abilities to the maximum potential, as they are slowly running away with the game. I say slowly, but it's 14 minutes and these guys have almost a 10,000 goal lead, so it's they are just racing away from the game right now, as Poro Patrol have their backs up against the wall. Another solo kill onto the mid laner, and finally a shutdown goes down into the pockets of the Monkey King. Nice 910 gold being picked up. Q2 will just delete him off the face of the rift. As T-Rex now tries to run for the hills, Janna will not be able to take him down, but gets a few stacks onto himself. And still, PNX definitely well on their way. 15 minutes and 10,000 gold lead. I mean, this is just a statement game coming out from the side of PNX right now.
I think this is all the frustrations of game 2 coming out completely over here. Hydra nicely picking up that in the mid time, on the mid lane. Third mid tier 1, just one, auto attack away from just going down from the Smolder. But Invoker having a bit of a detriment over here. Essence Reaver already picked up by Smolder. Invoker yet to make his Udals. Already has all the components. Just needs that more 750 gold to maybe secure that for him. The Tunneler completed as well for Janna. So Janna is pretty ahead, and this is what we talked about earlier, right? This is you're not getting the proper times. You get punished for overstaying in the bot side, and this time is Janna's the one who's on the rewarding end of it, and he's completely using it to full advantage. You don't want the Smolder fed of all people, because if he gets accelerated, it pretty much spells doom against your type of comp. Venom having yet another bit of a struggling game. He's down pretty much half the CS of Hydra, 4 deaths already, and he's 2 levels behind as well. And this looks like Broken Blade might be getting caught out over here. T-Rex is coming in. Invoker puts down the choppers. Here comes the mother. The members of Poro Patrol have to run. The Maokai ultimate just comes in to allow them space to breathe, essentially. And maybe that might not be enough. And the bot side, Hydra, a lot of damage in the bot. Q2 again comes here underneath the turret, but locked up against Jazz. How many times have we seen this? As soon as that ends, Q2 does go in, but he ends up going down in a 1-for-1 trade while the mid tier went down. Exactly as you said, not worth at all.
Giving away 800 gold for the side of Malzahar. Getting too ahead of himself right there. Poro Patrol are getting some gold, but it's just not enough. They're still 11,000 gold behind at 16 minutes. Rift Herald being picked up by the red side as well. I wish we could know how many stacks the Kindred and the Smolder currently have. It's going to be a very high number already. Yeah, I see the horns from the side of Smolder just essentially signaling that he is quite a few way up in those stack numbers, and he will be unlocking the true damage pretty soon, as the Kindred will be looking to up the stack numbers as well, getting infinitely more scaled. They have nothing else to do on the map. There are no objectives up. They're just clean sweeping everything, and so much more territory from the side of Poro Patrol, not being able to walk in their own jungle essentially.
Yeah, and Phoenix Ascension not letting Poro Patrol breathe, as you said, even in their part of the map at all. And finally, the Hexter Drake has spawned. That's going to be Phoenix Ascension picking this up without any problem whatsoever. Maybe a cheeky Super Mega Death Rocket can come for this steal, but that's much it. There's no vision whatsoever, so I don't assume even that's going to be coming. At least Venom's maybe picking up some CS that he missed out on quite a bit earlier on, given the pressure that Hydra has been putting onto him. And Hydra, with his Camille, has been doing wonders for his team. You can see Q2 and Kasa maybe looking to jive against Jazz's bot. Jazz's bot also struggling quite a bit on this Malzahar pick. And that was maybe one of the iffy picks that I was talking about from the side of Poro Patrol. It doesn't look third time's the charm for Invoker, because even now on his Jinx, struggling quite a bit. Already one entire item behind the Smolder, who's completed his Shojin as well.
Yeah, in the top lane, as you mentioned, Shen's is having an absolute howler of a game. 0-5, 40 CS down. I don't think I've seen him use his ultimate to great use as of yet. PNX Gaming just taking that second game to heart. They took it personally, and they've come out in full, guns blazing fashion, as they are pressuring essentially 3 lanes at once, making sure that everyone else in the league who are watching, they know the Phoenix Gaming name is something to be feared.
Yeah, Phoenix is actually doing a fantastic job this game. Q2 has already got Jazzbot running away. This time locks him out underneath. Has to R back into turret range essentially over there. Does take a couple of turret shots, but this is Jazz's bot pretty much strategy. Every time Q2 comes in, you lock him under over here. But now Q2 without ultimate is going to be, fodder for Broken Blade. Broken Blade does slay down the Echo. They go basically crazy for the third time this game. Venom is going to jump in, but now this is pretty much signaling that who ends up getting the kill is going to be the Shy Boy, who ended up tanking most of the turret shots as well. Tier 2 going down on the top side, probably a Tier 3 as well if they keep on marching forward. They're all lanes being pushed in by Phoenix Ascension. As you said, Phoenix Ascension, Game 3 being a statement for them, for other members of the group stage, that this is what we can do if we start to get serious.
Yep. It looks like a matter of time before Phoenix finish this off. I mean, it's going to take nothing short of a miracle for Precog to come back from a 14,000 goal lead at 20 minutes. Artakan will be spawning soon, so Phoenix should be grouping up over there to take that one away. And just learning from game 1, I think Phoenix will be waiting for the Baron to spawn before they actually try to go for the finish. But the Shy Boy now getting caught will use the ultimate and jump over the wall to run away. Would have been disastrous if he fell down just before the Artakan fight. As keeps himself alive, still 5 members from both sides, very much present on the rift. Artakan will be getting started right now as Q2 makes sure that he picks up any stray flowers on the other side of the rift. It's going to be pretty much free, so Artakan again makes you stronger in a lot of ways, gets you all the rose petals which get converted to spirit petals. The epic monster buffs last on you 25% longer, get a lot of experience for that, and that slow and damage on any kill that they get. So pretty strong buff to have. They have gotten it for themselves, and they'll be hungry for more team fights and more kills.
Yes, I don't think you want to go in, even if Kasa's coming onto you. He's going to make you first to burn your flash. He does pop the ultimate. He's going to lock in only the member of Kasa over there. Q2 falls into the backlines, maybe get some damage, but now there's Q2 without an ultimate. Here comes Kasa. He gets saved by the Shy Boy's ultimate in return. A lot of exchanges went down with Kasa falling down at the end of the day. Hydra's come onto the backline, maybe trying to pick up a kill onto Tex. Does lock him down into his own cage. But there's a turret that you're going to be eating a lot of damage from Hydra. You have to be careful. Does end up picking the kill onto Tex, but does give up his life in return. It's a good shutdown going over to the Malzahar that the Malzahar would take any day. He's been picking up quite a bit of shutdowns throughout the duration of this match. So his 4 kills are more like 7 kills at this point, given the amount of gold he's got as a bonus.
Yeah, but the rest of his team not doing so hot, so it's just the Malzahar and the Pokon. Even the Malzahar is just getting the stray kills, not like impactful kills that they can convert onto something else. 22 minutes in, still 12,000 gold ahead, 11,000 gold ahead for the side of PNX. 22 minutes in, and after that scrappy fight, I think they're just gonna play it safe till the Baron spawns. Take the team fight at the Baron pit if Poro Patrol decide to contest them for that, and after that they'll be looking to close out the game.
Yeah, it does seem exactly that, because not looking at all good for the side of Poro Patrol. Q2 is Darkness unfortunately has 0 stacks on it, given how dangerously this man has been playing, as well as he got early good stacks on it, but unfortunately they all just end up going away. Here comes the super mega death throw from downtown. Kasa ends up blocking that. Just a miracle Hail Mary steal towards the Drake side. But that's going to be the Drake going down to Phoenix Ascension. They are right now on Hextech Soul Point as well. And Kasa will see this ward being placed down, will be signaling that to his team. Shy Boy keeping the distance, maybe walks in over here. Broken Blade goes in, instantly clones out of that exchange. Now Shy Boy might get caught up with Kasa. Here's the ultimate triggered from the Rakan. Shy Boy will be trying to do some damage from the backside. But no, Poro Patrol thinking better of it is this was a lot of time bot. Phoenix members were walking towards this fight. So well played for Poro Patrol to try and keep the distance from that, not to go in as much. But on this side you can see Broken Blade going for a last ditch effort, and it's just not enough. The smolder is too strong for you, my man. I don't know what the monkey thing thought would happen over there, but what happened is exactly what I thought, and that's him going to the gray screen. Invoker just barely getting out with his life. He has finally completed his Infinity Edge, but it might just be a bit too late for anything given how far this smolder has stacked up, and is still an item ahead with the rapid fire cannon as well.
24 minutes inhibitors are falling. Two of them, in fact, in the base of Poro Patrol, as they are looking to get the top wave in and get some damage onto the top lane turret there as well. PNX just completely wiping the floor with Poro Patrol right now. As another 40 seconds for the Baron to spawn. PNX can wait for that, just back off, get the Baron buff, and close the game out.
Yeah, and they pretty much are taking the safer route. This is the PNX fashion, even when they're so far ahead. Take it a bit slowly before they go for the end. Nice flash forward by the Mazar onto the smolder, and instantly answered back by him. Getting over to that side, does flash away, and just gets away with his life. If more damage DPS was put onto him, that would have been a good shutdown going to whoever who picked up. Hopefully the Jinx, because she's been having
24 minutes
overtime. Oh, that's Broken Blade going in. He does pick up the kill onto him. Kasa ends up going down. Q2 is going forward. He's looking for blood. Jazz's bot end up going down to Q2. I don't know. God knows how many times this match. Venom is looking to maybe keep Invoker alive. He's got excited. Invoker has to be careful. Has to keep his distance between Hydra and the Shy, because just a couple of autos from them can end his life. Hydra exactly doing that, goes in, gets the kill, a triple kill for him. This is pretty much game. The countdown timers are too much, the death timers are completely out of whack. And going to be Phoenix Ascension taking this best of 3 series out over here in a pretty dominating game 3, if I say so myself.
Yeah, after 2 33-minute games, it's gonna be PNX coming out ahead of Poro Patrol at 25 minutes and 36 seconds on the Rift. So taking this best of 3 series 2-1 up against Poro Patrol. They get 3 points onto the board, moving up along with Kakao Gaming in the standings. As Poro Patrol, I mean, they had a good showing. The losses were bad. They did not have any sort of close game. The games which they lost, they were not close, but the game which they won, that was not close as well. So pretty back and forth. All the games were just complete dominations coming in. I think still Poro Patrol should be happy with the showing that they had right now, and I have good hopes of them doing well in the tournament. I mean, if they took PNX Ascension in the game 2, like in the dominating fashion they did, they have a good future ahead in the tournament for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good. You're taking someone like, as you said, Phoenix Ascension all the way to game 3, a very tough opponent. That just shows you have the moxie in you. You do have the opportunities to get it. You just have to maybe rethink a bit how you want to go for it. I don't think Invoker should be playing the Jinx in these games, because unfortunately his team doesn't let him get to the point where he is strong. Even so much action was seen on the bot side, he still ended up not picking up a kill for all his troubles over there. Couldn't get his BF on his back, and from slowly but surely from there, it's just the smaller getting ahead, him overstaying a couple of times, and unfortunately a complete 180 of what his performance was on the Tristan. All in all, I think the entire side of Phoenix Ascension played this entire game really well. They just pulled out the stops. They were like, okay, enough is enough. Fun time is over. It's time to get serious. And once they get serious, a team like Phoenix Ascension are going to show the dominance they showed over here. Pretty much one of the faster games that we have seen, at least of today. It didn't go all the way that we thought it would, but yes, congrats to Poro Patrol for taking it all the way to a game 3, and Phoenix Ascension closing it out in dominating fashion over here.
25 minutes, 15,000 gold lead at the end. They had all the towers, all the objectives for themselves. And PNX, this is the PNX I'm used to seeing. This is the PNX from the old times. I think they just had a hiccup. I mean, it is still very early on in the season, first day of the season. So people will be a bit rusty. They will be just getting back in form. They had the qualifiers, but the quality of teams in the main league stages is going to be completely different from what you are coming in from the qualifiers. So I think nice warm up for both the teams, as Poro Patrol still have a lot of games to look forward to. They should just put this loss behind them and focus on the next ones. And PNX, they should be working on their strategy to show us more of this game 3 performance rather than whatever happened in game 2. So all in all, I think both the teams showing positive signs for this tournament. The MVP for that game is gonna be Hydra, the Camille in the top lane, going 9-1 and 7. He just made the game a 4v5. The Shen was completely non-existent. He just took the beating to Shen and he made sure he had absolutely no significant impact on the game whatsoever. And Camille just masterclass of laning shown by Hydra right there.
Absolutely, and yeah, as you said, made it pretty much a 45. The Shen pretty much couldn't do it. The one ultimate we saw on the bot side where he went, he ended up dying over there. Camille dominated, got a nice early first blood for himself. And even later on in these team fights, catching out Stranglers, even ending up that last ultimate fight over there, catching out the Jinx, ends up getting the kill for himself. So well played for this man as well. Pretty much well played all around to Phoenix Ascension for game 3. As you said, game 2, a bit of a bit where we saw that Poro Patrol does have the potential to match up to some of these bigger teams that they will be facing like further down in the league, and that is showing. And they are something of something that you have to reckon with later on to go. You have to maybe draft against them. You can't maybe give the Tristana over to Invoker the way they did. I don't think they had all 5 members that they wanted maybe the starting lineup for today, but even then a good showing out coming from them. And Phoenix Ascension ended off with a bang over here, get the 3 points for themselves, are looking very handsome in the league right now, and that is going to be day 1 for this. And we had a couple of good series coming in. The first BO3 2-0 completely, second BO3 went all 3 games, so a pretty good day for League of Legends over here. And I think Poro Patrol, if they keep it up, keep going back to the grind board, they will come out on top eventually.
Yeah, so having a look at the league table right now, at the end of day 1 is going to be Kakao Gaming and PNX Ascension sitting on top, and it's going to be 2 points for PNX because they won it in 2 games to 1 compared to Kakao Gaming, as they had a clean sweep 2-0. So it's going to be Kakao Gaming 1, PNX Ascension 2, and Poro Patrol with the 1 point, as they got that 1 map at least off of PNX Ascension. 3 teams with points. I think they'll be happy. Just report Precog Gaming gonna be the one with 0-2 loss, not getting any points on the board right there. So that is how the situation of Legends Ascend South Asia looks like after game 1 and 2 in the first week of the tournament. We thank Fragnation for bringing this tournament to life. We thank Riot Games as ever. Before we leave you guys, we'll make sure that you subscribe to all the channels, all the links in the description right there. It's going to be League of Legends in SA on Discord, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, to make sure you are up to date with all the tournament updates, all the highlights that we are going to be bringing out, and just to take part in the community. So it was a fun day out with Madness here. Always a fun time casting League of Legends. And that is going to be it from our side on week 1, day 1 of Legends Ascend South Asia. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm moving in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian.